everybody, and welcome to the second round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season here at, Mallor-E Park. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Owen Wyatt alongside me. We had some fantastic racing at the opening round. We are looking forward to even more of the same. No changes here at the track coming into this second round. Lovely weather ahead of us this weekend. But before we do get to our motocross action, let's first head over to the paddock and speak to some of the riders ahead of the weekend. We're joined now by one of our stars here at Mallor-E Park in the form of Caden Wardock, a double champion from last year and one of our championship leaders heading into round number 2. Caden, how are you feeling looking forward to the weekend?
Good.
Feeling confident on the bike?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Obviously, you were a double champion last year. You're doing very well in the championship after the opening round. You're looking to extend that?
Yeah.
What class are you riding in then this weekend, Caden?
The Revy 18 and the Suron.
Obviously, they're a bit different, those two bikes. Which one do you prefer?
Suron.
Is it because it's a bit faster?
Yes.
So you just want to get on the faster bike, is what you said?
Yes.
That's awesome stuff. You looking to win all 6 races this weekend then?
Yeah.
Oh, fingers crossed for you. See how you go. And it's going to look like it's going to be a lovely, lovely weekend. Nice and warm weather. Are you looking forward to that, or do you prefer it when it's a bit colder?
I prefer the middle because I'm wearing a kit and it gets hot.
No, it does get hot. Obviously, it's hard work out there as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Still, though, you're looking calm and collected. You look like you're ready to go and have a smashing weekend.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Caden Wardock, all the best for the weekend.
Thank you.
Smile then, Caden.
All right, Evie. Nice to see you again. How have you been?
Good.
Now, you were here for the first round last month. How have you found it, and what's it like coming back for the second round?
Feel more confident than last time.
How did your first set of races go then?
It went good. I got better at starts and stuff.
How's that run down towards the first bend? It's been made a lot longer this season. How have you found that sort of hitting the apex at one and trying to get ahead of your rivals?
It's a bit hard though because there's loads of stones and rocky bits.
You've got a load of bikes alongside you as well, so what do you focus on when you're, in general?
Focus on where I'm going and not of other people.
What's your favourite part of the track then? You've had a couple of events here now. Obviously, the new track layout that we have for this season, and you've been out on track again today as well. What's your favourite bits?
The jumps.
I like the ones at the end, you see, the ones at the whoops at the finish. How have you found those?
Quite easy.
That's good confidence, that. How do you think you're going to do this weekend?
A lot better than last time, so good.
Do you reckon you'll win some races?
Yeah.
Correct answer. Best of luck. Alright, mate, what's your name?
Carter.
Alright, Carter. What's the bike then?
It's a Revy.
And how have you found riding it so far?
Cool.
Yeah. Is this your first time here, or have you been here before?
This is my first time.
How exciting is it? You've got a whole paddock around you. There's a good atmosphere around you. How have you found it?
Good.
Yeah. And what class are you going to be racing in this weekend?
I think it's a B.
And what's your favourite part of the bike then? I mean, it's quite an impressive machine, really. I mean, it's impressive to be riding it at this stage. And what's your favourite parts about your bike?
I like how... No, say it.
Good answer, that. And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll win some races?
I don't know. Maybe.
I reckon you'll win some races. How long have you been riding bikes for then?
7 years.
7 years? I mean, that's such a long time already. 7 years. And just say, that's how you get to the top, isn't it? And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll be here for the rest of the season as well?
Maybe.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, mate, what's your name?
Mallory.
Good to meet you. And this is your first round here?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is your bike. I like the colour scheme you've got on the bike. Did you come up with yourself?
Yeah.
Big fan of it. Now, what class of bike is this? It's obviously quite a small bike.
Yeah.
Tell me what bike you got. What bike is it?
Little bike.
It's a Revy.
It's a wee Revy bike, isn't it?
Yeah.
And very impressive machine. How have you found the track? Because obviously for a bike that small, to be taking the big jumps and the big hills, how's that been for you?
Yeah.
It's been very good indeed. So, how do you think you're going to do this weekend?
You're going to win, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah? You're going to win, aren't you?
Yep.
Good confidence. And are you going to be here for the rest of the season, do you think?
Yeah.
Happy days. Well, we'll get to know you plenty then. I wish you the best of luck.
We're now joined by Lee from Molo 25, one of our partners here at Mallory Park. Lee, for anybody who's watching along, maybe doesn't know who you are, what you do here, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Lee. I'm from Moto 25 Bikes. Set up the company about 4 or 5 years ago. And I do all the Revy spares here, the servo parts, technical advice. Also help Jack run the events as well. And my son's racing 3 different classes, so very, very, very busy weekends for me.
Well, better busy than not, I suppose. But as you said, you're basically the spares man feels the wrong way to put it, but you are the man that people turn to when something goes wrong, essentially.
Yeah, people do call me the Revy guy, because I do generally know them inside out. So, yeah, anyone who has any issues from adjusting brakes or chains to doing complete motor changes, we're fully equipped to do all of that.
And if there's anyone watching at home who's thinking about getting involved, maybe Mallory Park, they've got, someone young at home who maybe wants to get on a bike, what would you say to them? What's the Revy like? What would you recommend it, basically? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you would, but...
Yeah, I mean, the Revys are an absolutely fantastic balance bike, electric balance bike. They are certainly market leaders. They outsell every other brand. And, it's for one reason, because they are the better brand. The spares backup is amazing. You can buy every single spare part for them. Warranty is good. And it's just a great way for the kids to start their journey on racing bikes. They'll learn everything on that Revy that they need to learn to then go on and race a petrol bike in later years if they want to.
That's fantastic. And if someone does have a Revy and they've got a problem, where can they find you?
Yeah, so you can find it we're online on the website, which is moto25.co.uk. We're fully on Facebook, Instagram, all the social medias. Actual shop is based in Lincolnshire, in Holbeach, little town. So it is about a couple of hours from Mallory Park. But obviously we do all the Mallory Park meetings and other race events and practice events through the year.
All stuff. Well, Lee, thanks very much for speaking to us. And looking forward to having you back for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And we're now joined by one of our younger riders in the paddock. Would you like to just introduce yourself to everybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
George.
George what?
Breeze.
Thanks for joining us, George. And George, what class are you racing in this weekend?
E5.
Those things are quite quick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Is this your first season here at Mallory Park, or were you here the season before?
This is my 3rd.
So you've been here a while then. So basically you're an expert in this place is what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. So you must be feeling confident going into this weekend then?
Yeah.
Talk about what it's like when you're on those E5 bikes. Again, you've said they're quick, but what's it actually like when you're out there riding it?
It's really hard to go up on the jumps and stuff and around the corners because it's really rocky.
So it's difficult, but it's still fun, is what you're saying?
And the corners in the inside. I'm trying to go really fast in the insides too.
But you're still having fun?
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track?
The tabletop.
I think that's a pretty common answer to it. I think everybody likes the tabletop.
I like the whoops there too, so I can do triples.
That's pretty good, to be fair. I mean, obviously the E5s are quick, but to triple over those whoops, they're really aggressive. That's pretty good going.
Yeah.
Well, George, we'll let you get on with your weekend, but best of luck. We can't wait to see you out there.
Okay.
And from one young rider to another, do you want to just introduce yourself? What's your name? What class are you racing in for our viewers at home?
E5 and Olivia. My name's Olivia and I'm E5.
Olivia what? Just so people really know.
Olivia Templeman.
Olivia, thanks very much for joining us. How are you finding this year so far? How are you finding this weekend here at Mallory Park?
Good.
Just good, not great?
Great and good.
I like that. I like the confidence, but still the sun's shining. Have you been out there this weekend? You been out on the bike? Is it all feeling okay if you have?
Yeah.
Riding fast?
Yeah.
So you're going to win?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. Really good stuff. But you said you're in the E5 class as well?
Yeah.
Again, I'll ask you what I asked George a moment ago. Those things are really, really fast, but it must be a lot of fun, surely?
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track when you're out there on that thing?
Probably the whoops.
Not the tabletop?
Well, Well, it used to be, but it's like got a little bit smaller now, so it's the whoops now.
Oh, so you liked it when it was massive and you could get some big airtime?
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough. But still, you seem confident. You think you're going to win this weekend, but coming into the second round, you must be excited.
Yeah.
That's awesome stuff. Well, we can't wait to see you out there on track.
Thank you.
All right, continuing with Lee then, we've got some bikes here and I'd like you to talk us through them. This is the first one. They're all for Ethan Rudd, aren't they?
They are, yes. So they're all my son's bike, Ethan Rudd. So this first one is the Sur-Ron Hyper-B. They've been out sort of just over a year. Really, really good level as a sort of upper range of the e-bike class, to be honest. This is running on the small wheels, so it's a 12-inch front, 10-inch rear. They also do a big wheel version which has the 14-inch in the front, 12-inch then in the rear. Obviously fully electric. The battery slots in and out the top, which is a great feature within these bikes. They have like different power modes as well, so you can set them for that beginner or a full-on, racer who's very used to power. Suspension's adjustable on them. Just a cracking little race bike, to be honest.
Do the riders then have control of the power modes as they race, or is that something that's decided beforehand?
No, that's something you decide beforehand. But you do also, with the Sur-Ron, get a remote control. So actually, as a parent, you can stand trackside and you can actually change that power mode from trackside, but the actual rider can't.
Right. That's what makes these practice sessions so important, then, because that'll be gaining confidence and helping the riders hopefully be ready for the weekend, and that's really important.
Yeah, very important, because like I say, obviously they start at a level and then you can build the power, as well as the actual power levels as well. There's a throttle response mode with this as well, so you can actually change how snappy and aggressive the power is, as well as the full power mode as well. So really, really adjustable. Great little bike.
All right, well, shall we move on to our next bike then? So obviously you can see the difference straight away in the wheel sizes. This is one of the bigger ones, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is the Revy 18. So Ethan races in the 5 to 7 year class on this one. So yeah, different concept. This is more the balance bike style of bike rather than a full-on motocross style. So again, adjustable suspension on it. The motor on this is 500 watts, which is in the hub, so there's no chain involved with this. It's just a direct drive hub motor, which is a great feature on these. The battery on this one slots up in the frame from underneath the bike. Again, completely removable, so you can have a spare battery and change batteries through the day. We'll obviously keep on top of charging them. Hydraulic disc brakes, front and rear. Again, 3 different power modes on this one, so you can build the child's confidence to their level of riding.
So obviously, Ethan riding all 3 of these, what's it like for him changing bikes? Is it an easy transition, or does it take time to adjust?
He transitions really well with them. I mean, he's coming up 7 this year. He's been riding since he was 2 on like the smallest 12-inch Revy. So he has a lot of experience, but he's one of them lads who actually just enjoys riding bikes. So you can stick him on whatever and he'll just get on with it, whereas a lot of kids, what happens is when they move from the balance bikes and they get a bigger bike, then they don't want to go back. But he doesn't mind at all. He just enjoys riding whatever he's given.
I think that's a brilliant attitude to have, isn't it? And you see it in his results as well. He's always in the top 4, top 3 areas, so I think it's impressive to see how well he's doing. Shall we have a look at the last bike then here in our lineup? Obviously, again, slightly smaller this one, isn't it? But still an interesting bike.
Yeah, so this is a Revy 16 plus actually, because again in the lower bikes, they start with a 12-inch, which is the smallest, then they do a standard 16. This is the 16 plus. As well as being a 16 plus, this has had many upgrades now, to be honest. It's got an upgraded hydraulic rear brake, actually got a hydraulic front brake, which they don't come with standard, and then it's got the Revy bigger motor in it as well, so they come standard at 250 watts, but in the older group Revy do a 350 watt motor, so this has got that fitted as well. So this is as high a level as you can get on a Revy 16 at the moment.
So obviously we're seeing electric racing in general developing quite a lot. So these are obviously the standard at the moment. How do you see them developing in the future?
It's difficult to say, to be honest. I mean, the big limiting factor still is battery life. I mean, these are great, to be honest. A standard one, you can hope to get like an hour. Once you get racing in these like tougher conditions with hills and jumps and stuff, that time does drop down, and as the children get bigger, the time drops down. But that's the next biggest step again, I think, is battery power and life. This one is chain driven, which the Revy's have always been, but obviously the 18 we was just looking at is hub driven. That's been a step in the last couple of years that's happened. So there's always bits and pieces coming. It's like the hydraulic brakes on this as opposed to cable. There's always bits and pieces.
All right, well, thank you. That's been fascinating, and hopefully Ethan does well, and I'm sure we'll see you again this season at some point.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're now joined by Darcy. Great to have you with us here this weekend. And do you want to just introduce yourself to people at home? What class are you riding in?
Revy 18.
And how are you finding that Revy machine so far? Are you enjoying it?
It's really fun.
So you obviously just love getting out there and riding then, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into this weekend? You excited, nervous, worried, or do you think you're just going to go out there, run away, win it all?
I'm really excited that I'm just going to try my best.
Well, I guess that's the main thing, is that you're going out, you have fun and you're trying your best, but are you still aiming to finish well at least?
Yeah.
Of course, that's great to hear. And I must say, I'm absolutely loving the pink on your bike and on your outfit as well, looking really, really cool.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite colours, that.
If you couldn't have pink, what colour would you have?
Probably like purple or something.
I mean, you got a bit of purple on there as well, to be fair, so it's a bit of a double whammy, but still, again, you seem very excited for this weekend, and you seem like you can't wait to get back out there on the bike, but I'm assuming you've been out there a little bit already. I mean, obviously you can tell you're all dressed up and ready to go. How was it feeling? Was it feeling okay?
Yeah, it feels alright being out there.
And it looks like we've got lovely weather this weekend as well. Does that make it even better? The sun's shining, it's a lovely day to go out and ride a bike?
Yeah, at least it's not raining and chucking it down or something.
I don't think anyone likes it when it's raining, do they?
No, not really.
Well, Darcy, thanks a lot for speaking to us, and can't wait to see you out on track.
Okay, bye.
And from one young rider to another, how are we doing, Olivia? You all okay?
Yeah.
And it's a lovely weekend here at Mallory Park. You enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah.
But are you enjoying being out on the bike more?
Yeah.
What's the best part about being out there on the bike?
When it's like smooth.
Big jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people like that as well. But are you going to be winning all 6 races this weekend?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. You're clearly you're feeling very fast.
Yeah.
Good, then we'll let you get on with your weekend preparation so you can go and win all 6 races. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go on, camera.
We thought we'd show you some behind-the-scenes action here at Mallory Park and show you what goes down in race control, and if you're a newcomer, who you need to come and speak to. So would you like to just introduce yourself to anybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
Hi guys, I'm Danielle and I'm in race control. I sign everyone on and just help everyone that comes, and that's about it really. I don't really know what to say.
I mean, it's a pretty thankless task, isn't it? Obviously, you know, you've got to sit here early in the mornings, get everybody signed on. Sometimes people come in and they're not happy because something's not gone right. So it's, you know, you have to deal with a lot of things, but you do a great job of it. How do you keep going?
I haven't got a clue, if I'm truly honest, but yeah, I don't know what to say. Sorry, I don't like cameras.
Well, it's all right. There's many people that don't, but it's all good experience when we come back in the future and speak to you again. For anyone who's watching at home who's thinking of coming along and getting involved, what do they need to do? Where do they need to look on the internet? And then when they come here, who do they need to speak to?
Mallor-E Park on Facebook. Drop us a message or look on our socials. We answer messages quite quickly, and I don't know what to say.
It's all right, and I know I've said it's a pretty thankless task in race control, so if there's any requests you have for people to like buy you sweets and things to bring in, would there be any preference?
Oh, I like strawberry laces.
There you go. You heard her. Strawberry laces, everybody. Thanks, we'll leave you alone. Thank you very much, though.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, we're here with Tommy Carter. How are you, Tommy?
Good.
Now, you were rapid in the first round of Mallory Park this season. You look very confident. How are you feeling coming into this round?
A bit nervous.
Why is that? Because you were so fast before. Where's the nerves come from?
Because one race I fell off. And that ruined my chance of getting first.
So how did you recover then from having incidents? Because it looks like you just bounced straight back up again. What is it like when you have a crash, and how did you recover from it?
I'll just get back on and work up to the lead.
So how's the track running been today then? You've looked relatively fast. So how's it been?
Dusty.
You've just come off. You're still covered in dust. So we're expecting this dust around all weekend long. So again, how do you deal with that when you're riding?
I don't really.
Is that you don't notice it, or you don't deal with
I
it?
don't notice it.
That's fair enough. We notice it in our production van. It gets very dusty. But how do you think you'll do this weekend then? And how do you think you'll be for the rest of the season?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win some more races? I mean, you were winning plenty before. I mean, get one race in the books, I imagine the confidence will be back, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll be watching closely. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, we're here with Blake Ford. How are you, Blake?
Good.
Now, you've been out there on the track today. How have you been so far? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah.
And you were pretty quick in the first set of rounds. You were never out of the top four. You were in the podium once or twice in third place. So you had good pace. How do you think you'll do this time around?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win any races?
Yeah.
Good confidence. Do you reckon you win all the races?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, I wish you the best. I mean, it's the best answer you can get, isn't it? Well, I wish you the best luck. We'll be keeping an eye on you. And I'm sure your dad's very proud.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season here at, Mallor-E Park. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Owen Wyatt alongside me. We had some fantastic racing at the opening round. We are looking forward to even more of the same. No changes here at the track coming into this second round. Lovely weather ahead of us this weekend. But before we do get to our motocross action, let's first head over to the paddock and speak to some of the riders ahead of the weekend. We're joined now by one of our stars here at Mallor-E Park in the form of Caden Wardock, a double champion from last year and one of our championship leaders heading into round number 2. Caden, how are you feeling looking forward to the weekend?
Good.
Feeling confident on the bike?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Obviously, you're a double champion last year. You're doing very well in the championship after the opening round. You're looking to extend that?
Yeah.
What class are you riding in then this weekend, Caden?
The Revy 18... and the Ceron.
Obviously, they're a bit different, those two bikes. Which one do you prefer?
Ceron.
Is it because it's a bit faster?
Yes.
So, you just want to get on the faster bike, is what you said?
Yes.
That's awesome stuff. You looking to win all 6 races this weekend, then?
Yeah.
Oh, fingers crossed for you. See how you go. And it's going to look like it's going to be a lovely, lovely weekend. Nice and warm weather. Are you looking forward to that, or do you prefer it when it's a bit colder?
I prefer the middle because I'm wearing a kit and it gets hot.
No, it does get hot. Obviously, it's hard work out there as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Still, though, you're looking calm and collected. You look like you're ready to go and have a smashing weekend.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Caden Wardock, all the best for the weekend.
Thank you.
Smile then, Caden.
All right, Evie. Nice to see you again. How have you been?
Good.
Now, you were here for the first round last month. How have you found it, and what's it like coming back for the second round?
Feel more confident than last time.
How did your first set of races go then?
It went good. I got better at starts and stuff.
How's that run down towards the first bend? It's been made a lot longer this season. How have you found that sort of hitting the apex at one and trying to get ahead of your rivals?
It's a bit hard though because there's loads of stones and rocky bits.
You've got a load of bikes alongside you as well. So what do you focus on when you're, in general?
Focus on where I'm going and not of other people.
What's your favourite part of the track then? You've had a couple of events here now. Obviously, the new track layout that we have for this season, and you've been out on track again today as well. What's your favourite bits?
The jumps.
I like the ones at the end, you see, the ones at the whoops at the finish. How have you found those?
Quite easy.
That's good confidence, that. How do you think you're going to do this weekend?
A lot better than last time, so good.
Do you reckon you'll win some races?
Yeah.
Correct answer. Best of luck. All right, mate, what's your name?
Carter.
All right, Carter. What's the bike then?
It's a Revy.
And how have you found riding it so far?
Cool.
Yeah. Is this your first time here, or have you been here before?
This is my first time.
How exciting is it? You've got a whole paddock around you. There's a good atmosphere around here. How have you found it?
Good.
And what class are you going to be racing in this weekend?
I think it's a B.
And what's your favourite part of the bike then? I mean, it's quite an impressive machine, really. I mean, it's impressive to be riding it at this stage. And what's your favourite parts about your bike?
I like how... The motor, yeah.
Good answer, that. And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll win some races?
I don't know. Maybe.
I reckon you'll win some races. How long have you been riding bikes for then?
7 years.
7 years? I mean, that's such a long time already.
You're only 7.
7 years, and just say, well, that's how you get to the top, isn't it? And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll be here for the rest of the season as well?
Maybe.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, then, what's your name?
Mallory.
Good to meet you. And this is your first round here?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is your bike. I like the colour scheme you've got on the bike. Did you come up with yourself?
Yeah.
Big fan of it. Now, what class of bike is this? It's obviously quite a small bike.
Yeah.
Tell me what bike you got. What bike is it?
Little bike.
It's a Revy.
It's a wee Revy bike, isn't it?
Yeah.
And very impressive machine. How have you found the track? Because obviously for a bike that small, to be taking the big jumps and the big hills, how's that been for you?
Yeah.
It's been very good indeed. So, how do you think you're going to do this weekend?
You're going to win, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah? You're going to win, aren't you?
Yep.
Good confidence. And are you going to be here for the rest of the season, do you think?
Yeah.
Happy days. Well, we'll get to know you plenty then. I wish you the best of luck.
We're now joined by Lee from Moto 25, one of our partners here at Mallory Park. Lee, for anybody who's watching along, maybe doesn't know who you are, what you do here, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Lee. I'm from Moto 25 Bikes. Set up the company about 4 or 5 years ago. And I do all the Revy spares here, the serve-on parts, technical advice. Also help Jack run the events as well. And my son's racing 3 different classes, so very, very, very busy weekends for me.
Well, better busy than not, I suppose. But as you said, you're basically... The spares man feels the wrong way to put it, but you are the man that people turn to when something goes wrong, essentially.
Yeah, people do call me the Revy guy, because I do generally know them inside out. So, yeah, anyone who has any issues from adjusting brakes or chains to doing complete motor changes, we're fully equipped to do all of that.
And if there's anyone watching at home who's thinking about getting involved, maybe Mallory Park, they've got, someone young at home who maybe wants to get on a bike, what would you say to them? What's the Revy like? What would you recommend it, basically? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you would, but...
Yeah, I mean, the Revys are an absolutely fantastic balance bike, electric balance bike. They are certainly market leaders. They outsell every other brand. And, it's for one reason, because they are the better brand. The spares backup is amazing. You can buy every single spare part for them. Warranty is good. And it's just a great way for the kids to start their journey on racing bikes. They'll learn everything on that Revy that they need to learn to then go on and race a petrol bike in later years if they want to.
That's fantastic. And if someone does have a Revy and they've got a problem, where can they find you?
Yeah, so you can find it we're online on the website, which is moto25.co.uk. We're fully on Facebook, Instagram, all the social medias. Actual shop is based in Lincolnshire, in Holbeach, little town. So it is about a couple of hours from Mallory Park. But obviously we do all the Mallory Park meetings and other race events and practice events through the year.
All stuff. Well, Lee, thanks very much for speaking to us. And looking forward to having you back for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And we're now joined by one of our younger riders in the paddock. Would you like to just introduce yourself to everybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
George.
George what?
Breeze.
Thanks for joining us, George. And George, what class are you racing in this weekend?
E5.
Those things are quite quick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Is this your first season here at Mallory Park, or were you here the season before?
This is my 3rd.
So you've been here a while then, so basically you're an expert in this place, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. So you must be feeling confident going into this weekend then?
Yeah.
Talk about what it's like when you're on those E5 bikes. Again, you've said they're quick, but what's it actually like when you're out there riding it?
It's really hard to go up on the jumps and stuff and around the corners because it's really rocky.
So it's difficult, but it's still fun, is what you're saying?
And the corners in the inside, I'm trying to go really fast in the insides too.
But you're still having fun?
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track?
The tabletop.
I think that's a pretty common answer to be fair. I think everybody likes the tabletop.
I like the whoops there too, so I can do triples.
That's pretty good to be fair. I mean, obviously the E5s are quick, but to triple over those whoops, they're really aggressive. That's pretty good going.
Yeah.
Well, George, we'll let you get on with your weekend, but best of luck. We can't wait to see you out there.
Okay.
And from one room rider to another, do you want to just introduce yourself? What's your name? What class are you racing in for our viewers at home?
E5 and Olivia. My name's Olivia and I'm E5.
Olivia what? Just so people really know.
Olivia Topperman.
Olivia, thanks very much for joining us. How are you finding this year so far? How are you finding this weekend here at Mallory Park?
Good.
Just good, not great?
Great and good.
I like that. I like the confidence, but still the sun's shining. Have you been out there this weekend? You've been out on the bike? Is it all feeling okay if you have?
Yeah.
Riding fast?
Yeah.
So you're going to win?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. Really good stuff. But you said you're in the E5 class as well?
Yeah.
Again, I'll ask you what I asked George a moment ago. Those things are really, really fast, but it must be a lot of fun, surely.
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track when you're out there on that thing?
Probably the whoops.
Not the tabletop?
Well, it used to be, but it's got a little bit smaller now, so it's the whoops now.
Oh, so you liked it when it was massive and you could get some big air time?
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough. But still, you seem confident. You think you're going to win this weekend, but coming into the second round, you must be excited.
Yeah.
That's awesome stuff. Well, we can't wait to see you out there on track.
Thank you.
All right, continuing with Lee then, we've got some bikes here and I'd like you to talk us through them. This is the first one. They're all for Ethan Rudd, aren't they?
They are, yeah. So they're all my son's bike, Ethan Rudd. So this first one is the Sur-Ron Hyper-B. They've been out sort of just over a year. Really, really good level as a sort of upper range of the e-bike class, to be honest. This is running on the small wheels, so it's a 12-inch front, 10-inch rear. They also do a big wheel version which has the 14-inch in the front, 12-inch then in the rear. Obviously fully electric. The battery slots in and out the top, which is a great feature within these bikes. They have different power modes as well, so you can set them for that beginner or a full-on racer who's very used to power. Suspension's adjustable on them. Just a cracking little race bike, to be honest.
Do the riders then have control of the power modes as they race, or is that something that's decided beforehand?
No, that's something you decide beforehand. But you do also, with the Sur-Ron, get a remote control. So actually, as a parent, you can stand trackside and you can actually change that power mode from trackside, but the actual rider can't.
That's what makes these practice sessions so important then, because that'll be gaining confidence and helping the riders hopefully be ready for the weekend, and that's really important.
Yeah, very important, because like I say, obviously they start at a level and then you can build the power, as well as the actual power levels as well. There's a throttle response mode with this as well, so you can actually change how snappy and aggressive the power is, as well as the full power mode as well. So really, really adjustable. Great little bike.
All right, shall we move on to our next bike then? So obviously you can see the difference straight away in the wheel sizes. This is one of the bigger ones, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is the Revi 18. So Ethan races in the 5 to 7 year class on this one. So yeah, different concept. This is more the balance bike style of bike rather than a full-on motocross style. So again, adjustable suspension on it. The motor on this is 500 watts, which is in the hub, so there's no chain involved with this. It's just a direct drive hub motor. which is a great feature on these. The battery on this one slots up in the frame from underneath the bike. Again, completely removable, so you can have a spare battery and change batteries through the day. We'll obviously keep on top of charging them. Hydraulic disc brakes, front and rear. Again, 3 different power modes on this one, so you can build the child's confidence to their level of riding.
So, obviously, even riding all 3 of these, what's it like from changing bikes? Is it an easy transition, or does it take time to adjust?
He transitions really well with them. I mean, he's coming up 7 this year. He's been riding since he was 2 on like the smallest 12-inch Revy. So he has a lot of experience, but he's one of them lads who actually just enjoys riding bikes. So you can stick him on whatever and he'll just get on with it, you know, whereas a lot of kids, what happens is when they move from the balance bikes and they get a bigger bike, then they don't want to go back. But he doesn't mind at all. He just enjoys riding whatever he's given.
I think that's a brilliant attitude to have, isn't it? And you see it in his results as well. He's always in the top 4, top 3 areas. So I think it's impressive to see how well he's doing. Shall we have a look at the last bike then here in our lineup? Obviously, again, slightly smaller this one, isn't it? But still an interesting bike.
Yeah, so this is a Revy 16 plus actually, because again in the lower bikes, they start with a 12-inch, which is the smallest, then they do a standard 16. This is the 16 plus. As well as being a 16 plus, this has had many upgrades now, to be honest. It's got an upgraded hydraulic rear brake, actually got a hydraulic front brake, which they don't come with standard, and then it's got the Revy bigger motor in it as well, so they come standard at 250 watts, but in the older group Revy do a 350 watt motor, so this has got that fitted as well. So this is as high a level as you can get on a Revy 16 at the moment.
So obviously we're seeing electric racing in general developing quite a lot. So these are obviously the standard at the moment. How do you see them developing in the future?
It's difficult to say, to be honest. I mean, the big limiting factor still is battery life. I mean, these are great, to be honest. A standard one, you can hope to get like an hour. Once you get racing in these like tougher conditions with hills and jumps and stuff, that time does drop down, and as the children get bigger, the time drops down. But that's the next biggest step again, I think, is battery power and life. You know, this one is chain driven, which the Revy's have always been, but obviously the 18 we was just looking at is hub driven. That's been a step in the last couple of years that's happened. So there's always bits and pieces coming. It's like the hydraulic brakes on this as opposed to cable. You know, there's always bits and pieces.
All right, well, thank you. That's been fascinating, and hopefully Ethan does well, and I'm sure we'll see you again this season at some point.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're now joined by Darcy. Great to have you with us here this weekend. And do you want to just introduce yourself to people at home? What class are you riding in?
Revy 18.
And how are you finding that Revy machine so far? Are you enjoying it?
It's really fun.
So you obviously just love getting out there and riding then, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into this weekend? You excited, nervous, worried, or do you think you're just going to go out there, run away, win it all?
I'm really excited that I'm just going to try my best.
Well, I guess that's the main thing, is that you're going out, you have fun and you're trying your best, but are you still aiming to finish well at least?
Yeah.
Of course, that's great to hear. And I must say, I'm absolutely loving the pink on your bike and on your outfit as well. Looking really, really cool.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite colours, that.
If you couldn't have pink, what colour would you have?
Probably like purple or something.
I mean, you got a bit of purple on there as well, to be fair, so it's a bit of a double whammy, but still, again, you seem very excited for this weekend, and you seem like you can't wait to get back out there on the bike, but I'm assuming you've been out there a little bit already. I mean, obviously you can tell you're all dressed up and ready to go. How was it feeling? Was it feeling okay?
Yeah, it feels alright being out there.
And it looks like we've got lovely weather this weekend as well. Does that make it even better? The sun's shining, it's a lovely day to go out and ride a bike?
Yeah, at least it's not raining and chucking it down or something.
I don't think anyone likes it when it's raining, do they?
No, not really.
Well, Darcy, thanks a lot for speaking to us, and can't wait to see you out on track.
Okay, bye.
And from one young rider to another, how are we doing, Olivia? You all okay?
Yeah.
And it's a lovely weekend here at Mallory Park. You enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah.
But are you enjoying being out on the bike more?
Yeah.
What's the best part about being out there on the bike?
When it's like smooth.
Big jumps.
Yeah, lots of people like that as well. But are you going to be winning all 6 races this weekend?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. You're clearly you're feeling very fast.
Yeah.
Good, and we'll let you get on with your weekend preparation so you can go and win all 6 races. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go on, camera.
We thought we'd show you some behind-the-scenes action here at Mallory Park and show you what goes down in race control, and if you're a newcomer, who you need to come and speak to. So would you like to just introduce yourself to anybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
Hi guys, I'm Danielle and I'm in race control. I sign everyone on and just help everyone that comes, and that's about it really. I don't really know what to say.
I mean, it's a pretty thankless task, isn't it? Obviously, you know, you've got to sit here early in the mornings, get everybody signed on. Sometimes people come in and they're not happy because something's not gone right. So it's, you know, you have to deal with a lot of things, but you do a great job of it. How do you keep going?
I haven't got a clue, if I'm truly honest, but yeah, I don't know what to say. Sorry, I don't like cameras.
Well, it's all right. There's many people that don't, but it's all good experience when we come back in the future and speak to you again. For anyone who's watching at home who's thinking of coming along and getting involved, what do they need to do? Where do they need to look on the internet? And then when they come here, who do they need to speak to?
Mallor-E Park on Facebook. Drop us a message or look on our socials. We answer messages quite quickly, and I don't know what to say.
It's all right, and I know I've said it's a pretty thankless task in race control. So if there's any requests you have for people to like buy you sweets and things to bring in, would there be any preference?
Oh, I like strawberry laces.
There you go. You heard strawberry laces, everybody. Thanks. We'll leave you alone. Thank you very much, though.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, we're here with Tommy Cotter. How are you, Tommy?
Good.
Now, you were rapid in the first round of Mallory Park this season. You look very confident. How are you feeling coming into this round?
A bit nervous.
Why is that? Because you were so fast before. Where's the nerves come from?
Because one race I fell off. And that ruined my chance of getting first.
So how did you recover then from having incidents? Because it looks like you just bounced straight back up again. What is it like when you have a crash, and how did you recover from it?
I'll just get back on and work up to the lead.
So how's the track running been today then? You've looked relatively fast, so how's it been?
Dusty.
You've just come off, you're still covered in dust, so we're expecting this dust around all weekend long. So again, how do you deal with that when you're riding?
I don't really.
Is that you don't notice it, or you don't deal with it?
I don't notice it.
That's fair enough. We notice it in our production van. It gets very dusty. But how do you think you'll do this weekend then? And how do you think you'll be for the rest of the season?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win some more races? I mean, you were winning plenty before. I mean, get one race in the books, I imagine the confidence will be back, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll be watching closely. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, we're here with Blake Ford. How are you, Blake?
Good.
Oh, you've been out there on the track today. How have you been so far? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah.
And you were pretty quick in the first set of rounds. You were never out of the top 4. You were in the podium once or twice in 3rd place. So you had good pace. How do you think you'll do this time around?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win any races?
Yeah.
Good confidence. Do you reckon you'll win all the races?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, I wish you the best. I mean, it's the best answer you can get, isn't it? Well, I wish you the best luck. We'll be keeping an eye on you. And I'm sure your dad's very proud.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season here at, Mallor-E Park. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Owen Wyatt alongside me. We had some fantastic racing at the opening round. We are looking forward to even more of the same. No changes here at the track coming into this second round. Lovely weather ahead of us this weekend. But before we do get to our motocross action, let's first head over to the paddock and speak to some of the riders ahead of the weekend. We're joined now by one of our stars here at Mallor-E Park in the form of Caden Wardock, a double champion from last year and one of our championship leaders heading into round number 2. Caden, how are you feeling looking forward to the weekend?
Good.
Feeling confident on the bike?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Obviously, you're a double champion last year. You're doing very well in the championship after the opening round. You're looking to extend that?
Yeah.
What class are you riding in then this weekend, Caden?
The Revy 18 and the Ceron.
Obviously, they're a bit different, those two bikes. Which one do you prefer?
Ceron.
Is it because it's a bit faster?
Yes.
So you just want to get on the faster bike, is what you're saying?
Yes.
That's awesome stuff. You looking to win all 6 races this weekend then?
Yeah.
Oh, fingers crossed for you. See how you go. And it's looking like it's going to be a lovely, lovely weekend. Nice and warm weather. Are you looking forward to that, or do you prefer it when it's a bit colder?
I prefer the middle because I'm wearing a kit and it gets hot.
No, it does get hot. Obviously, it's hard work out there as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Still, though, you're looking calm and collected. You look like you're ready to go and have a smashing weekend.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Caden, all the best for the weekend.
Thank you.
Smile then, Caden. All right, Evie. Nice to see you again. How have you been?
Good.
Now, you were here for the first round last month. How have you found it, and what's it like coming back for the second round?
Feel more confident than last time.
How did your first set of races go then?
It went good. I got better at starts and stuff.
How's that run down towards the first bend? It's been made a lot longer this season. How do you find that sort of hitting the apex at one and trying to get ahead of your rivals?
It's a bit hard though because there's loads of stones and rocky bits.
You've got a load of bikes alongside you as well. So what do you focus on when you're, well, in general?
Focus on where I'm going and not of other people.
What's your favourite part of the track then? You've had a couple of events here now. Obviously, the new track layout that we have for this season, and you've been out on track again today as well. What's your favourite bits?
The jumps.
I like the ones at the end, you see, the ones at the whoops at the finish. How do you find those?
Quite easy.
That's good confidence, that. How do you think you're going to do this weekend?
A lot better than last time, so good.
Do you reckon you'll win some races?
Yeah.
Correct answer. Best of luck. Right, mate, what's your name?
Carter.
Alright, Carter. What's the bike then?
It's a Revy.
And how have you found riding it so far?
Cool.
Yeah. Is this your first time here, or have you been here before?
This is my first time.
How exciting is it? You've got a whole paddock around you. There's a good atmosphere around you. How have you found it?
Good.
Yeah. And what class are you going to be racing in this weekend?
I think it's a B.
And what's your favourite part of the bike then? I mean, it's quite an impressive machine, really. I mean, it's impressive to be riding it at this stage. And what's your favourite parts about your bike?
I like how... The motor, yeah.
Good answer, that. And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll win some races?
I don't know. Maybe.
I reckon you'll win some races. How long have you been riding bikes for then?
7 years.
7 years? I mean, that's such a long time already.
Only 7.
7 years, and just say, well, that's how you get to the top, isn't it? And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll be here for the rest of the season as well?
Maybe.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, then, what's your name?
Mallor-E.
Good to meet you. And this is your first round here?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is your bike. I like the colour scheme you got on the bike. Did you come up with yourself?
Yeah.
Big fan of it. Now, what class of bike is this? It's obviously quite a small bike.
Yeah.
Tell me what bike you got. What bike is it?
Whole bike.
It's a Revy.
It's a wee Revy bike, isn't it?
Yeah.
And very impressive machine. How have you found the track? Because obviously for a bike that small, to be taking the big jumps and the big hills, how's that been for you?
Yeah.
It's been very good indeed. So, how do you think you're going to do this weekend?
Gonna win, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah? You're going to win, aren't you?
Yep.
Good confidence. And are you going to be here for the rest of the season, do you think?
Yeah.
Happy days. Well, we'll get to know you plenty then. I wish you the best of luck.
We're now joined by Lee from Moto 25, one of our partners here at Mallory Park. Lee, for anybody who's watching along, maybe doesn't know who you are, what you do here, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Lee. I'm from Moto 25 Bikes. Set up the company about 4 or 5 years ago. And I do all the Revy spares here, the serve-on parts, technical advice. Also help Jack run the events as well. And my son's racing 3 different classes, so very, very, very busy weekends for me.
Well, better busy than not, I suppose. But as you said, you're basically the spares man feels the wrong way to put it, but you are the man that people turn to when something goes wrong, essentially.
Yeah, people do call me the Revy guy, because I do generally know them inside out. So, yeah, anyone who has any issues from adjusting brakes or chains to doing complete motor changes, we're fully equipped to do all of that.
And if there's anyone watching at home who's thinking about getting involved, maybe Mallory Park, they've got, someone young at home who maybe wants to get on a bike, what would you say to them? What's the Revy like? What would you recommend it, basically? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you would, but...
Yeah, I mean, the Revys are an absolutely fantastic balance bike, electric balance bike. They are certainly market leaders. They outsell every other brand. And, it's for one reason, because they are the better brand. The spares backup is amazing. You can buy every single spare part for them. Warranty is good. And it's just a great way for the kids to start their journey on racing bikes. They'll learn everything on that Revy that they need to learn to then go on and race a petrol bike in later years if they want to.
That's fantastic. And if someone does have a Revy and they've got a problem, where can they find you?
Yeah, so you can find it we're online on the website, which is moto25.co.uk. We're fully on Facebook, Instagram, all the social medias. Actual shop is based in Lincolnshire, in Holbeach, little town. So it is about a couple of hours from Mallory Park. But obviously we do all the Mallory Park meetings and other race events and practice events through the year.
All stuff. Well, Lee, thanks so much for speaking to us, and looking forward to having you back for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And we're now joined by one of our younger riders in the paddock. Would you like to just introduce yourself to everybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
George.
George what?
Breeze.
Thanks for joining us, George. And George, what class are you racing in this weekend?
E5.
Those things are quite quick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Is this your first season here at Mallory Park, or were you here the season before?
This is my third.
So you've been here a while then. So basically you're an expert in this place is what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. So you must be feeling confident going into this weekend then?
Yeah.
Talk about what it's like when you're on those E5 bikes. Again, you've said they're quick, but what's it actually like when you're out there riding it?
It's really hard to go up on the jumps and stuff and around the corners because it's really rocky.
So it's difficult, but it's still fun, is what you're saying.
And the corners in the inside, I'm trying to go really fast in the insides too.
But you're still having fun?
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track?
The tabletop.
I think that's a pretty common answer to be fair. I think everybody likes the tabletop.
I like the whoops there too, because I can do triples.
That's pretty good to be fair. I mean, obviously the E5s are quick, but to triple it over those whoops, they're really aggressive. That's pretty good going.
Yeah.
Well, George, we'll let you get on with your weekend, but best of luck. We can't wait to see you out there.
Okay.
And from one young rider to another, do you want to just introduce yourself? What's your name? What class are you racing in for our viewers at home?
E5 and Olivia. My name's Olivia and I'm E5.
Olivia what? Just so people really know.
Olivia Templeman.
Olivia, thanks very much for joining us. How are you finding this year so far? How are you finding this weekend here at Mallory Park?
Good.
Just good, not great?
Well, great and good.
I like that. I like the confidence, but still the sun's shining. Have you been out there this weekend? You've been out on the bike? Is it all feeling okay if you have?
Yeah.
Riding fast?
Yeah.
So you're going to win?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. Really good stuff. But you said you're in the E5 class as well?
Yeah.
Again, I'll ask you what I asked George a moment ago. Those things are really, really fast, but it must be a lot of fun, surely?
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track when you're out there on that thing?
Probably the whoops.
Not the tabletop?
Well, it used to be, but it's got a little bit smaller now, so it's the whoops now.
Oh, so you liked it when it was massive and you could get some big airtime?
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough. But still, you seem confident. You think you're going to win this weekend, but coming into the second round, you must be excited.
Yeah.
That's awesome stuff. Well, we can't wait to see you out there on track.
Thank you.
All right, continuing with Lee then, we've got some bikes here and I'd like you to talk us through them. This is the first one. They're all for Ethan Rudd, aren't they?
They are, yes. So they're all my son's bike, Ethan Rudd. So this first one is the Sur-Ron Hyper-B. They've been out sort of just over a year. Really, really good level as a sort of upper range of the e-bike class, to be honest. This is running on the small wheels. So it's a 12-inch front, 10-inch rear. They also do a big wheel version which has the 14-inch in the front, 12-inch then in the rear. Obviously fully electric. The battery slots in and out the top, which is a a great feature within these bikes. They have like different power modes as well, so you can set them for that beginner or a full-on, racer who's very used to power. Suspension's adjustable on them. Just a cracking little race bike, to be honest.
Do the riders then have control of the power modes as they race, or is that something that's decided beforehand?
No, that's something you decide beforehand. But you do also, with the Sur-Ron, get a remote control. So actually, as a parent, you can stand trackside and you can actually change that power mode from trackside, but the actual rider can't.
Right. That's what makes these practice sessions so important then, because that'll be gaining confidence and helping the riders hopefully be ready for the weekend, and that's really important.
Yeah, very important, because like I say, obviously they start at a level and then you can build the power, as well as the actual power levels as well. There's a throttle response mode with this as well, so you can actually change how snappy and aggressive the power is, as well as the full power mode as well. So really, really adjustable. Great little bike.
All right, shall we move on to our next bike then? So obviously you can see the difference straight away in the wheel sizes. This is one of the bigger ones, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is the Revy 18. So Ethan races in the 5 to 7 year class on this one. So yeah, different concept. This is more the balance bike style of bike rather than a full-on motocross style. So again, adjustable suspension on it. The motor on this is 500 watts, which is in the hub, so there's no chain involved with this. It's just a direct drive hub motor, which is a great feature on these. The battery on this one slots up in the frame from underneath the bike. Again, completely removable, so you can have a spare battery and change batteries through the day. We'll obviously keep on top of charging them. Hydraulic disc brakes, front and rear. Again, 3 different power modes on this one, so you can build the child's confidence to their level of riding.
So obviously, even riding all 3 of these, what's it like from changing bikes? Is it an easy transition, or does it take time to adjust?
He transitions really well with them. I mean, he's coming up 7 this year. He's been riding since he was 2 on like the smallest 12-inch Revy. So he has a lot of experience, but he's one of them lads who actually just enjoys riding bikes. So you can stick him on whatever and he'll just get on with it, whereas a lot of kids, what happens is when they move from the balance bikes and they get a bigger bike, then they don't want to go back. But he doesn't mind at all. He just enjoys riding whatever he's given.
I think that's a brilliant attitude to have, isn't it? And you see it in his results as well. He's always in the top 4, top 3 areas. So I think it's impressive to see how well he's doing. Shall we have a look at the last bike then here in our lineup? Obviously, again, slightly smaller this one, isn't it? But still an interesting bike.
Yeah, so this is a Revy 16 plus actually, because again in the lower bikes, they start with a 12-inch, which is the smallest, then they do a standard 16. This is the 16 plus. As well as being a 16 plus, this has had many upgrades now, to be honest. It's got an upgraded hydraulic rear brake, actually got a hydraulic front brake, which they don't come with standard, and then it's got the Revy bigger motor in it as well, so they come standard at 250 watts, but in the older group Revy do a 350 watt motor, so this has got that fitted as well. So this is as high a level as you can get on a Revy 16 at the moment.
So obviously we're seeing electric racing in general developing quite a lot, so these are obviously the standard at the moment. How do you see them developing in the future?
It's difficult to say, to be honest. I mean, the big limiting factor still is battery life. I mean, these are great, to be honest. A standard one, you can hope to get like an hour. Once you get racing in these like tougher conditions with hills and jumps and stuff, that time does drop down, and as the children get bigger, the time drops down. But that's the next biggest step again, I think, is battery power and life. This one is chain driven, which the Revy's have always been, but obviously the 18 we was just looking at is hub driven. That's been a step in the last couple of years that's happened. So there's always bits and pieces coming. It's like the hydraulic brakes on this as opposed to cable. There's always bits and pieces.
All right, well, thank you. That's been fascinating, and hopefully Ethan does well, and I'm sure we'll see you again this season at some point.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're now joined by Darcy. Great to have you with us here this weekend. And do you want to just introduce yourself to people at home? What class are you riding in?
Revy 18.
And how are you finding that revving machine so far? Are you enjoying it?
It's really fun.
So you obviously just love getting out there and riding then, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into this weekend? You excited, nervous, worried, or do you think you're just going to go out there, run away, win it all?
I'm being really excited that I'm just going to try my best.
Well, I guess that's the main thing, is that you're going out, you have fun and you're trying your best, but are you still aiming to finish well at least?
Yeah.
Of course, that's great to hear. And I must say, I'm absolutely loving the pink on your bike and on your outfit as well. Looking really, really cool.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite colours, that.
If you couldn't have pink, what colour would you have?
Probably like purple or something.
I mean, you got a bit of purple on there as well, to be fair, so it's a bit of a double whammy, but still, again, you seem very excited for this weekend, and you seem like you can't wait to get back out there on the bike, but I'm assuming you've been out there a little bit already. I mean, obviously you can tell you're all dressed up and ready to go. How was it feeling? Was it feeling okay?
Yeah, it feels alright being out there.
And it looks like we've got lovely weather this weekend as well. Does that make it even better? The sun's shining, it's a lovely day to go out and ride a bike?
Yeah, at least it's not raining and chucking it down or something.
I don't think anyone likes it when it's raining, do they?
No, not really.
Well, Darcy, thanks a lot for speaking to us, and can't wait to see you out on track.
Okay, bye.
And from one young rider to another, how are we doing, Olivia? You all okay?
Yeah.
And it's a lovely weekend here at Mallory Park. You enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah.
But are you enjoying being out on the bike more?
Yeah.
What's the best part about being out there on the bike?
When it's like smooth.
Big jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people like that as well. But are you going to be winning all 6 races this weekend?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. You're clearly you're feeling very fast.
Yeah.
Good, and we'll let you get on with your weekend preparation so you can go and win all 6 races. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go on, camera shy.
We thought we'd show you some behind-the-scenes action here at Mallory Park and show you what goes down in race control, and if you're a newcomer, who you need to come and speak to. So would you like to just introduce yourself to anybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
Hi guys, I'm Danielle and I'm in race control. I sign everyone on and just help everyone that comes, and that's about it really. I don't really know what to say.
I mean, it's a pretty thankless task, isn't it? Obviously, you know, you've got to sit here early in the mornings, get everybody signed on. Sometimes people come in and they're not happy because something's not gone right. So it's, you know, you have to deal with a lot of things, but you do a great job of it. How do you keep going?
I haven't got a clue, if I'm truly honest, but yeah, I don't know what to say. Sorry, I don't like cameras.
Well, it's all right. There's many people that don't, but it's all good experience when we come back in the future and speak to you again. For anyone who's watching at home who's thinking of coming along and getting involved, what do they need to do? Where do they need to look on the internet? And then when they come here, who do they need to speak to?
Mallor-E Park on Facebook. Drop us a message or look on our socials. We answer messages quite quickly, and I don't know what to say.
It's all right, and I know I've said it's a pretty thankless task in race control, so if there's any requests you have for people to like buy you sweets and things to bring in, would there be any preference?
Oh, I like strawberry laces.
There you go. You heard her. Strawberry laces, everybody. Thanks, we'll leave you alone. Thank you very much, though.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, we're here with Tommy Carter. How are you, Tommy?
Good.
Now, you were rapid in the first round of Mallory Park this season. You look very confident. How are you feeling coming into this round?
A bit nervous.
Why is that? Because you were so fast before. Where's the nerves come from?
Because one race I fell off. And that ruined my chance of getting first.
So how did you recover then from having incidents? Because it looks like you just bounced straight back up again. What is it like when you have a crash, and how did you recover from it?
I'll just get back on and work up to the lead.
So how's the track running been today then? You've looked relatively fast, so how's it been?
Dusty.
You've just come off, you're still covered in dust, so we're expecting this dust around all weekend long. So again, how do you deal with that when you're riding?
I don't really.
Is that you don't notice it, or you don't deal with it?
I don't notice it.
That's fair enough. We notice it in our production van. It gets very dusty. But how do you think you'll do this weekend then? And how do you think you'll be for the rest of the season?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win some more races? I mean, you were winning plenty before. I mean, get one race in the books, I imagine the confidence will be back, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll be watching closely. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, we're here with Blake Ford. How are you, Blake?
Good.
Oh, you've been out there on the track today. How have you been so far? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah.
And you were pretty quick in the first set of rounds. You were never out of the top 4. You were in the podium once or twice in 3rd place. So you had good pace. How do you think you'll do this time around?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win any races?
Yeah.
Good confidence. Do you reckon you win all the races?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, I wish you the I mean, it's the best answer you can get, isn't it? Well, I wish you the best luck. We'll be keeping an eye on you. And I'm sure your dad's very proud.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season here at, Mallor-E Park. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Owen Wyatt alongside me. We had some fantastic racing at the opening round. We are looking forward to even more of the same. No changes here at the track coming into this second round. Lovely weather ahead of us this weekend. But before we do get to our motocross action, let's first head over to the paddock and speak to some of the riders ahead of the weekend. We're joined now by one of our stars here at Mallor-E Park in the form of Caden Wardock, a double champion from last year and one of our championship leaders heading into round number 2. Caden, how are you feeling looking forward to the weekend?
Good.
Feeling confident on the bike?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Obviously you're a double champion last year. You're doing very well in the championship after the opening round. You're looking to extend that?
Yeah.
What class are you riding in then this weekend, Caden?
The Revy 18 and the Seron.
Obviously they're a bit different, those two bikes. So which one do you prefer?
Seron.
Is it because it's a bit faster?
Yes.
So you just want to get on the faster bike is what you're saying?
Yes.
That's awesome stuff. You looking to win all 6 races this weekend then?
Yeah.
Well, fingers crossed for you. See how you go. And it's going to look like it's going to be a lovely, lovely weekend. Nice and warm weather. Are you looking forward to that, or do you prefer it when it's a bit colder?
I prefer the middle because I'm wearing a kit and it gets hot.
No, it does get hot. Obviously, it's hard work out there as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Still, though, you're looking calm and collected. You look like you're ready to go and have a smashing weekend.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Caden Wardock, all the best for the weekend.
Thank you.
Smile then, Caden.
All right, Evie. Nice to see you again. How have you been?
Good.
Now, you were here for the first round last month. How have you found it, and what's it like coming back for the second round?
Feel more confident than last time.
How did your first set of races go then?
It went good. I got better at starts and stuff.
How's that run down towards the first bend? It's been made a lot longer this season. How have you found that sort of hitting the apex at 1 and trying to get ahead of your rivals?
It's a bit hard though because there's loads of stones and rocky bits.
You've got a load of bikes alongside you as well, so what do you focus on when you're, in general?
Focus on where I'm going and not of other people.
What's your favourite part of the track then? You've had a couple of events here now. Obviously, the new track layout that we have for this season, and you've been out on track again today as well. What's your favourite bits?
The jumps.
I like the ones at the end, you see, the ones at the whoops at the finish. How do you find those?
Quite easy.
That's good confidence, that. How do you think you're going to do this weekend?
A lot better than last time, so good.
Do you reckon you'll win some races?
Yeah.
Correct answer. Best of luck. All right, mate, what's your name?
Carter.
All right, Carter. What's the bike then?
It's a Revy.
And how have you found riding it so far?
Cool.
Yeah. Is this your first time here, or have you been here before?
This is my first time.
How exciting is it? You've got a whole paddock around you. There's a good atmosphere around here. How have you found it?
Good.
And what class are you going to be racing in this weekend?
I think it's a B.
And what's your favourite part of the bike then? I mean, it's quite an impressive machine, really. I mean, it's impressive to be riding it at this stage. And what's your favourite parts about your bike?
I like how... The motor, yeah.
Good answer there. And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll win some races?
I don't know. Maybe.
I reckon you'll win some races. How long have you been riding bikes for then?
7 years.
7 years? I mean, that's such a long time already. 7 years. And just say, that's how you get to the top, isn't it? And how do you think you're going to do this weekend? Do you reckon you'll be here for the rest of the season as well?
Maybe.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, then, what's your name?
Mallor-E.
Good to meet you. And this is your first round here? No, this is your bike. I like the colour scheme you got on the bike. Did you come up with yourself?
Yeah.
Big fan of it. Now, what class of bike is this? It's obviously quite a small bike.
Yeah.
Tell me what bike you got. What bike is it?
Little bike.
Is it Revy?
It's a wee Revy bike, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, very impressive machine. How have you found the track? Because obviously for a bike that small, to be taking the big jumps and the big hills, how's that been for you?
Yeah.
It's been very good indeed. So, how do you think you're going to do this weekend?
Gonna win, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah? You're going to win, aren't you?
Yep.
Good confidence. And are you going to be here for the rest of the season, do you think?
Yeah.
Happy days. Well, we'll get to know you plenty then. I wish you the best of luck.
We're now joined by Lee from Moto 25, one of our partners here at Mallory Park. Lee, for anybody who's watching along, maybe doesn't know who you are, what you do here, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Lee. I'm from Moto 25 Bikes. Set up the company about 4 or 5 years ago. And I do all the Revy spares here, the serve-on parts, technical advice. Also help Jack run the events as well. And my son's racing 3 different classes, so very, very, very busy weekends for me.
Well, better busy than not, I suppose. But as you said, you're basically the spares man feels the wrong way to put it, but you are the man that people turn to when something goes wrong, essentially.
Yeah, people do call me the Revy guy, because I do generally know them inside out. So, yeah, anyone who has any issues from adjusting brakes or chains to doing complete motor changes, we're fully equipped to do all of that.
And if there's anyone watching at home who's thinking about getting involved, maybe Mallory Park, they've got, someone young at home who maybe wants to get on a bike, what would you say to them? What's the Revy like? What would you recommend it, basically? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you would, but...
Yeah, I mean, the Revys are an absolutely fantastic balance bike, electric balance bike. They are certainly market leaders. They outsell every other brand. And, it's for one reason, because they are the better brand. The spares backup is amazing. You can buy every single spare part for them. Warranty is good. And it's just a great way for the kids to start their journey on racing bikes. They'll learn everything on that Revy that they need to learn to then go on and race a petrol bike in later years if they want to.
That's fantastic. And if someone does have a Revy and they've got a problem, where can they find you?
Yeah, so you can find it we're online on the website, which is moto25.co.uk. We're fully on Facebook, Instagram, all the social medias. Actual shop is based in Lincolnshire, in Holbeach, little town. So it is about a couple of hours from Mallory Park. But obviously we do all the Mallory Park meetings and other race events and practice events through the year.
All stuff. Well, Lee, thanks very much for speaking to us. And looking forward to having you back for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And we're now joined by one of our younger riders in the paddock. Would you like to just introduce yourself to everybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
George.
George what?
Breeze.
Thanks for joining us, George. And George, what class are you racing in this weekend?
E5.
Those things are quite quick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Is this your first season here at Mallory Park, or were you here the season before?
This is my 3rd.
So you've been here a while then. So basically you're an expert in this place is what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. So you must be feeling confident going into this weekend then?
Yeah.
Talk about what it's like when you're on those E5 bikes. Again, you've said they're quick, but what's it actually like when you're out there riding it?
It's really hard to go up on the jumps and stuff and around the corners because it's really rocky.
So it's difficult, but it's still fun is what you're saying?
And the corners in the inside, I'm trying to go really fast in the insides too.
But you're still having fun?
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track?
The tabletop.
I think that's a pretty common answer to it. I think everybody likes the tabletop.
I like the whoops there too, so I can do triples.
That's pretty good, to be fair. I mean, obviously the E5s are quick, but to triple over those whoops, they're really aggressive. That's pretty good going.
Yeah.
Well, George, we'll let you get on with your weekend, but best of luck. We can't wait to see you out there.
Okay.
And from one room rider to another, do you want to just introduce yourself? What's your name? What class are you racing in for our viewers at home?
E5 and Olivia. My name's Olivia and I'm E5.
Olivia what? Just so people really know.
Olivia Templeman.
Olivia, thanks very much for joining us. How are you finding this year so far? How are you finding this weekend here at Mallory Park?
Good.
Just good, not great?
Well, great and good.
I like that. I like the confidence, but still the sun's shining. Have you been out there this weekend? You've been out on the bike? Is it all feeling okay if you have?
Yeah.
Riding fast?
Yeah.
So you got to win?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. Really good stuff. But you said you're in the E5 class as well?
Yeah.
Again, I'll ask you what I asked George a moment ago. Those things are really, really fast, but it must be a lot of fun, surely.
Yeah.
And what's your favourite part of the track when you're out there on that thing?
Probably the whoops.
Not the tabletop?
Well, it used to be, but it's like got a little bit smaller now, so it's the whoops now.
Oh, so you liked it when it was massive and you could get some big airtime?
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough. But still, you seem confident. You think you're going to win this weekend, but coming into the second round, you must be excited.
Yeah.
That's awesome stuff. Well, we can't wait to see you out there on track.
Thank you.
All right, continuing with Lee then, we've got some bikes here and I'd like you to talk us through them. This is the first one. They're all for Ethan Rudd, aren't they?
They are, yes. So they're all my son's bike, Ethan Rudd. So this first one is the Sur-Ron Hyper-B. They've been out sort of just over a year. Really, really good level as a sort of upper range of the e-bike class, to be honest. This is running on the small wheels, so it's a 12-inch front, 10-inch rear. They also do a big wheel version which has the 14-inch in the front, 12-inch then in the rear. Obviously fully electric. The battery slots in and out the top, which is a great feature within these bikes. They have like different power modes as well, so you can set them for that beginner or a full-on, racer who's very used to power. Suspension's adjustable on them. Just a cracking little race bike, to be honest.
Do the riders then have control of the power modes as they race, or is that something that's decided beforehand?
No, that's something you decide beforehand. But you do also, with the Sur-Ron, get a remote control. So actually, as a parent, you can stand trackside and you can actually change that power mode from trackside, but the actual rider can't.
Right. That's what makes these practice sessions so important then, because that'll be gaining confidence and helping the riders hopefully be ready for the weekend, and that's really important.
Yeah, very important, because like I say, obviously they start at a level and then you can build the power, as well as the actual power levels as well. There's a throttle response mode with this as well, so you can actually change how snappy and aggressive the power is, as well as the full power mode as well. So really, really adjustable. Great little bike.
All right, shall we move on to our next bike then? So obviously you can see the difference straight away in the wheel sizes. This is one of the bigger ones, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is the Revy 18. So Ethan races in the 5 to 7 year class on this one. So yeah, different concept. This is more the balance bike style of bike rather than a full-on motocross style. So again, adjustable suspension on it. The motor on this is 500 watts, which is in the hub, so there's no chain involved with this. It's just a direct drive hub motor, which is a great feature on these. The battery on this one slots up in the frame from underneath the bike. Again, completely removable, so you can have a spare battery and change batteries through the day. We'll obviously keep on top of charging them. Hydraulic disc brakes, front and rear. Again, 3 different power modes on this one, so you can build the child's confidence to their level of riding.
So obviously, even riding all 3 of these, what's it like from changing bikes? Is it an easy transition, or does it take time to adjust?
He transitions really well with them. I mean, he's coming up 7 this year. He's been riding since he was 2 on like the smallest 12-inch Revy. So he has a lot of experience, but he's one of them lads who actually just enjoys riding bikes. So you can stick him on whatever and he'll just get on with it, whereas a lot of kids, what happens is when they move from the balance bikes and they get a bigger bike, then they don't want to go back. But he doesn't mind at all. He just enjoys riding whatever he's given.
I think that's a brilliant attitude to have, isn't it? And you see it in his results as well. He's always in the top 4, top 3 areas, so I think it's impressive to see how well he's doing. Shall we have a look at the last bike then here in our lineup? Obviously, again, slightly smaller this one, isn't it? But still an interesting bike.
Yeah, so this is a Revy 16 plus actually, because again in the lower bikes, they start with a 12-inch, which is the smallest, then they do a standard 16. This is the 16 plus. As well as being a 16 plus, this has had many upgrades now, to be honest. It's got an upgraded hydraulic rear brake, actually got a hydraulic front brake, which they don't come with standard, and then it's got the Revy bigger motor in it as well, so they come standard at 250 watts, but in the older group Revy do a 350 watt motor, so this has got that fitted as well. So this is as high a level as you can get on a Revy 16 at the moment.
So obviously we're seeing electric racing in general developing quite a lot, so these are obviously the standard at the moment. How do you see them developing in the future?
It's difficult to say, to be honest. I mean, the big limiting factor still is battery life. I mean, these are great, to be honest. A standard one, you can hope to get like an hour. Once you get racing in these like tougher conditions with hills and jumps and stuff, that time does drop down, and as the children get bigger, the time drops down. But that's the next biggest step again, I think, is battery power and life. This one is chain driven, which the Revy's have always been, but obviously the 18 we were just looking at is hub driven. That's been a step in the last couple of years that's happened. So there's always bits and pieces coming. It's like the hydraulic brakes on this as opposed to cable. There's always bits and pieces.
All right, well, thank you. That's been fascinating, and hopefully Ethan does well, and I'm sure we'll see you again this season at some point.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're now joined by Darcy. Great to have you with us here this weekend. And do you want to just introduce yourself to people at home? What class are you riding in?
Revy 18.
And how are you finding that Revy machine so far? Are you enjoying it?
It's really fun.
So you obviously just love getting out there and riding then, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into this weekend? You excited, nervous, worried, or do you think you're just going to go out there, run away, win it all?
I'm really excited that I'm just going to try my best.
Well, I guess that's the main thing, is that you're going out, you have fun and you're trying your best, but are you still aiming to finish well at least?
Yeah.
Of course, that's great to hear. And I must say, I'm absolutely loving the pink on your bike and on your outfit as well, looking really, really cool.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite colours, that.
If you couldn't have pink, what colour would you have?
Probably like purple or something.
I mean, you got a bit of purple on there as well, to be fair, so it's a bit of a double whammy, but still, again, you seem very excited for this weekend, and you seem like you can't wait to get back out there on the bike, but I'm assuming you've been out there a little bit already. I mean, obviously you can tell you're all dressed up and ready to go. How was it feeling? Was it feeling okay?
Yeah, it feels alright being out there.
And it looks like we've got lovely weather this weekend as well. Does that make it even better? The sun's shining, it's a lovely day to go out and ride a bike?
Yeah, at least it's not raining and chucking it down or something.
I don't think anyone likes it when it's raining, do they?
No, not really.
Well, Darcy, thanks a lot for speaking to us, and can't wait to see you out on track.
Okay, bye.
And from one young rider to another, how are we doing, Olivia? You all okay?
Yeah.
And it's a lovely weekend here at Mallory Park. You enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah.
But are you enjoying being out on the bike more?
Yeah.
What's the best part about being out there on the bike?
When it's like smooth.
Big jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people like that as well. But are you going to be winning all 6 races this weekend?
Yeah.
I like the confidence. You're clearly you're feeling very fast.
Yeah.
Good, we'll let you get on with your weekend preparation so you can go and win all 6 races. Thank you.
Thank you.
We thought we'd show you some behind-the-scenes action here at Mallory Park and show you what goes down in race control, and if you're a newcomer, who you need to come and speak to. So would you like to just introduce yourself to anybody at home who maybe doesn't know who you are?
Hi guys, I'm Danielle and I'm in race control. I sign everyone on and just help everyone that comes, and that's about it really. I don't really know what to say.
I mean, it's a pretty thankless task, isn't it? Obviously, you've got to sit here early in the mornings, get everybody signed on. Sometimes people come in and they're not happy because something's not gone right. So it's, you have to deal with a lot of things, but you do a great job of it. How do you keep going?
I have haven't got a clue if I'm truly honest, but yeah, I don't know what to say. Sorry, I don't like cameras.
Well, it's all right. There's many people that don't, but it's all good experience when we come back in the future and speak to you again. For anyone who's watching at home who's thinking of coming along and getting involved, what do they need to do? Where do they need to look on the internet? And then when they come here, who do they need to speak to?
Mallor-E Park on Facebook. Drop us a message or look on our socials. We answer messages quite quickly, and I don't know what to say.
It's all right, and I know I've said it's a pretty thankless task in race control, so if there's any requests you have for people to like buy you sweets and things to bring in, would there be any preference?
Oh, I like strawberry laces.
There you go. You heard her. Strawberry laces, everybody. Thanks, we'll leave you alone. Thank you very much, though.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, we're here with Tommy Cotter. How are you, Tommy?
Good.
Now, you were rapid in the first round of Mallory Park this season. You look very confident. How are you feeling coming into this round?
A bit nervous.
Why is that? Because you were so fast before. Where's the nerves come from?
Because one race I fell off. And that ruined my chance of getting first.
So how did you recover then from having incidents? Because it looks like you just bounced straight back up again. What's it like when you have a crash, and how did you recover from it?
I'll just get back on and work up to the lead.
So how has the track running been today then? You've looked relatively fast, so how's it been?
Dusty.
You've just come off, you're still covered in dust, so we're expecting this dust around all weekend long. So again, how do you deal with that when you're riding?
I don't really.
Is that you don't notice it, or you don't deal with
I
it?
don't notice it.
That's fair enough. We notice it in our production van. It gets very dusty. But how do you think you'll do this weekend then? And how do you think you'll be for the rest of the season?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win some more races? I mean, you were winning plenty before. I mean, get one race in the books, I imagine the confidence will be back, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll be watching closely. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, we're here with Blake Ford. How are you, Blake?
Good.
Now, you're out there on the track today. How have you been so far? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah.
And you were pretty quick in the first set of rounds. You were never out of the top four. You were in the podium once or twice in third place. So you had good pace. How do you think you'll do this time around?
Good.
Do you reckon you'll win any races?
Yeah.
Good confidence. Do you reckon you win all the races?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, I wish you the best. I mean, it's the best answer you can get, isn't it? Well, I wish you the best luck. We'll be keeping an eye on you. And I'm sure your dad's very proud.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season here at, Mallor-E Park. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Owen Wyatt alongside me. We had some fantastic racing at the opening round. We are looking forward to even more of the same. No changes here at the track coming into this second round. Lovely weather ahead of us this weekend. But before we do get to our motocross action, let's first head over to the paddock and speak to some of the riders ahead of the weekend. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to what is a slightly less sunny, slightly chillier, and slightly windier Mallor-E Park circuit. We are here for Sunday's action of this second round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park Junior Electric Motocross Championships. And we are so excited. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Owen Wyatt alongside me, bringing you all of today's action. Owen, we had 45 fantastic races yesterday, 45 more heading our way today, and we can't wait.
Absolutely, it was a fantastic day of racing yesterday, and as you say, it was a lot hotter yesterday. We've got completely different conditions today. The wind has picked up a little bit, and it is certainly a lot colder. The riders have all been out. Each class had 2 laps of practice in the last hour, so they'll be going straight into this. Not long to sort of acclimatise to these conditions. So after yesterday, we may see a few races shaken up a little bit. This should be very interesting.
Certainly should be. As you said, practice has just finished just before we came live to you from our international broadcast centre. So we are hopefully not too far away before we get underway with our first moto of the day. That is the 12-inch 3-year-old class. Of course, using the slightly shorter layout. They won't be heading up soon and so on, but you can see the crowds ready and waiting for the action to get underway. As always, it's going to be fantastic racing here at Mallor-E Park, and we are so excited. Hello and welcome. If you are just joining us, don't worry, you've missed none of the action here at Mallory Park. We're only a few moments away from our first race of the day. Of course, joining us live from the Mallor-E Park YouTube channel or from Motorsport Radio, or indeed over on Facebook as well. Wherever around the world you're watching us, we hope you're having a great day. Hope you enjoyed yesterday's action and hope you're looking forward to today just as much as us. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, and stream all of the above to help promote the best junior electric motocross racing in the UK and get our riders' names out there. And if you are watching along on Motorsport Radio, make sure you're joining us over on motorsport.radio for the remainder of the month of May. We had the Santiago Grand Prix last night and we are all the way ready, building up to the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Motorsport Radio, the only place you can get Radio IndyCar outside of the States. But that's not important right now. What's important right now is the fantastic motocross action we are about to be witnessing. 45 motors awaiting us today on. Again, a little bit of different conditions to yesterday at the moment, but it's still dry. The track has been watered down, but still expecting a little bit of dust. There is a slight tailwind into the opening turn from the gate as well, so that could cause a little bit of drama. But overall, mood seems to be high in the paddock. Everyone seems to be excited to get going racing once again. Couple more riders joining us for today as well that unfortunately weren't able to join in Saturday's action. So theoretically, anyway, it should mean even more fun for us.
Absolutely, we're going to have a lot more fun today, I imagine. All the riders are well up for it as well when they came in this morning, straight back onto the track, and they've had a great time. And as you say, even extra riders today, and that's saying something because one of the tiers yesterday had up to 17 riders into it. We only have enough for 16, so you can see how much Mallory Park is growing, and this event has been highly successful so far. The classes that we have today, we've got these 12-inch 3-year and 4 to 5-year-old classes, the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old and 5 to 7 classes, the 18-inch 5 to 8-year-old class, and the 9 to 14, 18 to 20-inch classes. And then we've got our E2s, our E3s, E4s, E5s, and then of course the Surrey small wheel and big wheel cups. And that's 3 races each on all of those, 45 for the day, 90 for the weekend. It's amazing how quickly everything gets put together, and obviously all organised by Jack Ford. He does a great job, and it looks like he's about to head out and set out the first race. You can see him on the right hand side of your screen there, just knocking about for a while.
Could be having a little briefing potentially by the looks of things. Yes. That looks like a microphone, so it might be having a little bit of a longer wait than initially expected. While Jack
gets listening to him actually,
but maybe we'll wait and see him. And obviously it is electric here, no engines throughout. There are some supercars running around the Mallory Park main circuit in the background. There's some sort of track day experience going on here at the famous Leicestershire circuit. Of course, if anybody's down there for the track day experience, feel free to head on over and see some proper racing instead of older blokes going around very slowly and possibly crashing some Lamborghinis or something. So we are going to... What are we listening to hear what Jack has to say?
Everyone had a good day listening? Good. Right, just recap on a couple of things. Parents down... Guys, go a bit quiet just for a minute. Parents down at turn 1 helping out with the other races. Great job. Thank you very much. Give yourselves a clap on the back for that.
A little bit difficult to hear what Jack's trying to say, unfortunately. Maybe not the best quality microphone, but he's trying his best, and I'm sure the speakers are pointing away from our camera operator as well. But I'm sure he's just running through all the basics, try not to crash into each other, respect the rules, respect the flags, etc., etc. And the most important thing as well for these young riders, have fun.
Well, this is fun. It's all about having fun, isn't it? I think you can see next to Jack as well. I think that's his kid Blake Ford. We see him in a couple of the divisions as well here, just on his left-hand side. And he's had a good weekend so far. So, yeah, Jack, he'll just be letting all the riders know everything, as you said, that they already sort of do know. And, they'll just be told, behave yourselves, enjoy yourselves. And they all know the track conditions now, so we won't need to warn them too much about that. When I was looking outside our commentary box earlier on, the dust seems to be a lot less because the track, obviously, it gets watered at the end of every day, and since it was so cold last night, it didn't really get much of a chance to dry. So I think they'll all be aware of what they need to do as Jack continues his talk to the riders. don't think they paid much attention really, but we're not worried. we're not worried about that too much. I think they just want to get on track, don't they?
Well, everyone should know the rules and the flags and all that, but it's good to go through it once again. As always, rider briefings very, very important, especially for some of the younger riders who maybe a little bit forgetful or something along those lines. Your brain doesn't finish developing until you're 25. We got riders as young as 3 out there, so maybe they need a little bit of reminding or something along those lines. Of course, while we're waiting, a big thank you to all our sponsors and partners here at Mallor-E Park in ASD Graphics, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Witham Grange Glamping, Chorley Accounting, JTech Vans, Moto Verde, Spooks, Moto 25 and Revy. Of course, a couple of extra prizes going out in race number 6 for some of the classes today. Of course, in our Moto number 6, the final motos of the weekend for all of our classes, we do have the Moto Verde Whole Shot Award. So whoever gets the whole shot coming out of turn number 1 with the race lead will receive a prize from Moto Verde, presumably some bike cleaning solution, because that's what Moto Verde provides. If you are here, make sure you head over to the Moto Verde tent to get yourself some salt-free bike and car cleaning solutions. We also have the Witham Grange Glamping Award going out. That's going to be a randomly selected rider from one of the E3 classes. I believe it's the 5 to 7 class, but I could be wrong. It may be the 4 to 5-year-old class. And one randomly selected rider from Moto number 6 their family gets a free weekend glamping for full, which ain't too bad if you ask me. I want to complain about that one. So a big thank you to all of those guys for their support and, of course, for being partners here at Mallory Park. We really couldn't be here without them and the services they provide. So a big thank you to them, of course. And if you're sat at home watching along and excited for the racing, which shouldn't be too far away, just as we are, and you're wondering how to get involved, and you missed what Daniel was saying when we intercepted her in race control the other day, much to her annoyance in the interview segment. Head over to the Mallor-E Park Facebook page, find out more, drop a message. Jack and Daniel, both very, very lovely people. Jack and Daniel, of course, are our series organizer, race director, series founders, etc., etc. They are sure to help you out. They run a very, very tight ship here, but of course they want to make sure that everybody is involved, everybody is welcome, and everyone is having fun as well. So make sure you head over to the Facebook page at Mallor-E Park Limited, drop them a message and find out how you can get involved, or if you've got a little one who wants to get a go on an electric motocross bike, or you want to give them a go just to see what they've got and see if there's potentially a career in them for it, or just have some family fun time as well, because that's what it's all about, especially for some of the youngest riders. Then please do head on over, find out how you can get involved. Last time out at round number 1, we had 184 separate entries, which smashed, obliterated the previous record. At the first ever round at Mallory Park in the previous season, there was 55. So it just goes to show how much the championship has grown over the course of 1 year. We don't have the numbers in for this round yet. We do have the entry list, but that requires me doing maths, and quite frankly, that's the last thing I want to do at, coming up to about 9:45 British summertime here at Mallory Park. But from an immediate eyeball, I'd say it's at least very close to that number, if not more. So once again, the championship continued to grow round and round again. We're supposed to only have 16 riders per race. One race has 17 because we managed to find an extra spot for them behind the gate. Just goes to show how popular the electric junior motocross is becoming. It really is the gateway into motocross, into bike racing as well, because a lot of people then transition onto road racing and do get their start in motocross. Blake Ford, Jack's son, is getting his first go on a mini moto later this season, putting his motocross experience to good use. So it just goes to show how quickly this championship has grown, and that the future not only is very much electric in motorsport, but it's very, very bright as well.
Absolutely, it's a massive future for all these riders here. It's all vital experience at this early age, especially, as you say, Jonna's 3 years old out there. And when you're saying about the growth of this championship, one of the better examples is actually the 12-year-old classes, because last time we were here last month, we had combined the 3-year-old and 4 to 5-year-old classes, but now we've got too many riders and they can't combine them anymore. As you see, the riders starting to be pushed out into their starting positions now. Remember, there's no qualifying here at Mallory Park. Your position is drawn out of a hat, essentially. It's all random, so you can see riders being brought out. The riders to look out for in this race will be the number 21, Sadie Jenkin, the number 4, Tommy Betts, who was the fastest rider yesterday but had a lot of issues when it came to falling off the bike. If he's able to stay on the bike, look out for him, so he may well be in the fight for wins. Albie Murphy was one of our winners yesterday in the number 9, as was Archie Pitt in the 89, and the other riders in this field, Jesse Ellis in the 24, Mel Goodison, who was a regular fixture, in 2nd place, so we'll see if he can upgrade that today. Finlay Stobalak in the 469, Mia Cunningham in the 2, River Moulton in the 12 and Coltonwood in the 1. It is worth pointing out that even though we do have a 21, a 12 and a 2, they all actually show up as 2s, which is really, really nice for us. But hopefully we won't get too confused by them. As you can see, most riders have been put on the right-hand side of the grid, and then there's one rider just off screen where you can just see his helmet on the left has been put completely to the outside, so it'll be interesting to look out for them to see what sort of start they can get, because that's quite a big advantage having that much room to your left, isn't it?
It certainly is, and as well, the rule of thumb is in motocross in general, even when there is a qualifying, when you get older and you get to World Championships, British Championships, European Championships, even across in AMX or whatever. The rule of thumb is you either want to be on the far inside, so you kind of just outbrake everybody and just hold it down into turn 1, or you want to be on the far outside to get the line and get the sweeping run in. Of course, with these 350 watt 12-inch machines, I think just getting a good getaway from the gate, getting dropped is far more important. They don't really have the power and the pace to really be too concerned about smashing down into an opening turn with about 30, 40 other bikes out there, especially when you've got a field of, about 11 riders, I want to say. But we are almost ready to get our first moto of the day underway. You can see a couple of riders feeling a bit chilly this morning. Got the woolly coats on for somebody there. That looks to be gate position number 9 for one of the 2s. I believe that one is Mia Cunningham, I want to say. Again, we've got 3 2s out there on the plates of the bike. That is Mia Cunningham, who is the number 2. We also have the 21 is registered for Sadie Jenkin, and then also the 12 of River Moulton. So just keep your minds open to that one, and try not to get yourself too lost with all the numbers and all the likes. A big thank you to Revy and Moto25s, our partners for all of our balance bike races here at Mallor-E Park for this second round of 2026. Revy, of course, a bike that many of the riders will be using from the 12-inch classes all the way up to the 20-inch classes, and Moto25, our official race support here at Mallory Park, and official parts and spares supplier of Revy as well. If you have any problems with your Revy bike, please head over to Lee down at the Moto25 tent, and he will be more than happy to help you out. He's a really, really nice guy, and he certainly knows a thing or two about Revy machines as well. It looks like we are almost ready to get the gate drop. Then our series director, Jack Ford, heading over to the starting positions. He'll have a last couple of words with some of the riders, some of the parents, before we set them off on our way. The hand will go up and the gate will drop, and it'll be time to kickstart Sunday's action here at the second round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season. Reminding our youngest riders just to watch that gate when it drops. We are going racing here on Sunday, which it does so now. A great start there from the 4 of Betts, but is he going to get the whole shot on the run down into turn 1? Looks like the 9 gets a good launch there. Albie Murphy could be the one who leads us out of the opening corner as they're side by side on the run in. It will be Murphy that gets the whole shot in this opening race of the day as the rest of the riders negotiate their way round again. A little bit of mud here as that looks like Betts has gone down potentially on the number 4 machine, and the rest of the riders trying to stop. Another rider's gone down as well as they hit a divot, trying to stop to avoid what was going on in front, but they'll continue to work their way around. Look at the lead that Murphy has as a result of that opening chaos. He's already at the tabletop while everyone else is still a couple of corners behind. The perfect start to a Sunday for the number 9 as the rest of the riders scrambling to try and catch him back up.
Yeah, Albie Murphy, he was 4th place in yesterday's 3rd race behind Archie Pay, who won, and it was Mel Goodson by the looks of it, who was with Tommy Betts there, and they came together just on the exit as he came by the whole shot. And it's a shame again for Tommy. We said this before the race started, that if he can stay on the bike, we know he's got some good pace, but we'll see how he gets on as we see the riders coming through to the bottom of Mallory Mountain. Remember, they don't go up the southern summit. I don't think they'll be able to get enough momentum from the bottom of the hill, so they'll just go straight across and take the last couple of corners. But it looks to me like Albie Murphy's already got around 10 seconds. You can see where the track is still a little bit damp from where it was watered last night. Like I said, it's been cold and windy, so not really much of a chance for this track to dry. The sun was trying to peek through a little bit, but it looks very much to me like it's going to be one of those sort of dull days. So completely different track conditions to before. So Albie Murphy leads in the first lap. This is going to be Colton Wood coming through. He was 6th place at the end of yesterday's 3rd race, so this is good progress being made. But on the inside, over the whoops goes Amel Goodson. who may not quite get the move done. He had good momentum heading into the woods, but then had to back off as he headed through, and I think he'll just have to slot in behind in third place. The rider behind that looks to be Tommy Betts, so he was able to get back on the bike and will be fighting away, hopefully to see if he can get himself towards at least third place. He's coming past Mel Goodson now. He looks to not have much straight line speed at the moment. He struggled to get into second place, and now he's lost that third place. Behind this, we're looking at one of the twos. This could well be
it's River Moulton.
River Moulton, isn't it? She's got the one sort of been covered up, hasn't it? She's been overtaken by the 89 of Archie Pitt, one of our winners, our last winner here yesterday. So we'll see what sort of pace he's got. And behind that, we're looking at the 148 coming through. And behind that, I believe this one is Sadie Jenkins, one of the other twos out there. Many twos out there, like I say, which is fun to try and keep an eye on. But here is Colton Wood, who is now behind the 31 of Lamel Goodson.
Goodson working his way through up into second place. Then let's see if he can put chase on the number 9 of Albie Murphy, but it was a 19-second gap at the timing beam at the end of the first lap. Again, Murphy taking massive advantage of the chaos out of the opening turns and just bolting away into the distance and not really looking back. But Goodson, a very, very capable rider himself. Let's see if he can at least try to get that distance down ever so slightly as he works his way through the still damp left-hander there. Again, a very tight turn for these young riders. Normally quite a big left-hand sweeper for the bigger bikes that bomb their way down Surin Summit, but on this short and loud for the smaller balance beam bikes that don't quite have the power to make their way out. Only 350 watts available for these 12-inch bikes. For the 3-year-old class, it does go up to 450. For the 4 to 5-year-old class, of course, the rider's a little bit bigger, probably more capable of handling that extra power, that extra torque, the extra 100 watts provided by the motor. As there we see, that looks like, rider's gone down there as that's coming through to the left-hander in the final couple of corners there, trying to get back up, but he looks okay immediately. We'll go back to the action in second place. Goodison still holding on from the number 1 of Colton Wood, and in fact Tommy Betts has managed to get through Lamel Goodison, so there's been a bit of a change there by the looks of things. We'll continue to follow him around as he heads over the single into the right-hander of turn number 3 and then bouncing his way over the double in a short moment's time. Again, a bit awkward for these small bikes. And the 89 of Archie Pitt, even, should I say, Lamel Goodison a bit further in front. These small bikes, they don't really get much airtime, shall we say. Not really enough power or pace to make their way up into the air, but it's more like a bit of a roller coaster from up and down for these young riders.
You can see a little bit of damage there on the number plate, can't you, for the 89 of Archie Pitt. He was one of the riders that went down at the first corner on the first lap, so you can see it's done a little bit of structural damage. It shouldn't be too much more than that as he runs in 4th at the moment. This is our leader, Albie Murphy, who's just set a rather slow lap time actually compared to what he was doing before. His fastest lap so far is 129.7. That one just finished there was a 136.6, which is very similar to what Tommy Betts is doing at the moment. He's running second place, highest he's been this weekend so far, and he's just set his new fastest lap about 132 dead, so a couple of seconds off of the ultimate pace, but very much pulling away from Lamel Goodson, who runs third. Archie Pitt runs in 4th at the moment with Colton Wood in 5th. As you can hear all the supercars in the background in Mallory Park Circuit, you're going to hear them all day long. They're all going to be enjoying a big track day. As we see Mia Cunningham running in 6th place, Sadie Jenkins in 7th, Jesse Ellis in 8th, with River Moulton in 9th, and Finlay Stoblack may have been the rider we saw going down before, who runs in 10th. But with Albie Murphy, this is all looking very calm and composed at the moment. The 24-second lead, not grown as much as you maybe would have expected based on what the first lap was like, but he's still doing everything he needs to do. That wet patch will be really interesting to see when we see some of the bigger bikes later on when they come down Surin Summit, because that's going to be right where they're looking to try and turn in that wet patch. They will have had those 2 laps of practice, of course, but it's all different when you're racing. Now, around the final corner, there's going to be a little bit of traffic here for Albie to worry about, but he doesn't need to take it too much, as he will look to his left-hand side and see the checkered flag. It's going to be the first victory of the day for Albie Murphy, and he's going to continue for another lap just because he can. But he's very much the winner of this race, as he sets a 136.6 again in the final lap. He's just going to keep going and going and going. He's lapping a few riders, to be fair. He may well be on their last laps anyway, but this is our winner for Moto 4. The first race on this Sunday is Albie Murphy, who wins ahead of Tommy Betts and Lamel Goodson. Archie Pitt will be in 4th, with Colton Wood 5th, Sadie Jenkins 6th, Maya Cunningham in 7th, Jessie Ellis in 8th, and River Moulton and Finley Stoblag. I think they're the 2 riders that Albie was lapping at the end. As he he could go all day, couldn't he?
Yeah, a little victory lap, probably a bit of confusion because he was lapping those other riders, so probably saw the last lap flag and not the checkered flag, and has continued to make his way around. But Albie Murphy, potentially unbeknownst to him, has already won this race, but will continue to work his way to the top of Mallory Mountain. Perhaps a little bit tired, still shaking off some of those cobwebs after getting out of bed. It was a very early start for all of the riders this morning, and especially the youngest of the lot. But as those guys make their way back round, it is Albie Murphy who takes the victory from Tommy Betts, Lamel Goodison, Archie Pitt, Colton Wood and Sadie Jenkin, rounding out the podium places. 6 riders on the podium here, of course. The top 6 in points at the end of a weekend receive podium boards. The top 3 in each class receiving a trophy. We'll move swiftly onwards, though, as that race comes to an end, to the 12-inch 4 to 5-year-old class. You can see them already raring and waiting to go. A slightly smaller grid, but it's a bit more experience, of course, a little bit more time on the bike. They're a bit older, and of course a bit more power from those Revy machines as well. In this one, we'll have the 10 of Jensen James, who's very much one to look out for. He was rapid all of yesterday. We've got the 12 of Roman Gay, the 15 of Ronnie Collingwood, the 74 of Jacques Haynes, one you also need to keep your eye on. Then we've got Axel Coley on the 81, the 555 of Ronnie Clapson, the 13 of Roman Knight, and the 115 of Ronnie Crowhurst. So should be an exciting race. This was all pretty close yesterday, Owen. Saw some great racing, of course. There were the likes of Jensen James, Jack Haynes, as I mentioned, who were definitely at the upper echelons of the grid, but all throughout the pack there was plenty of action, plenty of exciting races in these short, sharp motos.
It was certainly a good fight for second place, but I think we saw yesterday Jensen James, he sweeps this class, and he also managed to win one of the races by 51 seconds. So I think he'll be coming into this with a massive amount of confidence today, as Jack Ford just prepares to get this one underway. You can see Jensen on the right hand side, and then number 10, he's all poised and ready to go. Jack Haynes right next to Jack Ford then, and you've got the 13 of Rome Knight there, and the 15 also there on screen of Ronnie Collingwood. But it looks like the pedal's about to be dropped, and we're going to be underway for the first moto of the day for these guys as they all head through. Decent start for the number 13, but Jensen James once again looks to be taking control of this one as he heads down to the first corner. And as long as he can get through okay, he'll be winning the whole shot, no problem whatsoever. It'll be Roman Gay in second place, followed by Jack Haynes. Is a little bit wide there because Roman Gay almost comes off the bike, but did well to hold on. Looks like Alex Coley up into fourth place, where he's been a little bit further back than that so far this weekend. So that's good to see as he gets overtaken by a couple of riders into the second bend. But looks like all of our riders have gotten through. Looks like Ronnie Claps is not with us on this occasion. He was racing yesterday in this class, but looks like we've only got the 7 on this occasion. Doesn't really matter who's here though. Looks like Jensen James has absolutely taken off ahead of Roman Gay and Jack Haynes, who's shown a lot of potential himself. A couple of falls yesterday. If he can stay on the bike today, he may well have a good chance at being second. And look at that for Axel Coley as he came up the tabletop completely sideways, and that's going to cost him a position as he gets overtaken at the top of Mallory Mountain. That is a move for 6th place at the minute, and we're going to see the 115 of Ronnie Crowhurst. He was second place in yesterday's third moto, the last race of these guys so far. He should be able to try and make progress as we see a couple more moves being attempted in the mid-pack.
Yeah, really, really great start from Jensen James. Roman Gay, though, what a start that was. Commitment into turn 1 is up the inside. Nice stuff there by the 15 to get that position confirmed, or the 115, I should say. Bouncing his way over the muddy, still damp sections from the overnight watering. And is now the 13 of Rome Knight that we see through there in second place. The rest of the riders making their way to the end of the opening lap. It is, of course, Jensen James who leads, getting the whole shot. Now with a 12.5 second advantage already. James from Rome Knight, from Jacques Haynes in P3, who's not very far away from the 13 of Rome Knight. Then we've got Ronnie Crowhurst bringing it across the line in 4th place. And then this group here, 5th, 6th and 7th as we currently watch them. The number 12 of Roman Gay, Ronnie Collingwood currently rounding out the podium places. And then just behind them, Axel Coley. Is there going to be a change for position though? For 5th place, Ronnie Collingwood looks to the outside into turn 2. Can't find anything. Decides to get off it. Actually have front to rear wheel contact between Coley and Collingwood. Coley then nearly comes off the bike. You can see the mud really plunging up that rear wheel. So grip may be a bit of an issue. Of course, these little 12-inch diameter wheels on these small bikes. Not a lot of grip anyway. The tyres are quite small. Just by the laws of physics, you don't have as much as the other riders. And of course, they're fairly smooth tyres. There's no divots. There's no real grooves. There's no chunky bits to get into the mud. They can get clumped up. And then it's slippery, and then you're in trouble. Up Mallory Mountain we go, taking advantage then of the issues there. That's a nice move from Ronnie Collingwood, getting past Roman Gay. Up the outside of the tabletop, Gay just couldn't quite get the power down, couldn't quite get the commitment sorted, and that meant that Collingwood was able to slide on by with relative ease.
You can see in the background there, that is the race leader, Jensen James. He's already come through the first couple of hairpins on his next lap. He's that far ahead of the rest of the field. He just set a 1 minute 23.0 in the number 10. He's absolutely flying along, and no one else has even crossed line second place. Look at that, 28.5 seconds this rider is clear of the field. Remember, 51 seconds, that was the biggest gap he managed to do yesterday, and everyone's going to be watching this. Well, you know, one of the first races of the day, same story yesterday, and watching this rider and the amount of potential he is showing right now. He is absolutely dominant so far as he comes to the bottom of Mallory Mountain. A couple more bends to go. We may well be looking for the last lap flag in a moment, and at the rate he's going at the moment, he may well be trying to go for a minute gap. I reckon he's got the potential for it. He's flying.
Well, forget potential, and what we're seeing is domination once again from Jensen James. This kid is dynamite and certainly one to watch now, let alone the future. As he makes his way over the whoops, he will take the last lap flag for one more tour of Mallor-E Park in this fourth moto of the weekend, and there is nobody else in sight. James has been untouchable in this affair and continues to scythe his way round this hard-packed course with absolute ease. No issues, no problems, just pure confidence and pure pace on that Revy machine. The 450 unwieldy watts powering him along, and it has been a fantastic ride from him so far, and continues to push his way as he's only got about half a lap to go. He could potentially be coming up to the back of the pack, the likes of Coley, Gay, Collingwood in 7th, 6th and 5th respectively. And again, just working his way through them. And in fact, there is one of the riders just in front of him. That'll be Axel Coley, I believe, as he works his way up the inside nice and easily. I mean, he just makes it look easy, doesn't he? He just works his way around. Yes, of course, when you're a rider this young and you're alongside other very, very young riders, there is going to be a gap in experience and natural talent. But what we're seeing here is simply unbelievable.
You've taken the words straight. I don't know. This is unbelievable stuff. 14 seconds a lap faster than anyone else out there is Jensen James. 1 minute 21.8 was his last lap. He may not quite beat it this time around, but it doesn't matter because he's going to come to the checkered flag. And Jensen James has started this Sunday in incredible form. What a dominant victory, and I cannot wait to see the gap across the line. It was 42 seconds to Jack Haynes at the start of the last lap, and if he's anywhere near as fast this time as he was last time, and 1 minute 23.3 that time, could he have this by over that 51 seconds? I'm sure his parents will be keeping him well up to date when it comes to these gaps, because they must be absolutely delighted to see just how fast their young talent is. I mean, this is just incredible. Second place, we still haven't seen him. I think there he is in the middle of your screen. That's Jack Haynes, who's going to come through for second place. Got a decent gap over Ronnie Crowhurst and Rome Knight, who looked like they're relatively close to each other on track, but actually one might have just gone down there. There was definitely two bikes there when they came down Mallory Mountain. But anyway, we've got the battle for second place. Not really a battle. It's going to be Jack Haynes second place, but what's the gap? That's what I want to see. To Jensen James at the front, because it would be not quite 50 seconds. Only the 49 seconds, Jensen. You've got to do better than that. As you see, Rome Knight does take third place right at the end, so there might well have been an issue at the bottom of Mallory Mountain, as we see Ronnie Crowhurst and Ronnie Collingwood coming across the line. And Collingwood just got ahead actually over the whoops at the end, so that's Crowhurst in 5th, Roman Gay will be 6th, and Axel Coley will be 7th.
Well, how old do you have to be to get in the Motocross Nations, because I hope the GB squad's watching. Jensen James signing up now, quite frankly. I don't care if he's 4 or 5 years old. He's probably better than half of our riders that compete in it anyway. What a great race that was, and what domination from Jensen James. We're quickly moving on to the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old class, and these guys are already raring to go. So let's kick things off. A similar field size to the previous race as the gate goes down, and we go racing once again. Their first moto of Sunday's action. Great start there from the 13 of Lawrence Gakal. He's going to have a very, very solid run down into turn number 1. In fact, Theo Shears on the 13, Gakal. Shears on the 113, Gakal on the 13. So it's Shears, should I say, that gets the great launch. Of course, dominant much of yesterday was Shears, and continuing to do today the same today as he gets a nice and clear hole shot on the exit of turn number 1. And look at the gap he's got already. He's already making his way over the tabletop in tow. That looks to be Maddox Jackson, the 29, that's following him. The rest of the riders coming over that really tricky jump. They will get a little bit of air on these bikes. The front wheel will pick up ever so slightly. Of course, is when you get to the faster bikes that you really start to see some hang time up in the sky, and it's a very, very hard jump to hit, so you do really see them pop up into the air. Shears, though, no issues early doors on this lap. The 13 plate, if you look down to the number at the back, it's another rider I'm thinking of that has that, but he's the 113 anyway, and he makes his way over the whoops for a very dominant opening lap.
Yep. Continuing where he left off yesterday, Theo Shears, who absolutely swooped the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old class on Saturday, and the gap already is a good 5-6 seconds, so he's doing well ahead of Maddox Jackson. You may have noticed the 35 out there. That's Albie Campbell, and you'll notice him because he's got a lot of very long blonde hair coming out the back of his helmet, so he'll be easy enough to spot. You can see him on screen now. He's new for today. He wasn't here yesterday. He's just ahead of Lawrence Gakal in the 13, and you can see the 21 behind there of Leo Dugmore, who was running high yesterday in his free motos. But the order at the moment is Theo Shears, Maddox Jackson, Alfie Lovett, Louis Gosney, Brodie Poucher, Lawrence Gakal, Leo Dugmore, and as we say, Albie Campbell was listed at the back there, but he's made a couple of moves already since finishing that last lap. You can see Brodie Poucher just coming up the tabletop now, and there behind him in what must be 6th place now is Albie Campbell, so making some good moves. And you don't often see riders, do you, with sort of long flowing blonde hair going at the back of the helmet, but it makes him nice and easy to notice, doesn't it?
Well, you know, style is very much a statement. Fashion is a thing. Drip comes first, as my friend would always say, and that translates to hair as well. Great to have Albie with us today after he wasn't quite able to make yesterday's action, and already showing us that we may have missed out on some solid performances from him. You can hear the marshals and the parents getting very enthusiastic. Of course, part of the beauty of electric motocross is that there's no engine noise. There's a slight whir from the motors, and that's about it. It's very easy to communicate with your kids out on track, and some of the parents take it very, very passionately, shall we say, as you can definitely hear. Here we see the 17 of Louis Gosney. He's just in front of the 282 of Brodie Poucher at the moment, making their way through the second turn. Brodie with the hoodie on, clearly feeling a bit chilly out there. Of course, they'll have the wind whipping it up. You can see the flags flapping in the breeze, and of course, when the riders are going on, you naturally just get a bit chilly anyway, even though motocross, of course, an incredibly physical sport, even for these young riders. Poucher, though, unable to make any headway at the moment on Gosney. Gosney, in fact, maybe even extending the gap a little bit on the run up to the top of Mallory Mountain before they turn the hairpin and bomb straight back down again. A slight crest that you do see some airtime from in some of the other classes. And for that right-hander, these guys still taking the slightly shortened layout here of Mallor-E Park. A little bit wide from Gosney there, coming through the left-hander, but still not really under any pressure from Poucher at the moment. As the last lap flag is out, it will be one more tour for Theo Shears, who has a pretty monstrous lead now. We're still waiting for Maddox Jackson to come across the timing beam to see what the gap has become. But it's safe to say that Shears, once again, kick-starting Sunday the way he left off yesterday with another unbelievable performance.
1 minute 13.405. That is the fastest lap of the race, and that is what Theo Shears is giving us at the moment. Behind that, Maddox Jackson still holds that second place. Alfie Lovett, Louis Gosney and Brodie Poucher behind that. The next fastest lap in the field following these guys is Albie Campbell in 6th place, so we may see more from him throughout this Sunday. Lawrence Gakal behind him, and Leo Dugmore currently running 8th place. He was was up in the top 3 during some of the earlier races in the weekend, so look out for him as well. But at the moment, it's Theo Shears. He looks like he's on his way to making it 4 wins out of 4 so far this weekend here at Mallory Park. He's looked fantastic from the off. He looks so confident. He's been so consistent as well as he's come through these corners with absolute ease. And now the whoops one more time. He's going to see the checkered flag, and it's Theo Shears who wins for the 4th time this weekend. And he could well make it 6 out of 6 as we go through the rest of this Sunday. He looks so quick and so consistent. Maddox Jackson is going to come through for 2nd place. You can see him on screen there. Theo Shears just set a 1 minute 12.7 on that last lap, so he's getting faster and faster as we go. It's actually quite close between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th as Alfie Lovett, Louis Gosney and Brodie Poucher come through, and they will confirm their positions. And then you'll see Albie Campbell coming through in a moment as he rounds the final bend. We've just seen on our timing screens Albie Campbell has just been updated to be a non-scorer. I guess since he's only got 3 races to go, he won't be able to catch up very much, but he'll still be on track. There he is, finishing there, and Lawrence Gakal and Leo Dugmore will complete our 8 riders in that race.
What a fantastic race that was, and we're quickly moving onwards, getting a bit bigger, getting a bit faster once again. It is the 16-inch 5 to 7-year-old class up next, and a pretty big grid of riders as well, and some of which we've just seen in a couple of races ago. In this one, the 14 of Mars Powell, the 25 of Ethan Rudd, the 8 of Oscar Jordan, the 119 of Luke Lucas, the 5 of Drace Trezeguet, the 719 of Blake Coates, the 19 of Finley Gibbons, the 27 of Albert Reeves, the 151 of Freddie Bessick, the 22 of Joey Plass, the 21 of Henry Bedford, the 172 of Ava Poucher, and the 40 of Jensen James. So not quite the full 16 that we have in some of the classes, but close enough, certainly. And certainly close enough for some exciting racing yesterday as well, Owen. We saw some fantastic battles all throughout this field. Some standout performances, of course, but everywhere you looked, there was always action in this class.
Absolutely, the action right from start to finish. Ethan Rudd and Blake Coates are the 2 riders who have won races, but Joey Plass is always in and around the top 3 positions, so look out for him as well. Ethan Rudd won race 3 yesterday by just 7/10 of a second to Joey Plass, and you can see Plass there on the left hand side of your screen there in the number 22. He's next to a few riders there. I'm trying to see what everyone else actually has. Ethan Rudd on the right hand side of your screen in the 25. And we obviously had that feature earlier on where we saw all of his bikes with Lee from Moto 25. A fascinating feature as we get ready to start this race, and it looks like 1 or 2 of them haven't quite got up their blocks properly as Jack Ford dropped the gate, but it's going to be Ethan Rudd versus Joey Plass into the first bend. Looks like Ethan's going to get there into the lead, and a move up the inside there from Blake Coates, and he takes 2nd place. So it's Rudd from Coates from Plass so far. Looks like everyone's getting through turn 1 just about okay. The 151 of Freddie Beswick, he was the slowest off the line, just trying to get himself into the river, but looks to me like Blake Coates is trying to chase down the leader. He's going to let this go and be a proper race all the way through. Like I say, these guys have been close all weekend long. As we see all the riders coming up over the table, so they'll be starting to get a little bit of air in this class as we see them come through. They still don't take this Surrey Summit just yet, and look at that, a big moment there for Blake Coates, maybe getting caught out by the wind in these conditions, but already having a look at Ethan Rudd. Ethan's been getting better and better throughout the season, but this sort of pressure is going to be very difficult to deal with as Coates again nearly comes off the bike. He's given it everything here. Is he looking to the inside into turn 1? Not quite, as Ethan Rudd continues to hold the lead. Joey Plass is getting a little bit detached.
Yeah, just dropping back a little bit at the moment is the 22 as we complete the opening tour of the Mallory Park course. The Coates right on Ethan Rudd's tail. Meanwhile, Plass, as we mentioned, in 3rd place. 4th place, Miles Powell. 5th is Albert Reeves. Henry Bedford rounding out the podium places. Then we've got Ava Poucher and Drace Trezeguet, Luke Lucas, P9. Coates has dropped back a little bit onto the back of Ethan Rudd at the moment out in front, but still keeping him honest, still very much with him as it stands. It looks like Rudd a little bit quicker through the more technical parts of the circuit, and then Coates is potentially a little bit braver through the fast bits. That's where he's making his money, is through the high speed sections. So a really interesting battle of philosophies and battle of abilities out there on the course as Rudd once again makes his way over the whoops. A little bit of airtime over there as well. That's not a problem whatsoever. You can get some as they come up having to lap one of the other riders. That is the number 8 that they're making their way by now. Oscar Jordan, he's down in P12. Coates has to go the long way around into turn number 2. Has big time held Rudd up though, but but this is the part of the course where he seemed to be a bit faster. Coates actually has to get out of it there to not crash into the back of him. Did have a look to the inside into this left-hand hairpin. Nothing came out of it though. Certainly thought about poking a wheel as they start to run up Mallory Mountain once again. There is the 22 of Joey Plass, who is probably just hoping his two opponents crash into each other at this point. At the moment, doesn't quite seem to have the pace in this fourth moto of the weekend, first of the day for this class, to stay on their level, stay with them throughout this affair, as he now makes his way past some traffic as well. But still very, very tight up in front, and he is not far away. If there is an incident, he'll be there ready and waiting to take the spoils, and certainly, hopefully for him anyway, take the lead of the race, as the leaders will be coming across the line momentarily. Then Plass makes his way over the whoops and will be taking the last lap flag. One more tour of Mallory Park then in this fourth moto. Rudd and Coates still as close as you like.
Yeah, Ethan Rudd doing well to get through all the lap traffic there. He had to come through Oscar Jordan, Freddie Beswick and Finlay Gibbons on that last lap, and he's been able to extend the gap out to 1.3 seconds. Both the leaders were over 1 minute on that last lap because of the traffic, but they're the only two riders so far in this race to get under a minute, both in the 59s. Ethan Rudd fastest lap so far of the 59.3, and as he heads to the top of Mallory Mountain, as we say, they don't go up the summit, so that's the last big sort of aerial challenge to worry about so far in this race. And it looks to me like Ethan Rudd is feeling comfortable, he's looking fast, and unless he comes off the bike at this point, I don't think Blake Coates is going to be able to do anything about it. Joey Plass about 7.5 seconds behind this lot, but here comes Ethan Rudd, who's getting used to winning now here at Mallory Park. He's going to come over the whoops. Blake Coates is going to get close, but not close enough. It's Ethan Rudd ahead of Blake Coates, albeit by the 7 tenths again, as it was yesterday. And looks like Rudd may have stopped at the wrong place. Either that or Blake Coates has just gone completely off to Narnia. He seems to be absolutely out of here. Indeed, looks like Ethan Rudd is straight onto his next bike. He'll be in the next race, winning by 0.6 of a second there. Ethan Rudd ahead of Blake Coates and Joey Plass. Albert Rees, Henry Bedford, Ava Poucher, Miles Powell, Luke Lucas, Jace Tregust, Finlay Gibbons, Freddie Beswick and Oscar Jordan, your 12 finishers.
The rest of the riders making their way home then, but a really exciting race, especially between the front pairing of Rudd and Coates, sets up some tantalising opportunities for the final two motos of the weekend a bit later on today. We'll move swiftly onwards though. It's time for the 18-inch 5 to 8 year old class, and a big grid of this one of 16 riders. We've got the 3 of Blake Ford, the 8 of Olivia Colquitt, the 25 of Ethan Rudd, straight from victory back out onto the bike, the 28 of Louis Gilbert, the 9 of Franklin Cherniak, the 27 of Ben Ferries, the 148 of Tommy Cotter, the 251 of Judd Stringer, the 86 of Joseph Stewart, the 24 of Mason Pilgrim, the 164 of Dorothy Purchin, the 555 of Joey Clapson, the 18 of Isla Ray Rowland, the 7 of Carter Cook, the 67 of Kanan Wright, and Cooper Mathers on the 536. Now, this was one of the best classes all of yesterday, and indeed in round one as well, Owen. So much action all throughout the field. Yes, because there's lots of riders, so there's plenty of opportunities to people to scrap and fight and whatnot over the short and sharp races, but up the front, so exciting. 3 different winners across the 3 motos yesterday, all of which were very, very strong performers from the eventual victors.
Yep, Tommy Cotter won race 3. That was the last race that we had before, but Ethan Rudd won race 2 and Cooper Mavers won race 1. And you can see where Ethan Rudd is. He's got back onto his bike, taking 2 races back to back. It's probably quite good for him actually, especially when he comes off the back of a win, so look out for him again. But yeah, Tommy Cotter, another winner. He's been very good so far this weekend as well in the Surrey small wheel. Look out for him in that later on. And Cooper Mavers is always competitive as Jack Ford gets ready to drop the gate once again here at Mallory Park. And when he does so, 16 riders are going to head towards turn 1. It's going to be very tight to get through. One rider's got a very, very strong start. Looks like the number 10 is that, heading down towards the first bend. May actually be Isla Ray Rowland in the 18. And to see running outside, Cooper Mavers trying to make a move work on the exit. I think Isla Ray Rowland is going to get the whole shot. One rider's gone down, but they should be okay to get back on the bike. And as they head through, decent gap for Isla Ray Rowland ahead of Cooper Mavers. Third place coming through behind. Looks like it's going to be Joey Clapson in the 555 machine. That's been a strong start. Tommy Cotter just following behind. Then Ethan Rudd completing the top 5 as we see everyone coming up over the tabletop for the first time in this motor. You can see the rider at the back who'd come down has gotten back onto the bike. Might well be Carter Cook, who was in the number 7 machine. And looks to me as they head up Surrey Summit that Cooper Mavers is already looking around the back of Isla Ray Rowland. Obviously not one of the winners from yesterday, but in a tier so competitive wouldn't put it past them to have a fourth different winner. And you can see as they head over that wet patch for the first time at the bottom of the hill, some riders are avoiding it, some are heading straight into it. But I don't think we've seen a race as close as this up at the front at any point so far this weekend. And at least the top 5 all well in it as Cooper Mavers looks to the inside of Isla Ray Rowland. She may have to leave the space as Mavers does just hit the brakes and avoid having any contact that may even slow him down. Tommy Carter having a look at coming through on Clapson as well as they all head round to the first couple of bends. The order at the minute is Isla Ray Rowland ahead of Cooper Mavers, Joey Clapson, Tommy Carter, Ethan Rudd, Libby Gilbert, Judge Trainer, Mason Pilgrim, Olivia Colcott, Franklin Ciernak, Kanan Wright, Darby Perchin, Joseph Stewart, Ben Fairs and Carter Cook. As we see the number 67 going down, that is Kanan Wright. He'll fall a little bit behind, but he's still in the race.
Another really strong start from Isla Ray Rowland, and we saw her get a couple of hole shots yesterday. Just wasn't able to hold on and take any victories, unfortunately, even with some strong finishes. Maybe that changes on Sunday. Mellors unable to really find a way through as it stands. He himself now under big pressure from Joey Clapson, who's also showing some strong pace early doors. However, around the outside at the bottom of Surin Summit, a lovely move by Mathers. Clapson goes through as well. Isla Ray Rowland loses 2 in one corner, and she'll be sat there thinking, how on earth have they managed to get the momentum and go through? She may be losing another one to Tommy Cotter as well if she's not careful. Does this now unleash Mathers? Can Clapson follow him on the 555? Maybe bring the fight back. Can Isla Ray Rowland respond as well, or is she going to get done by Tommy Cotter potentially, who will have to try and organise some sort of switchback, potentially coming into the tabletop section as they head through the double. The front two already starting to bolt away a little bit from this pair. Clapson very much with Mathers as they make their way up Mallory Mountain, but nowhere near close enough to attack at the moment. Again, these riders much preferring on the balance bikes to keep it tight to the inside through the tight hairpins rather than going up and running any of the berm sections. It's just not quite quick enough. These bikes aren't quite pacey enough to really utilise those. Still though, top 4, top 5 even should I say, very much with an eye shot of each other as Ethan Rudd on the 25 also looking to get involved with the rest of the podium battles. Louis Gilbert is some 7 seconds away from Rudd. He is our final podium place runner as it currently stands. Isla Ray Rowland having to go defensive left and right as they make their way over the works. One final tour then. Can Clapson catch up to the back of Cooper Mathers, or is the 555 not going to have the pace and the 536 is going to be holding on?
Looks like at the moment Cooper Mavers is doing enough. He's 3/10 faster on that last lap than Joey Clapson, 1:07.7. On the previous lap it was Clapson who was faster, but they're very similar on pace. You'd be looking for any little mistakes as Isla Ray Rowland looks to me like she's actually had a little bit better pace in the last couple of corners. She's pulled away from Tommy Cotter and now having a look up the inside of Joey Clapson. She's obviously been done on the outside a couple of times. She'll be looking to get her own back as they head down towards Surin Summit for the final time in this race. Looks like the top 5 are well detached from the rest. It's Cooper Mavers, Joey Clapson, Isla Ray Rowland, Tommy Carr and Ethan Rudd at the minute as Rowland just has to pull out of a move at the top of Surin Summit. This battling is allowing the 536 of Cooper Mavers to come through, and our streak of 3 different winners as Rowland goes down. That is a shame. She was on for fair play. She may well have hurt her wrist as well. Hopefully she'll be able to get back on, but our run of different winners is going to come to an end as Cooper Mavers comes over the whoops for one final time and takes the checkered flag. The first victory on this Sunday goes to the 536. Joey Clapson up at the front for the first time this weekend. Good to see in second place. Tommy Cotter came through in third place and Ethan Rudd in fourth. We're waiting to see if Isla Ray Rowland has gotten up. It looks like she has, and she may well have crossed the line in fifth place, so still a podium board. Louis Gilbert's going to be in sixth place. I think we're watching him come around the final corner now. May well have been done by Judge Strinner actually, but we'll have a quick look and see when our timing updates across the line. And indeed it was Louis Gilbert who got ahead in sixth. So Mason Pilgrim 7th, Judge Strinner in 8th, Olivia Colcott 9th, and then Franklin Ciernak, Darby Perchin, Joseph Stewart, Carter Cook, Ben Ferris and Kanan Wright, who we saw going down before. That's Kanan Wright right at the back with his coat on. It is chilly out there, Ross.
It is just a bit. A fantastic race from our front runners in that one. Really exciting battles for the podium places. Let's move swiftly onwards to the 18 to 20 inch category, 9 to 14 age range. Our final balanced bike class. 17 riders getting ready in this one. We've got Peyton Lacellas, Caden Warlock, Seth Johnson, Charlie Hubble, Lamaya Murphy, Jack Ferries, Leo Stewart, Freddie Jacklin, Darcy Shears, Zachary Jordan, Regan Pearson, Olivia Mason, Dennis Perchin, Charlie Cargill, Jimmy Briggs, Jasper Davis and Lenny Mitchell in this one. A huge grid then, Owen. Should be very exciting. Again, some great racing yesterday in this class.
Yeah, one of the most competitive classes from yesterday's racing. We saw two different winners, Jack Fairs and Jimmy Briggs, and they'll obviously be fighting away again. But you've got other riders in there. You've got Caden Waldock and Seth Johnson. Those four were part of one of the closest top four finishes of yesterday. It was like 1.5 seconds between the four of them. That was in Moto 1. Elsewhere in the field, you got Regan Pearson to look out for. Olivia Mason's always looking fast. Leo Stewart was one of the front runners after the start in Moto 3 yesterday. He was running as high as second place and fell back a little bit. I wonder how much he will have learned from that. But yeah, when you've got 17 riders on the grid, just a lot to check, and you can see Jack Ford is doing all the necessary checks. He looks happy enough to me, and he's just going to raise his arm up, and as soon as he puts his foot down, we will be underway. One or two of them trying to jump the start. Look like the 27 was a bit eager there, and Jack's just going to make sure no one's moving before the start. It's hard to check all 17. I'm sure one of them will get away, and on the right hand side one of them definitely did jump it, so they're taking as much advantage as they can. But Leo Stewart has had another good start here, and Jack Fairs is going to lead to the first bend. I think Stewart's going to be absolutely blocked off there. He was initially running second place. Caden Waldock got in front of him and had to slow him right down, but it's Jack Fairs who won the third race yesterday. He won twice overall yesterday, who leads so far. Watching Peyton Lascelles coming through. There's the number 8 as well, the 11, the 224. A lot of battling towards the rear of the field there. Seth Johnson is right at the back. We don't expect to see him down there, but it looks like he's in about 14th, 15th place, so we'll be seeing a proper comeback drive then. You can hear the wind, can't you? Absolutely blowing away. That is not going to be helping the riders at all, as we see Leo Stewart running side by side with the 15th of Freddie Jacklin. Look how close that is. They nearly touched. In fact, they may well have touched as they came up to Surrey Summit, and lucky to both stay on their bikes there. That's allowed another rider to come through to both of them, and they're still side by side, these two. Now these three side by side. Brilliant racing here, and looks like Leo Stewart's going to cover off the inside. One or two of them are taking the berms as they come around the final couple of corners. These bikes are fast enough that you're able to do it. We see Jimmy Briggs come across the line there, but looks like our leader is still going to be Jack Fairs. As we get our timing up, Jack Fairs ahead of Olivia Mason in the pink machine there in second place. Caden Waldock in third with Jimmy Briggs fourth. Regan Pearson in fifth. Charlie Hubble sixth. He's the one who got around Leo Stewart and Freddie Jacklin when they were fighting. Jasper Davis is in ninth, and Seth Johnson, like we say, right down towards the back in P10. We're expecting him to be a lot higher up in this race. We've got a yellow flag, and it's just been pulled in, so it looks like everything is okay. Peyton Lascelles 11th place, Lamaya Murphy in 12th, Lenny Mitchell 13th, Zach Jordan in 14th, Darcy Shears in 15th, Dennis Perch in 16th, and Charlie Cargill in 17th. Looks like we're watching Darcy Shears at the moment. We heard from her in the pre-show. She's been enjoying her weekend, Ross.
Certainly has, and doing pretty well out there at the moment. There's still plenty of time left in this race to progress forward and see if you can continue to challenge Fairs. Starting to bolt away a little bit at the front ahead of Olivia Mason, who's under big pressure now from Caden Waldock. Waldock with a good run through the whoops. Could be looking at a potential move here. Can't quite find anything though, of course. Two different bikes. You could be using the 18-inch, the smaller wheel bikes, or the 20-inch. Advantages and disadvantages to both of those. It's all up to rider preference essentially, and here at Mallory Park you can use either or and still be very, very quick indeed. Waldock though not really able to find a way around Mason so far on that 536. Fairs though hasn't really bolted away on the 89. He's got about a second, 2 seconds to the good, but it's not a gimme at the moment. Waldock looking to the berm to the outside, cut off by Mason on the run back down Mallory Mountain. Now Surrey Summit. Let's see if Waldock can get a good run up. He does like to stick it to the inside on corner exit. That means he's going to sweep round the outside on the way into Surrey Summit though. Lovely move by Caden Waldock to negotiate his way into second place. And does this now unleash him? Does this now mean he can pull away and start to put some pressure on the race leader? Our top four very, very close together. Jimmy Briggs trying to take the berm, see if he can experiment with some alternate lines as they hit the whoops and come to one final tour. Running out of time is Waldock. Can Mason respond? Can anybody stop the 89 of Jack Ferries as he makes his way through turn number 2? Right now I'd say that Waldock is a little bit too far back, that all it's going to take is one little error or one amazing run, one amazing line, and this race could all be a change.
elsewhere in the field, Seth Johnson has recovered up to 7th place now. He was down in 15th in the early stages. He's one of the fastest riders out there on track. I think 5th place is as high as he's going to get, but look out for him later on. He's been able to make a lot of overtakes. You can see him there on screen. He's already up into 6th place, and he'll be on for 5th as he gets past Regan Pearson into Mallory Mountain. But up at the front of the field, looks like Jack Ferris has been able to open the gap a little bit to Caden Waldock, who is the fastest rider on track at the moment, and that's despite making the overtake on Olivia Mason. She set that lap on the previous tour. But here at the front, Jack Ferris already has 2 wins in this class so far this weekend. Caden Waldock's had a great last couple of corners. If he can do anything over the whoops, it may be close, but I don't think he's got enough time. Here comes Jack Ferris to take the checkered flag and win his 3rd moto of the weekend here, ahead of Caden Waldock in 2nd place. Their never fastest lap, almost half a second faster than the race winner, and look at them both acknowledging each other at the finish there. The top 2, nice to see. Olivia Mason in 3rd place, good race, ahead of Jimmy Briggs, Regan Pearson, Charlie Hubble, and then Seth Johnson, who initially had got ahead, but those 3 were only separated by 0.3 of a second. Hubble and Seth Johnson, they were side by side across the line, so Johnson really having an exciting race out there for him. Freddie Jacqueline in 8th, with Jasper Davis 9th, Leo Stewart 10th, Peyton Lascelles, Lenny Mitchell, Dennis Pershin, Lamaya Murphy, Zach Jordan, Darcy Shears, and Charlie Cargill will complete the field there. But yeah, another win for Jack Ferris. He's looking very, very good in this tier. As we move now on to the E2 class, the 4th race for the 3 to 4 year old class this weekend, and it's been the story of Albie Clark and Riley Hickenbottom. They've got 2 wins for Albie Clark, 1 for Riley Hickenbottom. But as we've seen, it's all about the start, and Riley Hickenbottom with the Mohawk helmet design. Let's see what he can do this time.
Yeah, this class has very much been one that's much more about the whole shot than the others, even though the whole shot, of course, is all important in motocross racing. In this affair, we'll have Olivia Grenier on the 20, Eli Rudd on the 3, Ronnie Collingwood on the 15, Albie Clark on the 1, 1 and 3, Mason Booth on the 91, Alfie Lovett on the 75, Hickenbottom on the 158, Maddox Jackson on the 29, the 282 of Brody Poucher, the Theo Shears then on the 13, Sully Bottom on the 12, Hudson Gillett on the 16, AJ Garwood on the 26, Ralph Sager on the 131, the 101 of Dylan Wood, and the 25 of Grayson Knight. So a 16 rider grid behind the gate, ready to get us going in this one, and should be a lot of fun as Jack Ford gets ready to set us on our way for their first moto of Sunday's action. The gate drops and we are go. Great start from Hickenbottom. Albie Clark also away well and is closer to the inside. Look at Theo Shears as well on the 13. Clark is held up by Shears cutting across. Hickenbottom will get the whole shot on the run out of turn number 1. Can he now streak away like he did for his race victory, or will there be a response from Clark? Can maybe Theo Shears get involved as well? The rest of the riders negotiating their way through the open couple of hairpins before we make our way over to the tabletop for the opening time. Good start there from Brody Poucher. I can see he's fairly well up the pack as well as the last few riders making their way through. Everybody taking it quite cautiously early doors. Of course, you can't win a race on the first lap, even though you can certainly put yourself in a good position to do so. You can certainly lose it, though, if you make a mistake or you come together with another rider. So a lot of the time, it's easier just to sit back and let the race pan out before you really start to push and start to fight for positions. Hickenbottom, it's not a gimme at the moment. He's got an okay lead. He's got breathing room back to the 13 of Shears, but he's not bolted away just yet as we come to the end of the opening lap. It is Hickenbottom from Shears, from Albie Clark, who will be your top 3, and that top 3 have very much bolted away from the rest of the pack, though it must be said, as we now wait for some of the other riders to come through. Moves being made there into the opening turn. That's the 101 getting through the 91. Nice move by Dylan Wood to get past Mason Booth there, and then the rest of the riders slowly but surely trickling their way through. Current order of things: Hickenbottom from Shears, from Clark, from Dylan Wood, as I should say, who just got ahead of Mason Booth for 4th place. Then AJ Garwood rounding out the podium places. We'll then see Brody Pouch, Alfie Lovett, and Eli Rudd in P9. Then P10 Olivia Green, and then Sonny Botham, Ronnie Collingwood, Maddox Jackson, Hudson Gillett in P14. And then we're still waiting for a couple of other riders to make their way across the line and be classified at the start of this race. It's still Hickenbottom from Shears, from Albie Clark. The gaps have now started to visually extend a little bit, Owen, but again, nothing major just yet.
Yeah, you're right. That gap was half a second between Riley Hickenbottom and Theo Shears. That's now extended plenty, and Albie Clark will be looking to make things happen here in the next couple of laps. I believe we've got like 2 laps to go here, but for Riley Hickenbottom, the main thing hasn't been his pace. It's mainly getting through these hairpins at the start of the lap. We saw him win the second moto yesterday, but in the third moto he went down a blind here in these hairpins, and it was the same story in the first weekend of the championship back in April. He's obviously got that win under his belt though now, and you'd imagine at this stage he should be okay to get through to the end. The confidence will be going up race on race, and I don't know, he may well be aware that we are a big fan of his starts as well. We do like to call him, or at least I'd like to call him, the king of the starts, as we watch the number 3 coming across the line. That's Eli Rudd, and he's heading through in 9th place ahead of Olivia Greener, who's being challenged by Sonny Botham, and that's the battle for 10th place we're watching at the moment through the first bend. A little bit wide for Botham. Ronnie Collingwood there as well behind with Hudson Gillett and Maddox Jackson a little bit detached from that. 40 seconds separates the entire field at the moment. As you can see, Hickenbottom, that gap looks to me like it's extended even further, still ahead of second place runner Theo Shears and third place in Albie Clark. That looks to me like they're going to stay around those same positions for the rest of the race. As you see side by side towards the top of the hill, are we going to see any moves, or did number 12 or Sonny Botham, is he just going to back it off as he heads over the top of Mallory Mountain? Looks to his right just to see what's coming up next as we all head through. The last lap flag is out. Hickenbottom looks to have survived those hairpins, Ross, which has been so vital for him this season.
Certainly has been, but it's not done and dusted just yet. He's still got to negotiate this final tour in Moto number 4 here at Mallor-E Park on a brisk and chilly Sunday morning, but it's looking okay for the time being, continuing to extend that gap over Theo Shears and Albie Clark. But again, all it takes is one small error, one small issue, something going wrong mechanically on the bike, and it could all be for naught. But as they get towards the final section, you can see the confidence is very much there. He's riding supremely out there and only needs to negotiate a couple more corners before the checkered flag. It was a great start once again from the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, and as he makes his way across the whoops, it's win number 2 of the weekend for Hickenbottom with a fantastic performance and takes a very well-deserved win. He got a brilliant hole shot, a brilliant start once again, and then slowly but surely just pulled away from the rest of the pack. But it's not done just yet as Shears and Clark finish in 2nd and 3rd. We're still waiting for Booth, Wood and AJ Garwood to make it to the line. Here we can see Olivia Greener, should I say, just ahead of Sonny Botham. They're fighting for 10th place at the moment. Greener, though, I think will be home and dry again. Could potentially even be moving up in front of Eli Rudd, that is in front of her, if she gets a good enough run coming into the final section. But I think it might be too little, too late, as the rest of the riders are making their way through. It's Hickenbottom from Shears, from Clark, from Mason Booth, from Dylan Wood, from AJ Garwood as your podium finishes. And then as these guys make it home all in one piece, no moves late in the day from them, we also find Brody Poucher 7th, then Alfie Lovett, Eli Rudd, Olivia Greener, Sonny Botham, Ronnie Collingwood, Hudson Gillett and Maddox Jackson rounding out our 14-rider field for the E2 3 to 4-year-old class. Some really solid racing, lots of solid technique on display from those young riders, and a second great victory of the weekend for Riley Hickenbottom.
Yeah, brilliant performance once again, and this time the start did pay off for Riley. You'll see him 2 more times today. He's a rider who we've seen so much from in the first 2 rounds of this season, as we look to move on now to the next race on our schedule, which is going to be the E2 for the 6-year-old class. And in this race we've got the number 19 of Michael Rosen, the 275 of Eddie Hempstock, the number 4 of Lando Love, the 100 of Theo Palmer, the 171 of Frankie Stewart, the 20 of Rico Potter, the 02 of Rue Potter. Remember, if you're looking at them from the back, both Potters are going to have 20 on there, so it's going to be difficult to spot them. The 12 of Hudson Lindsay, and then the 2 Tommies have been the story of this event so far. Tommy Lavin in the 11 and Tommy Brown in the 121. Look out for those 2. They have been trading victories so far. Tommy Brown has 2, Tommy Lavin has 1, as Jack Ford gets ready to drop the gear once again here today. And 1 or 2 that didn't quite get up the line there, but we've got 3 or 4 side by side in towards the first bend. Looks like it's going to be the 20 of Rico Potter having a go, but look at that up the inside. Tommy Brown, what a move that was, and he got it properly turned in there, very sharp easy to fall off the bike when you do that, but he's won the whole shot very nicely indeed, and he leads ahead of Rico Potter. He had a couple of falls yesterday. Hopefully he can stay on the bike because he's got a lot of pace in that number 20. In third place is Tommy Lavin, and that's the three riders who you'd expect to be in contention for victories here today. Elsewhere you can see the rest of the field coming up. We're watching the 100 coming through, and the 12 at the back. I think he might have been the one, Hudson Lindsay. He didn't quite get off the line when the gate was dropped. The reaction times for Tommy Bryan and the rest of them were fantastic, it has to be said, and that's one of the difficult things actually when it comes to sort of racing. For us it's easy to see when Jack Ford drops the gate, but for other riders that reaction time, they'll be developing that as they come through the season. It'll be really interesting to see who starts to improve as he head through. But here we see Tommy Bryan still leading ahead of Rico Potter. His brother Rue Potter looks to be not too far away from all this battling, and then you've got Tommy Lavin coming through in third place. Those top three seem to have a decent gap to the rest of the field behind. Bit of side by side over the hill here as Frankie Stewart moves up into fourth place, I believe that is, coming through ahead of Michael Rosen, who's currently in fifth, and then you can see Rue Potter in the 2, or was that the 275 I should say, Eddie Hempstock coming through. After that you can see the number 4, there's the number 2 of Rue Potter, that was Lando Love just ahead, and then there's a move up the inside for another one of the riders there. I think that might have been Theo Palmer coming through, so plenty of moves happening so far in the early stages, and the order so far at the end of that first lap: Tommy Bryan, Rico Potter, Tommy Lavin, Frankie Stewart, Michael Rosen, Eddie Hempstock, Lando Love, Rue Potter, Theo Palmer, who we just saw making the move on Rue Potter, and then Hudson Lindsay at the back of the field. The 10 riders at the end of the first lap.
Pretty solid first lap, it must be said, from Tommy Bryan. Once again, a nice move to get the whole shot at the inside of the opening turn. And now I'm sure we'll be trying to extend that gap. We'll wait to see how he's doing as we continue to follow the 4 of Lando Love. Just ahead now of the 100 of Theo Palmer, who's got him through Rue Potter on the number 2. There's a little error there from Rico Potter on the exit of the penultimate corner. Just caught the berm ever so slightly. Will have hurt his momentum and will have awarded a bit more breathing room to Tommy Bryan on the 1-2-1 up in front of the pack. Although again, much like in all of the other races we've seen so far today, in the older categories, should we say, or the quicker categories, not really seeing the leaders bolt away like we maybe would have expected for some of them. Tommy Bryan was certainly someone who dominated very much all of yesterday, but in this race it's not all done and dusted just yet. So the other riders making their way through the opening section and through the double, and then that left-hand kink before you get towards the tabletop. Of course, the high-flying part of the circuit where these E2 machines do get a bit of air, of course, as you can see. It's not just popping a front wheel up, but it's not until we get up to the E4s, the E5s, and the Surens later on when we seriously get to see some hang time from some of the riders. The 100 making his way back down Mallory Mountain. It's been a good run from Theo Palmer so far, up to 8th place in this contest. Still trailing Lando Love as it stands, although not really under attack from Rue Potter behind at the moment, so can focus their full attention forward and to attack, as now you see Tommy Bryan's gap has extended over Rico Potter. One final tour, and this I think has become a battle for second place between Potter and Lavin rather than a three-way fight for first.
Yep, looks to me like, as you say, Tommy Bryan's got this under control. Just has a wee check behind him as he came through the first hairpin to see the battle for second place, and it looks like it is becoming more of a battle as Tommy Lavin has been following the 20 of Rico Potter for this whole race, but now is starting to throw some attacking shapes, and you can see going for cutbacks on every bend, and I think Rico's very much aware of the challenge ahead. And as we head up towards Mallory Mountain, is there an opportunity for Tommy Lavin to go up the inside? It'll be a bit of a late move if he does, and he just has to hold back for now and has a slightly worse run than Rico as they head down towards the bottom of Mallory Mountain. They'll head straight back up to Southern Summit, and it looks like Rico is surviving this lap so far. It looks a little bit nervy at one point, but nothing is going to be stopping Tommy Bryan at the minute. He's won 2 races so far this weekend. He won the first and the third moto. He was down a couple of times in the second moto. We were wondering how he may respond to that, but it's going to be 2 wins in a row for Tommy Bryan, who's having a fantastic weekend so far. He's got the GoPro on his helmet, and it's going to record a brilliant victory for Tommy Bryan, who comes home ahead of Rico Potter and Tommy Lavin, who looks like he has come quite close, actually, it has to be said. They were almost side by side there, weren't they, across the line, Rico Potter and Tommy Lavin? So a very good final corner for Tommy, but not quite enough to get by Rico Potter. Just 1.5 tenths of a second was the gap between those at the end. Frankie Stewart in 4th with Michael Rosen 5th, Eddie Hempstock 6th, Lando Love 7th, Theo Palmer 8th, Rue Potter 9th, and Hudson Lindsay in 10th place. As we move on to the next class, it's E3s now, and it's going to going to be the 4 to 5 year old class. And in this, we've got the 31 of Freddie Hamilton, the 4 of Freddie Fennell, the 28 of Archie Leacock, the 14 of Reggie Doyle, the 41 of Miles Powell, the 22 of Joey Plass, the 903 of Noah Waywall, the 36 of Owen Everall, the 1 of Monroe Wills, the 44 of William LeConte, the 19 of Michael Rosen, the 227 of Jensen Summers, the 20 of Oakley Price, the 27 of Arlo Kowalski, the 421 of George Milligan, and, of course, the number 10 of Robbie Smart, who has been the class of this particular field so far this weekend. We saw in the first round back in April that Reggie Doyle was relatively competitive as well, but joining those two in the battle so far this weekend has been Joey Plass. We've seen quite a lot from Joey Plass in different tiers, always in and around those top 4 or 5 positions. So really impressive to see there, but it's all about whether anyone can beat Robbie Smart. 3 wins on the trot at the moment. Joey Plass in the last race was 5 seconds away, so it's not a massive gap, and Reggie Doyle was right on his tail. We're going to see Michael Rosen again in this race, as we mentioned. One of a few drivers who's doing, multiple races in a row. Really impressive stuff to see, and especially if you're riding well, getting to ride straight again after finishing the race before can be a real advantage for you and will help your confidence. But here we go. Jack Ford getting ready to drop the gate. Looking around, and you can see Robbie Smart on the right hand side of your screen, right next to Arlo Kowalski. He's had a few dramas into turn 1 so far this weekend, so it'll be interesting to see how those two get on as Jack drops the gate and we are away. Robbie Smart's had a good start, and it's Joey Plass alongside him, the two class of the field, it has to be said, and it's going to be Joey Plass who's going to get the whole shot this time ahead of Robbie Smart. Looked to me like it was a slight battle for third place. I think Reggie Doyle had to back off. Might have been Michael Rosen there with him. We will confirm it as they come round. That's a 227 in fact, actually. Coming, that's Jensen Summers, who had a couple of falls yesterday. Nice to see him running high up the field. Currently in third place, as you said before, Ross. They're getting a lot of air now over the tabletop, but those front two, they're a long way clear. But this is going to be interesting now for Robbie Smart. He's done very well when it comes to leading from the front. Now he's going to make the overtake, and I was going to hand over to you to maybe let you do it, but you didn't even let me finish the sentence. Right, Robbie Smart's taking the lead.
Robbie Smart hates Owen Wyatt. Pass it on. Yep. Lovely move by Smart into Sir and Summer. It's not done yet though. Plass trying to negotiate some of the berms there. Robbie Smart responds with the berm in the final corner. Almost clears the double as Plass clearly lacking a bit of confidence over the whoops in comparison. So this could very well be Robbie Smart's to lose through that section. I know the whoops is not the most popular part of the racing course with a lot of the riders, but unfortunately you kind of need to do them because that's motocross. It's kind of how it works. You need to learn rhythm sections or you're going to struggle when you step up against some of the senior riders that I'm sure many of these guys will be going on to race in the coming years. So Smart has started to bolt right at the front of the pack. There we see the 19 working their way through. And that's Michael Rosen fighting with Noah Wewell behind for 5th place. The order as it currently stands: Smart, Plass, Reggie Doyle, Michael Rosen, Noah Wewell and Freddie Hamilton. Then we've got Arlo Kowalski, George Milligan, Archie Leacock, Owen Everall rounds out the top 10, followed by Oakley Price, Miles Powell, Monroe Wills, Jensen Summers and William LeConte, and in P15 as it stands, as this group makes its way down Mallory Mountain. This fight between 4th, 5th and 6th place as it stands. The final podium positions, but no one quite close enough to make a move just yet. Wewell decides to get the bike slowed and pivoted again. It's the two schools of thought: either run it on the outside as fast as you can or keep it tight, keep it pinned, slow it right down. As here we see Reggie Doyle has started to catch up to the back of Joey Plass. As I say that, Robbie Smart nearly drops the bike at the exit of turn 3 in the background of the picture, but he's able to continue onwards. So maybe pushing a little bit too hard. We'll keep our eye on him, but right now Joey Plass in 2nd place, the 10 of Robbie Smart leading the race just in front of them. Plass holding on for the time being, under a lot of pressure from Doyle though.
Yes, so this is similar to what we saw in yesterday's third moto. It's the same top 3 so far: Robbie Smart, Joey Plass and Reggie Doyle. And in that occasion we saw a lot of shapes sort of made, a lot of attacking shapes made by Reggie Doyle, but no move was able to be made. Good defensive riding from Joey Plass on that occasion. Will he be able to replicate it this time? It was a shame to see Jensen Summers falling back down the field again, because he had made quite a lot of places on the start, but ended up falling towards the rear. And a few riders being lapped now by our leader, as we see Reggie Doyle just holding onto the back of Joey Plass, and look at the rear wheel there just being drifted around. That's because they're lapping another rider. Don't want to risk themselves going wide as they get through, no problem. It looks like Robbie Smart has set the fastest lap of 1 minute 1.6. So these guys behind, they're going about 7/10 of a lap slower. It's not massive, but this is what I was saying on the first lap. It's one thing leading from the front, but if he had to do more battling, that's where it'd get quite close. But we've seen the overtaking masterclass really there from Robbie Smart as he did it at the top of Surrey Summit, and from then he's just gone straight on. I mean, we saw one or two incidents from it in the first round back in April. That's why Reggie Doyle was able to win a couple of races. They went a bit back and forth when it came to that. It was either one or the other was falling off the bike, whereas this time they both stayed on. And in that situation, I think Robbie Smart has really developed quite a lot as he comes around the final bend, taking the berms and flying over the whoops as he starts this final lap. You can see it visually on screen. The gap's increasing lap on lap. Joey Plass still ahead of Reggie Doyle, but Robbie Smart looks to be completely in control. 1 minute 1 dead.
Still a bit of traffic up in front that he will catch, though, as Doyle looks to get past the one and only Joey Plass, but can he do it for second place? We'll have to wait and see on this final tour. Plass clears the double. I don't think Doyle was able to quite do it, as wow, that was really, really high in the air from Smart. Probably hit it a bit too hard, to be honest, but again, when you've got a lead like that, you can start showboating a bit, can't you? As long as you're confident you're not going to hit the jump and go flying off the handlebars, I'm sure you can do really whatever you want, as long as you can confirm the checkered flag and the race victory. Rounding the top of Surrey Summit for the final time then. There is that traffic ahead, and you'll see, yes, the 10 of Smart just backing off. He's got time behind, doesn't need to risk trying to stick it up the inside of some lap traffic that maybe is unawares that he is there. So we'll take it nice and easy to the berms, and then the whoops, and then, of course, the checkered flag. Another wonderful performance from Robbie Smart, who takes the win in moto number 4. It will be Plass who finishes in second place ahead of Reggie Doyle. A great battle between the pair of them, but they, while they were fighting, just couldn't quite catch up to that number 10 of Robbie Smart. Still action further back in the pack as the 27 nearly sends themselves over the top of the berms. Arlo Kowalski and Oakley Price still doing battle for 10th place. Kowalski just about holding on at the moment. Let's see if Price can get any way through, but right now I don't think he's going to be close enough unless it's a move that is very, very late and from very, very far back. It is Robbie Smart from Joey Plass, from Reggie Doyle, your top 3, Noah Well, Freddie Hamilton and Michael Rosen finishing off the podium positions. Hamilton and Rosen swapping places on that final tour. Then we've got George Milligan, Jensen Summers, Owen Everall, Arlo Kowalski does hold on to that P10 from Oakley Price. Then we've got Monroe Wills set to finish 11th, or 12th should I say, with Miles Powell, Archie Leacock and William LeConte following. That is your order at the end of the E3 4 to 5 year old class. And then we'll get a little bit older as we get ready, the E3 5 to 7 year old class. In this one, we've got the 20 of Carter Anderson, as looks the 20 of Carter Anderson out there. Isaac Colcott on the 3, Billy Campbell on the 4, the 127 of Harty Johnson, Joel Wallace on the 22, Reggie Herring on the 32, the 139 of Billy Richardson, Frankie Stewart on the 171, Jax Goodwin on the 19, Cade Needham on the 44, Jax Cook on the 67, the 172 of Ava Poucher, and George Needham on the 201. So we're just getting ready to get going here. A couple of riders are off to the far left, just hidden behind the banking in grid slots, or gate slots 15 and 16 should I say. Jack Ford's clearly had enough of this and decided to run away. Oh no, he's changed his mind and actually wants to start this race this time. I think he's just sending a marcher back. If you are just joining us, hello and welcome. You're just in time for the E3 5 to 7 year old class here at the second round, Sunday's action of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season. And shall we get this one underway? Should be a very fun race indeed. Some great battles in this class yesterday. Let's see what Sunday's action has in store as the gate goes down and we get underway. A couple of riders are a bit too keen away there, but that is a great start from the 20, making their way down into number turn 1. That's the 201 of George Needham getting the whole shot. Carter Anderson did get a good launch on the 20, but couldn't quite find it. In fact, he's going to get demoted down to 5th, or gets back up actually straight away to 3rd as I say that, as they're all squabbling over position and trying to get up into 2nd. Nearly comes together with the 3 of Isaac Colcutt, and we'll have to relinquish that position for the time being. Rest of the riders looks like they're all making their way through cleanly at the moment, but it was another wonderful start from George Needham, and he already has a very, very healthy lead, as it looks like Anderson has no way through Colca as it stands.
Yes, nice to see Colca up there in the early stages. Just want to mention about Billy Richardson. We're used to seeing him out there with a GoPro on his helmet. Obviously, he had a pretty nasty accident yesterday, so it'd be impressive to see if he's still out there, actually. We'll keep an eye on him if it is him out there, because we used to seeing the GoPro. He went down over the whoops yesterday, was carried off, so hopefully it is him out there, and hopefully he has a good race. As I see, coming across the line, George Needham has he's promptly been caught up, actually, hasn't he? I was wondering if the rider ahead of him was the leader, and maybe he's been overtaken, but he's quite close to Carter Anderson anyway at the moment. So no, it is George Needham ahead of Isaac Colca, Carter Anderson, Joel Wallace. Yes, nearly a 5-second lead for George Needham, unbelievably, at the early stages of this race. Then Joel Wallace, Jack Goodwin, Billy Richardson. We've got two 139s out there, apparently. Billy Carroll also in a 139. Billy Richardson's got an X next to his name. We'll see what that means. But Reggie Herring, Ava Poucher, Harty Johnson and Cade Needham, currently the runners out there at the moment. So Billy Carroll in the 139, that's the one without the GoPro, I have to assume. As I see the four going around the outside there, looks like a tidy move being made there. A couple of names missing on our list, but we'll try and work out who the other one is as they all come through. But yeah, looks like it is still George Needham anyway who leads ahead of the rest of the field. This is a good sort of 4-bike scrap at the minute as they all fly down the hill, and round the final corner we see the number 3 there. That's Isaac Colca, who's now behind George Carter Anderson. So yeah, George Needham has now got a 1 minute dead, 1 minute 0.4 I should say, actually, for his fast time. Only 1:10 faster than Anderson. That's with Anderson making the overtake on Colca, who's ahead of Wallace. Billy Carroll in 5th. Jax Goodwin rounds out the podium positions at the moment.
Nice riding there from George Needham. Then Carter Anderson, though, is freed from the Colca chains. Can he try and chase him down? But again, there's already not much time left in this motor. The races are so quick here at Mallory Park. As we see their rider moving up the inside, that is the 139 there of that's Billy Richardson getting past the 19 of Jax Goodwin. And then up in front of them is Billy Carroll on the also on the 139. We'll just wait to get that confirmed. We'll have to wait and see if they go past with the plate. You can see on the 139, it doesn't have the GoPro on, which was how it was easily identifiable. You can still see the mount is on the helmet though. So that is definitely Billy Richardson out there. Billy Carroll is registered as the 4 on the entry list, so maybe a change of numbers or maybe just a transponder problem, something along those lines, but we'll figure it out as we get there. There though we do see your race leader in George Needham on the 201 machine. You can tell because it's got a little bit of tape next to the 20 on the rear of the bike, which forms the 1. Nice and simple like that, isn't it? As he makes his way over the tabletop, nice and comfortable. The gap between himself and Anderson has come down over the previous lap. He was 5 seconds down to 4.1 with Anderson on that previous tour, about 1.6 quicker actually. So I wonder if Needham was held up, or now that Anderson has that clear air, he has that little bit of motivation, can probably still just about see Needham up in front of him, and is trying to desperately push on, seeing if he can try and catch up to the rear of the race leader, who is now making his way into the final corner before the whoop section and the timing beat. Needham gets a clean double, takes the last lap flag. One more tour then of Mallor-E Park. Let's see how close Carter Anderson is, or has Needham responded and extended that gap back out? I believe he may have done so. And no, it has gone down to 3.7, so Anderson is still coming. I don't think he's got the time left in the race though.
No, not quite. He obviously was stuck behind Isaac Colca in the early stages, but he's showing right now that he has got the best pace out there at the moment in that number 20 machine. But as you say, about 3.7 seconds, I don't think it's quite enough to get by George Needham. He's already won the first 3 motos of this weekend. He looks like he's on course to making it 4 elsewhere. Isaac Colca has fallen behind Joel Wallace, who's now running in 3rd place. Billy Carroll, I think you are right with him being the number 4. We did see a rider with the 04 plate, so we think that is him. And Billy Richardson completing the podium board positions at the moment. But here comes George Needham. He's getting used to this feeling now as he comes over the wheels for the final time and takes his 4th moto in a row here at Mallory Park. Brilliant performance, dominant performance, but I'm sure he'll be made aware of Carter Anderson's pace, who set a 54.7. That's nearly 2 seconds faster than anything George Needham could manage in that moto. Joel Wallace is going to be 3rd place with Isaac Colca 4th, Billy Carroll in 5th with Billy Richardson in 6th. That looks like That's where it's finishing. We're watching the battle for 7th with Jack Goodwin and Reggie Heron at the moment. Behind them, Harty Johnson, Cade Needham, Ava Poucher and Frankie Stewart, who may have had issues with his bike. He's currently 2 laps down with no lap time, so he may well have had some bike issues, but they are the 12 riders from that one as we prepare to move on to the E4 class. You know it's them because there's only sort of 4 or 5 of them out there, so we'll see how we get on with them.
We will do. Even though there's only 5 riders, that means there's plenty more grid spots available. If you're sat at home, want to get involved, head over to the Mallory Park Facebook page. Get yourself an E4 bike, of course. It can be any manufacturer of an E4 bike. It can be KTM, Gas, Huskies, whatever. Just as long as it's an E4, confides to those regulations, and you can join this grid and make it a little bit bigger. Actually, it looks like we have been joined by a couple of extras. On the entry list, we currently have Hudson Holloway on the 10, Grayson Knight on the 25, Ronnie Clapson on the 555, Reuben Scrivens on the 110, and Archie Comstock on the 196. But it looks like we may have been joined by another rider, as we'll try and identify who that is for you as we get ready to go racing. You can see on the left-hand side of your picture, is that the 30 of 15 that we've been joined by potentially? So we'll figure out who that is, but you can definitely see the 196 of Comstock, the 555 of Clapson, and then on the right hand side of your picture, the 110, then the 10 and the 25. So we've been joined by a 35. We'll have to identify that for you when they cross the timing beam at the end of the opening lap. Unfortunately, we don't have a timing tower for you, so we do have to wait till the end of lap number 1 to get the timing from Speed Hive. But we are underway, and on the run down into the opening turn, it is going to be Reuben Scrivens with the inside line and with the whole shot, surely. And yes, it is. Contact there between Comstock and Scriven, not Scriven, should I say, Grayson Knight that was, but they're going to push their way onwards regardless and continue to push round. Another wonderful start from the 110 of Reuben Scrivens. Got lucky with that inside line. The 196 of Comstock lands awkwardly after the doubles and can't help himself, but he goes down on the Husqvarna. He'll get back up and rejoin the race. Bike looks okay. Doesn't seem like the handlebars are bent out of fashion, which is of course the most important thing. And he will rejoin, but it'll be a long way back. So Scrivens now has a lot of clear air behind him after that chaos coming through the opening section and after the doubles, and he can basically cruise on home from here on out. Yellow flags, of course, waving while we wait for Comstock to resume competition and carry on in this race. But coming to the end of lap number 1, it will be the 110 of Reuben Scrivens, who got a great start once again. Of course, had that number 1 gate position, completely randomly decided as always here at Mallory Park. No qualifying. Where you start behind the gate is drawn out of a hat, so it's complete dumb luck, quite frankly, for a lack of a better phrase, to figure out where you're going to be starting and if you're going to have an ideal beneficial position or if you're going to be right in the thick of it. So it's Scrivens from Clapson, from Hudson Holloway, who leads at the moment, though Holloway has actually just got past Clapson on the run into turn number 2. He saw a rider making his way. I thought that was someone pulling off. I think it was someone getting ready to start the next race, in fact. Then there is the 35, as we wait to find out who that is. It's no, that's the 25 of Grayson Knight, that's saying. So is there another 25 out there on the racetrack then? Potentially. We'll figure it out. Or somebody's gone out there and doesn't have a transponder on the bike, unfortunately. That may be the case, or perhaps having issues. Swapping back round, of course, as we just saw, Holloway and Clapson. Can Clapson maybe try and get back involved in this conversation for second place? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, we can only apologise for the 35. Yeah, we've got no information on it, but we can assure you that there's definitely a 35 out there. So yeah, we'll see if we can find out. Sometimes it pops up at the end of the race. Happened here with Reuben Scrivens yesterday when he managed to win with no one noticing, which was quite good for him. If you can win without anyone seeing you, you're a pretty good rider. But yeah, he currently leads at the moment by 7 seconds ahead of Hudson Holloway. And the lap time there for Scrivens, that time 1 minute 10.6. He sweeped the Saturday event. So if he can continue that form today, he will be looking very good. And it has to be said, the gap's now extended to 11 seconds. So I think Hudson Holloway, having made that move from Ronnie Clapson, it looks like second place may well be his ceiling in this particular race. Ronnie Clapson about 2.5 seconds behind the number 10 machine, with Grayson Knight a lot further back in, we believe, 5th place. I think the 35 is ahead of him on the road at the moment. We do have a yellow flag out there, but it looks like everyone is still going at the moment. If we spot anything, we will let you know. As right up slow at the top, that's not the leader, is it? No, that's the 196, who's been having a bit of a difficult race so far today, and has come off again at the top of Mallory Mountain. That's gone over the berm now. We've seen that potential for that to happen a couple of times. But we will see, hopefully getting back underway. Might just need the bike turned back on again, as we see it's Archie Comstock, who's not actually on our transponder even, may not have actually come to the end of his first lap yet. But here comes the start of the final lap, and it's Ruben Scrivens who sets another fastest lap, 1 minute 10.6. He's looking very good to take his 4th moto in a row.
Yeah, nice stuff from Ruben Scrivens. Believe it could possibly be William Campbell on the 35 out there, who is also competing in the E5 class after this race. He is one of the riders that is only here today. It may just be that he hasn't got a transponder sorted for his E4 race. That's the 555 of Ronnie Clapson, who's gone down on the whoops, gets back on the bike to try and complete the race at least and take the last lap flag. As he does get going once again, let's see if he does hold on to that 3rd place position. Scrivens makes his way nice and comfortably around the top of Mallory Mountain, though. You can see he's got a huge gap of 10.5 seconds behind him to Hudson Holloway. He need not worry about any pressure from those behind right now, and Scrivens can just make his way home. At the top of Surrey Summit, you can hear the wind, obviously thousands of meters up in the air is that part of the racetrack. It's a real elevation challenge for the riders. Scrivens, though, through the penultimate berm and onto the final corner for the final time. Just the whoops to go. It's not been the most entertaining of race film I can imagine, but it's been domination nonetheless. It's Ruben Scrivens who takes yet another win in the E4 class. And another great ride from him as well, with the fastest lap of 1:10.6, some 3 seconds quicker than his nearest challenger. It will be Hudson Holloway that comes across the line, finishes in P2, and then we wait to see who's going to come home in 3rd and 4th. Again, we don't believe that Archie Comstock's going to finish the race. We also don't think that William Campbell has the transponder on the bike, so we're not sure where he's going to be finishing. But he also, if it is William Campbell, then he would not be a classified points finisher anyways. He's a wildcard rider for today. He just gets the position, doesn't get the points. Everybody who finishes behind him in the championship standings gets bumped up 1. Rest of the riders making their way through them. You can see Ronnie Clapson coming through there. I think he may have lost out to that 35 machine. And, oh no, the 35 has now been added. It was William Campbell. Finished a few laps down. Ronnie Clapson did just about hold on from Grayson Knight. And William Campbell has finished William Campbell's come across the line in 4th. He won't be classified for points, though. Grayson Knight in 5th place. So it was William Campbell on that 35. That's good to know for the final 2 motors. And he'll also be out there in this next motor as well. And then we are just waiting for Archie Comstock to bring it on home. After that incident and mechanical trouble, he at least wants to try and make the checkered flag, which is, of course, what you want to see. Everybody wants to make the checkered flag, regardless of whether you had a top performance or a pretty rotten moto at the office. We'll move onwards, though, as Comstock brings it to the line. So our next class is the E5 5 to 6-year-old class, getting faster and faster as we go along. In this next race, we'll have the 22 of Dexter Miller-Howarth, the 16 of Jackson Gillett, the 6-7 of Ralphie Matthews, the 101 of Daisy Run, as we do see Comstock taking the checkered flag. Great to see him getting to the end of that moto at least. Then we've got Arthur Brailsford on the 33, George Breeze on the 46, Olivia Templeman on the number 10, the 422 of Barnaby Brown, Oscar Walker on the 29, the 25 of Frankie Botham, the 214 of Jason Wood, and the 35 of William Campbell, as we just saw out there, who should be competing in this one as well. Jack Ford getting ready to send us on our way, doing a little bit of repairs to the track. We did see Ronnie Clapson having an off at the whoops there, so maybe just pulling up a bit of a divot. Need to get the spade out, do some manual labour, and get it sorted. A big thank you to our partners over here, of course, our new partners this weekend, TLB Projects Limited. Thank you for your support here at Mallory Park. We're ready to go racing for the first moto of Sunday's action here in the E5 5 to 6-year-old class. The gate drops and we are underway. A good start from many of the riders. It's the 46 to the inside, the 25 to the outside. Into turn number 1. Who's going to get away with the whole shot? Looks to be Frankie Botham. Very much is Frankie Botham, but right on his tail, George Breeze. Once again, he was a real contender in yesterday's action. Let's see if he can stick with the whole shot winner on their way to the tabletop for the first time. Rest of the riders making their way through this opening portion of the moto cleanly, and already getting some strong airtime from everybody as well. The 25 starting to extend the gap over the 46, who themselves is starting to extend the gap over the 22. That's Dexter Miller-Howarth, another one of our front runners yesterday, although he himself under some significant pressure from the rest of the podium riders. 7th and 8th not far away as well. Once again, though, a great start start from Frankie Botham in this one, Owen, and he will look to try and bolt away. Not sure if we'll be able to do that immediately, though, as there's some stiff competition in this race.
Well, we've seen it from the last couple of races. Once he gets to the front, he tends to disappear, does Frankie Botham. He leads ahead of George Breeze. Coming through there is Dexter Miller-Holworth, and then there's Jackson Gillett there in the background. I believe we've got the Jensen Wood machine coming through there as well, and that's completing the top 5. And we'll get the rest of the orders who come across the line. Arthur Brailsford's behind that. Olivia Templeman, who doesn't have her number plate on her car, but on her bike, I should say, but she's running sort of pinkish purple livery, so hopefully she'll be easy enough to spot out there. She's currently running in 7th. Barnaby Brown behind that. Ralphie Matthews, Daisy Rudd, and Oscar Walker, your top 11 at the moment. As we see Jensen Wood holding on to that 5th place, just ahead of Arthur Brailsford, who we saw have a bit of a varied day yesterday. He had a couple of offs, but then also had some good speed, and you can see different techniques being taken over Surrey Summit as Wood gets under pressure from Brailsford. He didn't want to take the berm. It was very much Wood's taking the berm on that occasion. Looks like Jackson Gillett may be making a little bit of ground on the rider ahead of him. He may have got by Dexter Miller-Holworth. We'll have a quick look at that. At the head of the field, Frankie Botham is ahead of George Breeze, and Dexter Miller-Holworth actually is still ahead of Jackson Gillett, so I've seen that wrong. Apologies. Jensen Wood, though, very much holding on against Arthur Brailsford. Has a good run towards the first hairpin, but there's going to be no move made there just yet. But this looks like it's the closest battle on the circuit at the moment. Fastest lap of the race. Only rider in the 56s, in fact the only rider under 60 seconds, is Frankie Botham, and that was a 56.7 on the last run. So that's 6.5 seconds clear of the field. As Brailsford looks to the outside again of Jensen Wood, who this time is going to take the inside, and it'll be Brailsford taking the berm. So different tactics being taken here, but their pace is looking very similar, and so no moves are happening at the moment.
2:14 has got that breathing room behind, so he can just sit there on the apex of corners and not worry too much about Brailsford. Brailsford, I think, still trying to calculate the best way to try and negotiate his opponent. He was really, really quick yesterday, but was certainly a rider that improved as the day went on, so maybe just needs to shake off some of the early morning cobwebs and blues here at Mallory Park. He doesn't quite double his way over the whoops there, but looks set to maybe at least try and launch an attack. You can see the flag marshal there preparing the last lap flag. Means that Frankie Botham probably not too far away from getting there. There is Frankie Botham. So when he gets to the line in about half a lap's time, he will be on the final tour of the Mallor-E Park circuit in this opening moto of Sunday's action in the E5 5 to 6 year old class. Makes his way into the final section. You can see some dust is now starting to be kicked up. That's something we were hoping we'd see less of today. We'll see how the circuit degrades over the next couple of races. Last lap flag for your race leader, and he's sitting very, very comfortably indeed. Does nearly lose it down into the opening turn as he locks the rear brake, but no problems whatsoever. Just having fun out there. I'm sure there'll be a smile under the helmet. He can cruise on home at this point. He's got a huge advantage. And you can see, just trying to test some limits, try some different things. Still constantly learning is this young man. Always, even when dominating, trying out new lines, new opportunities, seeing how late he can brake, how much he can test himself, how much he can prove himself. Because he wants to improve, he wants to be better, and he wants to take his riding up to the next level. As he makes his way down Surrey Summit for the final time and into the final section. The lead at the line last time, 11.278. Another dominant performance from Frankie Botham, who once again got a brilliant hole shot and now takes a brilliant win as well. It's moto number 4, the first of Sunday's action, going the way of the 25. And well, it's not entirely surprising, but it's entirely deserved. Great to see that from him. Meanwhile, we see the 2:14 getting through some lap traffic there. That's going to hold up Brailsford as Breeze and Miller-Holworth do finish in 2nd and 3rd place. Let's see, is it too far back for Brailsford? I think he will be. He may have to settle for the final podium place as the rest of the riders continue to make their way round. But at the end of moto number 1, it was Botham from Breeze, from Dexter Miller-Holworth, your top 3, and Jackson Gillett, Jensen Wood, and Arthur Brailsford rounding out your podium. Elsewhere, we had Olivia Templeman set to finish in P7, Barnaby Brown 8th, Ralphie Matthews 9th, Daisy Rudd P10, and Oscar Walker in P11 as we wait for the rest of the riders to come and collect the checkered flag. But it was, who else But Frankie Botham, after getting that whole shot, there was a bit of fighting behind him. He used that as an opportunity to get the initial breakaway and then just did not look back and takes yet another moto victory this weekend with another very fine performance.
Yep, 4 wins in a row now for Frankie Botham, so looking very, very good indeed as we get ready for the next event, which will be the last of the E5 classes for the first motors anyway, and it's the 6 to 8 year old class for this one, which includes, of course, Colby Fletcher. We've been waiting all day to see him. He's been absolutely dominant in this class so far this weekend. He'll be joined on the grid by the 141, which looks a bit like a 14, as we said, of Roy Ritzka. Zach Green will be up there as well. Blake Coates, Richard Mason, Noah Comstock, Jude Reeder and Arthur Whitelaw. A stacked field, it has to be said, out there for this race. I'm looking forward to this. We should also have Oscar Roberts in the 43. You can see him on the right hand side of your screen as we get ready to drop the gate and get underway once again here in the E5 class. Jack Ford, a couple of jump starts there. He hadn't put his foot down yet on the pedal. Just be a little bit patient. And they'll be pushed back into position. There's no real penalty for jump starts, because if you jump to start, you're just going to hit the gate, really. So there's not really much of an advantage to it, as it just all gets straightened back up again. And Jack will try again to drop the pedal, and this time we should be able to go racing. Nope. I think it's Colby Fletcher. He's just getting very eager to get going. He's gone back into his all green race suit, which matches the colour of the bike, so he'll be easy enough to spot out there, I believe, as we get ready to go racing again. You can still see Yoda on the front of Zach Green's bike. He's right next to Jack Ford. Right, is it going to be third time lucky here in the E5 class? Yes, it is. There we go. Well done, everyone. You've got off the line. Now let's see who gets the whole shot. As you see, Colby Fletcher into the first bend. He's gone a bit wide. That's Roy Ritzka who's going to get the whole shot there. Colby Fletcher's in second place. The first real mistake we've seen from Colby all weekend long, as he went way too deep into that first bend. Zach Green's in fourth. He's got a few rides behind him. Richard Mason attacking, but the 259
two down.
Arthur Whitelaw, we have a couple down. They could red flag this because there's a lot of mess going on a rider just collecting themselves out. That's a 719 down at the moment, but it looks to me like in third place Arthur Whitelaw, who was more towards the back in recent races, having had some issues with his bike. We saw him come to a stop and have to be pulled off in the third moto yesterday, but he's running third place at the moment behind Colby Fletcher and Rory Ritzka as they come around the final bend and complete the first lap, as it looks like they've got red flags in their hands, and they have red flagged this race, as we had the two riders down at the start. They may well be able to restart this one in a moment. What they're going to do is they're just going to all park it up and come back one at a time. Since that was only on the first lap, we saw a couple of red flags yesterday where they came mid-race, but on this occasion, hopefully they'll be able to restart this race in a few moments. And well, it took 3 attempts to get off the line. Once we finally did, sadly, we've had to come to a stop for now. You can still see all the supercars in the background. There's a load of supercars actually going around the Mallory Park circuit. Don't ask me what they are. I simply don't know, but they just look fast. I'm sure everyone in there is having a good time, giving us a nice soundtrack here at Mallory Park today.
Got 4 wheels. Who really cares? I mean, if there was BMW iSetters there, we know all about BMW iSetters here at Mallory Park. But let's not get into that one now. Who will be really annoyed at that red flag? Of course, main thing, of course, is hopefully all the riders involved in that incident were okay. We'll let you know who was involved and that they're okay as soon as we know, and hopefully it's not too long of a delay and we can get back to our racing action. Given that was on the first lap, that'll definitely be a race restart, I'm sure. Who'll be very, very annoyed with that one, though, is the 141 of Roy Ritzka. That's the first time he's got the whole shot, got in front of Colby Fletcher all weekend long. He's definitely been pushing Fletcher all across yesterday in the 3 motos, but didn't quite have the pace to get through him. It was a mistake from Fletcher, an equally good start, though, from Ritzka as well, and able to get the whole shot, and he was bolting away. Obviously saw his opportunity to go, I've got to go now, Colby's going to get warm, figure it out, and he's going to come after me, because he is definitely been the fastest rider so far this weekend. So Ritzka probably feeling a little bit frustrated with that one, because now he's got to go through that again, and there's every possibility that Fletcher is not going to make that same mistake and will hold on to the whole shot. But we'll wait and see what's going to happen with the red flag, and if we are going again. Looks like both of the riders that were involved in that are back up on their feet, which is good to see. There is still one rider who is just being attended to by the medics, but I can see that they're up on their feet and are now walking away. There we go. Great to see that everybody involved is okay. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals and the medics for their support and their help, not just this weekend, but all throughout the season. Of course, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need a single one of them here at Mallory Park, but we do need them to ensure that we can go racing as safely as possible, and if there is an incident, that the riders or anybody affected can receive the best care that is physically possible at the racing circuit. So a big thank you to all of those once again for their support and for their continued commitment to Mallor-E Park, and will hopefully not be too far away from going once again. Of course, on the topic of marshals, we do of course have the Dale Wellington Trophy here at Mallor-E Park as well, named after Dale, a marshal here at Mallory Park who passed away late last year, of course, so showing a bit of respect and a trophy for Dale's memory for the marshals as well. So looks like we are going to get going once again, Owen, and I guess the question is it's obviously going to be about Ritzka and Colby Fletcher once again, isn't it? That was the first time, as I said, we've seen Ritzka get through, and he had bolted away over that first lap. Fletcher, though, will know he can't really afford to make that mistake again.
Well, it's the first mistake he's made so far this weekend. I think Ritzka will be feeling a little bit frustrated that it's sort of been cancelled out, but he knows now he can get the whole shot, so let's see what happens next. Noah Combs up back onto his bike. It was nice to hear the crowd as well acknowledging him and clapping as he came back onto his bike. So all the riders will restart this as Jack Ford gets ready to drop the pedal again. No jump starts this time. Well done, everybody, as they get off the line. It looks like it's going to be Zach Green this time versus Colby Fletcher, but right on the outside this time. Roy Ritzka super late on the brakes, and he may just have to pull in behind there as Colby Fletcher goes over some of the tape there at turn 2. He got the whole shot. Could easily have gone down there when he goes over the tape like that, but he's got away with it, and he will lead up the hill. He already making the jumps, and so it's Roy Ritzka now into second place. Zach Green, like I said, had a pretty strong start, but was just a little bit earlier on the brakes than these two, who must have just a massive amount of confidence. They know they're the two fastest riders out there, and Ritzka putting the pressure on, almost hitting the back wheel there of Colby Fletcher, and he knows if he wants to make a race happen here, he's got to show the same sort of aggression that Colby Fletcher showed yesterday. If you remember, we saw an unbelievably aggressive move from Colby. It was absolutely perfect, let me make that absolutely clear, that he threw it straight up the inside to the first hairpin, and he bumped Roy Ritzka out of his way. Will Roy Ritzka be looking for a bit of revenge? He nearly goes over as he went wide through the first bend, and you can see the gap behind is absolutely enormous to the rest of the field. Looks like Arthur Whitelaw's still managed to get himself up into the podium positions in third place, so doing well. Zach Green in fourth, Blake Coates in fifth, Richard Mason in sixth, Jude Reader seventh, and it should be Noah Comstock coming through in eighth place. But here are the front two, only about half a second separating them. They're both taking the berms as well, absolutely giving it everything. Fletcher looks to me like he's had a slightly better second lap here than Ritzka, but we know with these two it's never quite over yet. And look at that again, nearly into the back wheel. Looks to me like Ritzka's a lot stronger up Surrey Summit.
Little error there from Fletcher on the exit of the berm, but I think he'll get away with it. We got a proper motocross race on our hands here, ladies and gents. These two not in the same order as they started this race the first time. Of course, we saw Ritzka getting through after that Fletcher mistake at the second attempt at the start, though. A wonderful block pass by Colby Fletcher, who once again gets aggressive on the throttle, nearly drops it, and once again getting as close to the tape on the inside as he can, getting very liberal with his idea of track limits, and they almost touched. They may have touched on the run towards the tabletop. This is as tight as you like between the two of them. It looks like Ritzka is the stronger of the pair in the slower, more technical sections, and certainly on the brakes it's more in the fast bits, the bits where you got to be confident, the bits where you got to be brave, where Fletcher ekes him out ever so slightly. Once again, Ritzka looks to poke that front wheel to the inside of Colby Fletcher, just can't find anything at the top of Surrey Summit, and he'll be sat in those wheel tracks patiently waiting, but perhaps frustrated as well, knowing that if there hadn't have been that red flag, if the race hadn't have been restarted, he could well be on his way to a victory right now. But instead, he has to duke it out once again with that 29 of Fletcher. Elsewhere in the pack, there we see the number 94 of Zach Green trying to hold off Blake Coates. Coates to the inside there, coming towards the penultimate corner. Tries the alternative line, can't quite find anything there between these guys and Ritzker and Fletcher. There is Arthur Whitelaw on the 259 and a bit of no man's land at the moment. With Zach Green extending that gap a little bit over Blake Coates. Breathing room, not comfortable, but certainly breathing room. As I say that, Coates does make a mistake. Back to the leaders.
Yep, and it looks like Roy Ritzker once again in this section is much faster. He has a bit of a moment coming down Søren Summit this time, and it's always just tapping the back wheel of Colby Fletcher. Not every ultimate the move work. I wonder if he's ever going to try to berm around there, try something a bit different and get the momentum down the hill as Fletcher flies over and starts the final lap. This is a proper battle, and a little bit wide there goes Colby, and Ritzker follows him on that line. A couple of lap runners who they'll be coming across. Binnigan already got by Noah Comstock. This, I believe, is Oscar Roberts, who they're coming through now, and they've got through no problems there, and it should be a relatively clear track until the finish. Is flying over. He's still
going up speed.
He's still trying to do a couple of tricks, you know, Colby. Even though he's got not much of a lead. Colby, of course, the great showman, really, of the Mallory Park season so far. And, well, he must feel relatively comfortable then. Ritzker's not as close this lap as he was before, but anything could happen in these last couple of corners, especially over the whoop section. Look out for that. Anything could happen there. But we've got a couple of corners to go. Ritzker a bit high on the burp, and that's going to lose him some time. And as Colby Fletcher looks behind him, he sees he's got about a half a second gap. That should be enough as he flies over the whoops. His biggest challenge so far, and Colby Fletcher has passed that challenge fantastically well as he beat Rory Ritzker to his fourth victory this weekend, and then a wee fist bump between the two riders post-race. That is nice to see. Arthur Whitelaw should be coming through in third with Zach Green in fourth. We're watching Oscar Roberts, who, remember, doesn't get scored but is still here to participate on Sunday. He's currently running in fifth place. Richard Mason will be behind him with Blake Coates, Jude Reader and Noah Comstock 2 laps down, so may well still be struggling at that incident. We will see him later on, of course, as the 43 continues to come through. So first race this weekend, and just taking it nice and easy. He'll get a finish on the board and then see where he goes from there. There goes Baby Yoda, and he's crashed across the line. Well, at least you've done that after the finish rather than beforehand, as we see Zach Green coming across the line and crossing the line to be fourth place. Looks like he may have hurt himself, but he'll have time to get himself ready for the next event. Roberts finishing just behind him, and then you've got Richard Mason, Blake Coates, Jude Reader and Noah Comstock. There may be a small delay before the next race, which will be the Søren Hyperby Cup.
It will be indeed. Hopefully we see the lap riders okay. Of course, we'll confirm to you as soon as we see the riders for the next race all ready to go. But again, expect just a little delay here. What a race that was, though, between Colby Fletcher and Rory Ritzker. Proper motocross action between the pair of them, and real hard racing. Again, we saw the respect between the two opponents at the end of that one. Ritzker will probably understandably be a little bit frustrated, knowing that in another timeline he won that race without not that red flag at the end of the opening lap, because he did have a very healthy lead at the end of lap number 1 in the first attempt at it when the red flag was flown. In the second attempt, it was a wonderful block pass to get the whole shot from Colby Fletcher, and even though Ritzker was right with him and tried several times, just couldn't quite find his way through. But as we're ready for the next moto, it is the first moto of the day. Coming up next, it is the Søren Hyperby UK Cup Small Wheel. Here we go then, it's time for the small wheel variant of our premier class, the Søren Hyperby UK Cup. Their first race of the day, their fourth moto of the weekend here at Mallor-E Park, the second round of 2026, as the sun begins to shine down here in Leicestershire. Coming your way in this race, we've got the 3 of Blake Ford, the 25 of Ethan Rudd, the 92 of Lando Parsons, the 28 of Madison Parsons, the 19 of Alfie Brown, the 421 of George Milligan, the 148 of Tommy Cotter, and the 110 of Ruben Scrivens. And it looks like almost everybody's starting on the right-hand side of the gate. There are a couple of riders to the left, We're all ready to drop that thing and get going as we do so now. Great launch there from Ethan Rudd, and he will surely get the whole shot on the way in. But to the 19 of Alfie Brown to the outside, sweeps it through, late on the brakes, and lovely from Brown. He gets it confirmed and gets it done early doors here, but Rob with a great start. Clearly feeling racy and feeling pacey. Can he catch up to the back of that 19 who's deep there? And then Rudd runs over those tyres on the inside, took a bit too much through that left-hander before the tabletop, as the rest of the riders make their way through. A clean first lap so far. Lando Parsons at the rear of the field at the moment, and Alfie Brown is followed by Ethan Rudd, and then Tommy Cotter once again, as we saw yesterday, was right there with them. Well, this time he's there straight away from the get-go and already thinking about challenging for second place. That could allow the 19 to start sliding away though, if those behind them start to battle. Inside line there for Alfie Brown. Cotter up on the berms, but too much taken. It'll cost him time. Gets the momentum out into the whoops, doubles over both of them cleanly, but no chance to look just yet. Looks like Ethan Rudd is really confident on the brakes as well into the opening corner, but it is Alfie Brown that leads here early doors from Ethan Rudd. Tommy Cotter is in P3. Blake Ford up to 4th early doors. Then we've got Ruben Scrivens in 5th. George Milligan rounds out the podium. Madison Parsons in 7th. And it'll be Lando Parsons in 8th place as Tommy Cotter to the inside, then the outside, and then past that the tabletop. Lovely stuff over the jump to get up past Ethan Rudd and into 2nd place. And now potentially could be challenging for the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely the favourite for this race, of course. Tommy Cotter, he sweeped Saturday pretty dominantly as well. We haven't needed to see him make too many passes so far. This will be good experience for him. If he can make these moves stick, it'll fill him full of confidence as we see Alfie Brown still leading this race. He may well get to lap 2 of the head, but then he'll have to start looking behind him to see his rival. Once again, you can see riding with the GoPro. This will be great footage he'll get as he sees Tommy Cotter coming around his outside to take the lead back. He only was behind for 2 laps, but normal service is resumed for him. He could well disappear off into the distance. He won by nearly 20 seconds yesterday in the 3rd moto, and he was arriving the same distance in the first 2 as well. So Brown is down to 2nd, Rudd is down to 3rd. Blake Ford, who was in 2nd place for I think the 2nd moto yesterday, currently running in 4th place at the moment. Ruben Scrivens is in 5th at the moment, with George Milligan and then the 2 Parsons, Madison and Lando, running in 7th and 8th. As we mentioned, here is Blake Ford, like I say, finished in 2nd place, I believe, in either the 1st or 2nd moto. I don't exactly remember which one, but he certainly was 2nd place at one point, which is good progress for him. Outside of that, he's been finishing in the top 4 in most races, so he's been very consistent indeed, and obviously building confidence. Remember, these are very young riders from 5 to 8 years old. You sort of forget that when you're watching them, but it is pretty impressive what they're doing here at Mallory Park. I've got to say, I didn't really get a chance to mention it before. The sun's come out. I mean, we weren't really expecting that today, were we? But that's what we've seen, a bit more of that dust coming out. The sun's coming out. And all the practice that we had earlier with a slightly damp track, that's completely dried up now. There may be a little bit of wind out there, but with the sun out there, these conditions in theory should be getting better throughout the day.
Better for the short part, and then possibly worse. We'll wait and see. There is already quite a lot of dust here at the circuit, but at least the racing gods are smiling at us here at Mallory Park. And why wouldn't they be? We've got the best junior electric motocross action available in the UK. Live broadcast to you this season, either here on Mallor-E Park YouTube channel, or indeed Facebook, or on Motorsport Radio as well. We hope you're enjoying the action wherever you are watching around the world. There's Ruben Scrivens, currently P5. He's been winning races and other classes this weekend in the Suren Cup. Not quite up to the level of the front runners is he, but still doing a very good job. These are beastly machines, of course. Even the small wheel Surens, they've got a lot of power. Nearly unseats himself on the brakes just as I say that, and then as he gets back on the throttle to prove my point. There's Tommy Cotter, who's now up into the race lead by quite some distance. Ethan Rudd and Alfie Brown have got no idea where they are in connection. Looks like Ethan Rudd about 9 seconds away. Alfie Brown further back, may have in fact gone down at the final corner potentially there in the background. We'll wait to get that confirmed as we follow Cotter over the top of the tabletop. And yeah, Alfie Brown is dropping down the order, so he's definitely had an issue somewhere. Blake Ford promoted into 3rd place. I think I can just see him in the background exiting the first turn there, and he'll rejoin at about 5th place, I want to say, maybe 4th ahead of Ruben Scrivens. Down Suren Summit though goes the 1-4-headed Tommy Cotter, and he's got a very healthy lead now. He needn't not worry about those behind, and he needn't not worry at all anyway, because he's only got a couple of corners left, and the 148 is going to carry on where he left off yesterday. Checkered flag waves, and another victory for Tommy Cotter in the Surrey Cup small wheel category. And that one, it took him a bit of time to get to the front, didn't get the whole shot, had to fight his way through, but now he takes the win once again. Rudd will finish in second place, as there we see Blake Ford getting through Lando Parsons, one of the back markers, to take third place. A really well-deserved third place for Blake Ford. Alfie Brown, after that fourth, will come home, or after that fall, should I say, will come home in P4. Then it'll be Reuben Scribbins, George Milligan rounding out the podium, Madison Parsons in 7th, and we've just seen Lando Parsons crossing the line. He finishes a lap down in P8. That'll be the order for that one. A really exciting racing at the start. Alfie Brown with that issue late in the day, promoting Blake Ford up to third. A real shame for him, but of course they've still got 2 motors to come later on today. We'll move quickly on to the big wheeled category in the Surrey Hyper-B UK Cup. A slightly bigger grid than this one, and of course slightly larger bikes as well, and slightly older riders, a bit more experience out there, and hopefully some elbows out racing as well. In this one we've got Evie Booth on the 35, Caden Waldock on the 291, Hunter Kirk on the 26, Louis Charlton on the 7, Jimmy Briggs on the 75, Colby Fletcher on the 29, Jack Ferries on the 89, Alfie Durgan Brown on the 23, Brax Johnson on the 18, Jack Whitehouse on the 17, Joey Clapson on the 555, and Riley Lambert rounds it out on the number 11. Again, we can see behind the gate most of the riders on our left-hand side of the picture. On the rider's right-hand side, that is probably the side you don't as much want to be on, unless you're on the very far end and can sweep your way around. But with the power that these bikes have, if you get a good start, you can pull away ahead of your opponents before you get to turn 1 anyway.
Yes, you can see second rider on your screen from the left. That is Colby Fletcher, who you'd be amazed to learn won all the races yesterday. But on the far right of your screen, number 7 of Louis Charlton, who was faster in the closing stages of the third moto yesterday, and was only 2.5 seconds behind Colby Fletcher. So it could be a fight between those two for victory here in Moto 4. But so far, it's been domination for Colby Fletcher as the gate comes down and we go racing here and down towards turn 1. Looks like we're going to have a different leader this time. Fletcher's not going to be able to get the whole shot here as they head through, and a few riders sort of coming together in the mid-pack, but I think they've all survived okay. And as they race through, we'll get a confirmation of who the leader is at the moment. We're looking at a few riders battling away there, and it's tricky to tell exactly which rider that is in the lead, but we'll find out when they cross the line and finish the first lap. Either way, Colby Fletcher's got some overtaking to do. As you see some riders towards the back fighting away as well. Fletcher under pressure too from Charlton. Let's say Charlton was faster in yesterday's race by about half a second in the ultimate pace. So if he's this close already, it could be both of these two fighting for the lead if they can get past the leader at the moment as they come through the last couple of corners now. And look out for Jack Whitehouse as well. He was one of the faster riders yesterday. I believe he's close up behind in 4th place. As they all cross the line to finish this first lap, we'll see exactly where everyone is in this field. So it's Riley Lambert and number 11 who leads ahead of Colby Fletcher and Louis Charlton, who looked like they were side by side as they came down towards the first hairpin. Jack Whitehouse is indeed running in 4th for Jimmy Briggs in 5th. Caden Waldock in 6th with Brax Johnson and Evie Booth following the 7th and 8th. And looks to me like Fletcher's held on to second. Now he's going to go for the lead around the outside of Riley Lambert up towards Mallory Mountain. The berms, the preferred way of getting through there, especially when the ride on the inside has a little moment, and that's exactly what's allowed Colby Fletcher to take the lead.
Looks like we see Louis Charlton trying to follow through as well. Can't get through Riley Lambert, though. He's having an awesome start to Sunday's action here in the Surrey Cup Big Wheel. Once again, preferring that inside line, seemingly, is Lambert. Not a fan as much of the berms, though. Does follow the race leader through there. Gap is starting to open up a little bit, but it's not egregious. It's not massive. Charlton, though, if he is being held up, will want to make his way through Lambert as quickly as possible on that number 11 machine as they complete lap number 2. And Colby Fletcher, although not completely bombing away just yet, gap is now beginning to open up. Little error there from Louis Charlton, a bit too greedy on the throttle, kicked the rear out and nearly dropped it as they make their way to the tabletop once again, but he was lucky to stay on 2 wheels and he'll continue at least in 3rd place, but still cannot find his way through that number 11 rider. Fletcher now has breathing room behind. Less and less pressure on the 29 with each and every corner, as this time Charlton tries to the outside but sticks it way too deep, and now is getting held up big time by that number 11. Just can't find a way through, can the 7, and this is going to cause problems for him. Even if he is faster than Fletcher Fletcher in this race. Looks to the inside, once again greedy on the throttle. There's just no grip there because of the dust, and then because he loses time out of the corner, it costs him time through the whoops as well because it slows him down. He has to double, he lands awkwardly, it holds him up, it probably hurts a little bit on the landing as well, and as a result of that, 4th place Jack Whitehouse on the 17 is now starting to catch up as well.
Yes, good riding under pressure this, I've got to say, from Riley Lambert, because the amount of pressure being put on him from Louis Charlton is just enormous. Obviously it helps that Louis struggling with his riding a little bit, but you'd be aware of that happening behind you, and you'd be wary looking behind you in every corner to see, is he there, but he's done well, Riley, to hold on. We're watching Jack Whitehouse at the moment, who's catching up to Louis Charlton. He may need a couple more mistakes to get right the way up to him, because I think Charlton is faster. We saw from yesterday, he in theory is the fastest rider on the entire grid, actually. At the moment, though, it's Colby Fletcher, who leads. He set a lap time of a 53.2, so he's not quite as fast as he was yesterday. Charlton could get into the 52s. We saw that yesterday. So let's see if he can get this move done first. He's got a little look to the inside. Again, Riley defending this well. He's holding the right line where he needs to, giving no opportunity for Charlton to make the move stick. He may have to revert to doing what Colby Fletcher did and just push the rival out of the way. Controlled, of course, but you're getting to that point where you're starting to run out of ideas. Both it in the berms there as well, so Charlton, that's caught him out a little bit. I think he was expecting Riley Lambert to sit at the inside. You could see that affect him as he came over and nearly came down, and at the bottom of Mallory Mountain he's starting to lose that time again. Now he goes to sit at the berm. It looked to me like he's out of ideas.
He's really struggling. It's wonderful defending from Riley Lambert on the 11, just sticking the bike in all of the right places. Colby Fletcher does take the last lap flag just in front of them, as we do have a rider down, and that, I believe, is Charlton, who's gone down from 3rd. Pushed too hard, trying to get through Riley Lambert. We saw the bike moving all over the place underneath him. We could potentially have a red flag stoppage. We do indeed have a red flag stoppage as we went on to the last lap. That will be the race done and dusted. Colby Fletcher will take the win. If we take it from that lap or the previous lap, Charlton will either finish earlier. It depends when everyone gets the line and who crosses the line and stops. I'm assuming we'll take it from the previous lap, in which case he will finish 3rd even. And yes, our live timing has been updated, of course. Unfortunately, we don't have any timing for you here from our perspective. We are just following along on the Speed Hive app. You can do the same at home if you are watching along at home. But at the end of that one, as the red flag is brought out in moto number 4 of the weekend in the Southern Cup big wheel category, it is Colby Fletcher from Riley Lambert. Louis Charlton is classified as 3rd, but does have that big off coming into the final corner, pushing a bit too hard, trying to find a way through Riley Lambert. Jack Whitehouse is 4th, with Jimmy Briggs in 5th, Caden Wardock rounding out the podium. Then it's Brax Johnson, Evie Booth, Hunter Kirk, Joey Clapson and Alfie Durgan Brown rounding out the podium positions. Now we'll wait to see Charlton is okay. Of course, we'll confirm that for you as soon as we are aware. But the rest of the riders are making their way back to the paddock, as someone had a little off there actually coming through one of the corners, trying to make their way back to the paddock. But we can see the next class is ready and waiting to go. But I suspect we will be having just a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a break here. And we'll let you know as soon as we know what is going on. Up next, it will be moto number 5 of the weekend, also known as race number 16 of the day. Back to our youngest riders in the 12-inch 3-year-old class. Still, though, some great racing in that race there, Owen. Of course, a brilliant battle early doors, some nice moves by Colby Fletcher. Riley Lambert with a great start, getting that whole shot and a fantastic defensive effort. It really was catching Charlton out. He was taking lines that he wasn't expecting him to take, and just keeping him guessing. He was thinking, okay, Lambert's gone here, the last 2 laps in a row, so we'll go to the outside and just go around the berm. And then suddenly Lambert was on the berm and he was kind of stuck behind him, and he wasn't really sure what to do. So really impressive defending from Riley Lambert, someone who's clearly had his Weetabix this morning and woken up with some vengeance and some ferocity in his belly, so that he could be one to watch for race 5 and 6 later on.
Yeah, he was brilliant in that race. Obviously, Colby Fletcher did get by him relatively quickly, but the pace says that he's right there. So we'll see how he gets on later on today. So that is the end of the first set of motos today. That's the end of the 4th motos overall for this weekend. So we've got 30 races to go, 60 in the can already. If you're just joining us, we've just gone past 11:30 here on this Sunday morning here at Mallory Park. Hope you've all enjoyed the action so far. Hope you were here yesterday as well. If you were, hope you enjoyed that too. And if you've got anyone you fancy letting to have watch us, please share with everyone you know. so that we can, I'll show you the best of these junior riders here at Mallory Park. The extended track layout for this season, of course, and it's been proved a massive success so far. For this upcoming race, the 12-inch 3-year-old class, we will be seeing a slightly shortened layout as they don't have enough power to get back up Surrey Summit, having gone up Mallory Mountain earlier in the lap. But still, it's a very impressive facility here. We've got the best marshals, we've got the best staff, we've got the best everyone really around here. So hope you're all enjoying so far. On this grid, for the 12-inch 3-year-old class, we do have the 21 of Sadie Jenkins, Sadie Jenkins without the S. The 4 of Tommy Betts, who again, we'll keep saying it, has had pace, but does keep going down. If he stays up, look out for him. Albie Murphy in the 9, I believe he's won 3 out of the 4 motos so far. Jesse Ellis in the 24, and then Archie Pitt, the other winner, who I believe won Moto 2 yesterday. The 31 of Lamel Goodison, who is regularly a feature in the top 3. Finlay Stobalak in the 469. The number 2 of Mia Cunningham, the number 12 of River Milton, and the number 1 of Colton Wood. So that is the grid that we've got ahead of us for this race. As I say, we do have a delay at the moment because of the issues that are going on towards the end of the lap. And you can see in the background, we still have the supercars going around Mallory Park. They're not going around the full circuit, so they're not getting the full experience. But still, it's nice to see some track action going on back there. And actually, they're giving us a nice soundtrack on what has become a very, very nice day, actually. It started very cold this morning. We were looking on our weather this morning. It was feeling like 1 degree. It'll be a lot more warm now. The riders not needing to wear their coats anymore. I say that actually, Mia Cunningham does still have her coat on at the bottom right hand side of your picture, but we're just waiting as we have this short delay for the incident with Lucia, and we'll let you know what happens when we have the information.
Absolutely, and hopefully we won't be waiting too much longer. At least there is something going around on the track in the background, I suppose. But we hope you're enjoying the show wherever you are watching around the world. And whether you are here with us either on Mallory Park YouTube channel or indeed the Motorsport Radio channel. Of course, if you are watching along on Motorsport Radio, make sure you continue to join us over at motorsport.radio for the rest of the month of May. Motorsport Radio, the only place outside of the United States bringing you radio IndyCar coverage. And of course, we will be bringing you live action from the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 on the 24th of May. So, looking forward to that one. Looks like our delay is coming to an end, and we are not far away from getting going once again. You can see Jack Ford is getting ready to send the riders on their way, and hopefully everything is okay. And we can get going once again. So, we'll get ready to get going for Moto number 5 of the 12-inch 3-year-old category. And Jack Ford is ready to set him on the way. As we are all ready to go, we're so excited here, and we can't wait for everyone to get going for this 5th Moto of the Sunday, of the weekend. We are going here at Mallory Park, and it's a slow but steady start as they all make their way down the way to the opening corner. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be getting the whole shot of this one. Looks like it will be Tommy Betts in the number 4. And as they make their way through, and it is indeed everybody through cleanly through the opening part of the circuit. In fact, it's the 89 that's got through first. That's Archie Pitt. Another good start from him. But Betts, I'm sure, will be close in tow. He's always a rider that gets a solid start. Action elsewhere in the pack as gaps already beginning to form as they come to the tabletop for the first time. The number 9 of Albie Murphy up now into second place. The rest of the riders all through cleanly at this point, though, as they make their way. They'll be heading up Surrey Summit for the first time. Or Mallory Mountain, should I say. As we see, can anybody challenge our leaders? Albie Murphy, a disappointing start, of course, but he's someone who's quick. And let's see if he can catch up to the back of that 89 there of Archie Pitt. But I'm not quite sure he's going to be able to just yet. Pitt already has a decent-looking advantage as it stands. As they start to come towards the final section, making their way through, Pitt has a very, very solid lead and could be in for a nice, easy, cruising victory in this one. But we'll wait and see. Can anybody get to the front 3 at the moment? Looks to be Pitt, Murphy, and then Tommy Betts. Of course, we'll have to wait to confirm to you as soon as they cross the timing beam to end the first lap. and then we can let you know what the full order, what the full standing is. But it will be Pitt that leads the way at the end of that opening tour. Then just in tow, Albie Murphy, Tommy Betts, the number 4 in P3, just behind. Then the 31 of Lamel Goodison. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that start. The 31 is normally right up there at the front of the pack. Colton Wood on the number 1 in P5, and then a little bit of a wait to see who's going to be in P6. Believe it will be Mia Cunningham, followed close behind by Sadie Jenkin, I want to say that is. Of course, we've got a fair few number 2s out there in this race. And then just behind them, the 24 as well of Jessie Ellis. It is Mia Cunningham, followed by Sadie Jenkin, yes, in 7th place. Then Jessie Ellis, Finlay Sobolak 9th, Riddle Moulton, rounding out our 10-rider grid so far. Early doors in this affair.
Well, this is time to see if my theory's correct about Tommy Betts, as he's been very fast so far this weekend, but has always had an issue here, there, or, you know, it's always sort of held him back a little bit. But we believe he's got some good pace. You can see the battle for the lead as well is starting to get relatively close, as we've got Archie Pitt and Albie Murphy out there. And I believe it's 3 wins for Albie Murphy, 1 win for Archie Pitt so far this weekend. So at the moment, Pitt looking good to make it 3-2. And Tommy Betts, he is in the back of that picture, is still relatively close. I believe, is that a lap runner ahead, or has there been someone else going on ahead? That's the 31. Has Tommy Betts taken the lead? Well, do you know what? We'll find out in a moment. There may have been a lead change out there, because we're watching Archie Pitt and we're watching Albie Murphy. We are just waiting for the limited time we've got to update for us.
It's still Archie Pitt in the lead.
Okay, so it's Archie Pitt who leads it, but it's Tommy Betts has got past Albie Murphy, so that's what we're watching there. So, yep, Tommy Betts proving the pace is there. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, 4.3 seconds behind Archie Pitt, and that fastest lap was only 1/10 faster than Pitt. So Archie Pitt looking good at the moment. We're watching Lamel Goodison in 4th place so far. He's used to being maybe a tiny bit higher than this. He'll be hoping he can make a move on Albie Murphy. He tends to be sitting and finishing 2nd or 3rd in these races. Behind this, Colton Wood still runs in 5th. We were watching Maya Cunningham versus Sadie Jenkin, and it was very close to the first hairpin. They nearly made contact on that occasion, but they kept on going, and Cunningham has pulled a 6-second gap to Jenkin. Jessie Ellis in 8th place, Finlay Sobolak in 9th, and River Moulton in 10th. But this is the 3rd place runner in Albie Murphy, 10 seconds behind the race lead at the moment. So even though he's had a lot of pace this weekend, he's not been showing it in this particular motor.
Of course, the riders were sat there for a while due to that delay following a crash at the end of the Soren Cup big wheel race. So maybe just affecting the mindset a little bit. You lose focus. You sat there ready, eager, raring to go. The adrenaline's flowing. And then you just sat there not really doing anything for a little bit. And it can take you out of it. It can affect the mindset. It can destroy your race sometimes before you even got going, just because there's a delay. You've been through all the mental preparation. Even these young riders will have a process before they go out there onto the course and turn wheels in anger, as we are onto the final lap of this contest. And looks like Tommy Betts, he's not very far away from Archie Pitt at all. He made up 2 seconds on that last tour. Gap's down to 2 at the line. And look at Tommy Betts. He's hungry. He wants this one. It was a great start from Archie Pitt, but late in the day, can Tommy Betts find a way through and maybe take the lead of the race right at the death as they make their way over the doubles? Here comes Betts to the outside. That's surely not going to be an opportunity. Blocked by Pitt. Smart defending there from the 89 rider, but he's slow off of the corner. Is this the opportunity on the climb up Surrey Summit? Not quite. Mallory Mountain is in fact the hill. Surrey Summit's the one they don't take, but it was slow over the tabletop from Tommy Betts, so he's going to have to do it in the final few corners. Maybe on the run back down the mountain. We'll wait to see if he's got the momentum on the way out of the hairpin. Looks like he may have dropped back just a little bit, but still very much there. Not quite touching distance, but not far away either. Final few corners beckon. Archie Pitt and Tommy Betts are as close as they have been all weekend. Can Betts perform a miracle late in this 5th moto of the weekend in the 12-inch 3-year-old class? Let's wait and find out. One final turn awaits, and then the whoop section. It's a little bit deep from Betts, trying to experiment on the lines. He may not have enough. He won't have enough. Archie Pitt is going to hold on at the death by less than 2 seconds. That gap was 10 at one point. He takes the victory from Tommy Betts. Look, how close was that one right at the end of the day? Wow. Incredible racing between those guys and sets up an absolute barn burner for race number 3, the final race of the weekend later on. There we see Sadie Jenkin making her way down Mallory Mountain and almost running into the back of Mia Cunningham there as they're coming through. These guys have been battling all race long as well. Of course, Mallor-E Park, a place that is very much promoting young female riders as well as male riders. Of course, we want to continue to help push female riders into motorsport and continue to help them flourish and shine. Up the front, though, it was Pitt from Betts, from Murphy, from Lamel Goodison, your top 4. Looks like Mia Cunningham's going to hold on to 5th place, and Sadie Jenkin will just about snatch 6th at the death. The final podium place from Colton Wood just behind. A great result for Sadie Jenkin after some real struggles yesterday. A fantastic performance from her. Colton Wood should finish 7th. Jessie Ellis just behind in P8 with Finlay Sobolak 9th and River Moulton rounding out our 10-rider field. What an excellent ending to that one. They'll have one more moto later on today, but we've got to wait a bit more. There's plenty more racing to get done before we get to moto number 6 in the 12-inch 3-year-old category.
Yeah, good racing there all through the field. And as you say, it's good to see Sadie Jenkins getting a good result there because she's been struggling so far this weekend, but she's been able to get on the board with some good points. She got by Colton Wood there towards the end as well, so good work. As we move on to our next set of races, we're still with the 12 inches, but it's now 4 to 5-year-old class. And the grid for this one will be Jensen James in the number 10, who's won all 4 races so far this weekend. We've got Jack Haynes in the 74, Rome Knight in the 13, Ronnie Collingwood in the 15, Ronnie Crowhurst in the 115, Roman Gay in the 12, and Axel Coley in the 81. This race brought to you by Revy and Moto 25, as you can see on the screen there, as we get underway here for the 5th moto of the weekend. And it's Jensen James looking to his right-hand side, getting clear of Rome Knight and getting clear of the rest of the field as he heads in towards the first hairpin. He will get the whole shot. It's very wide there. Goes Knight. He will already be a good few seconds behind, and that's a fantastic advantage for the rider who won by 49 seconds this morning. Oh, is that down for second place? I think it might be down. We'll have a look and see who that was, but I think might be Rome Knight who's gone down at the start. Hopefully he's all okay and he is back onto the bike, so he should be able to get straight back on the way. So he was second. That has promoted a couple of riders up ahead of him. As you can see, Axel Coley coming up the hill. He's made a few plays at the start. I think he might be running up as high as 3rd. We've got Crowhurst, we've got Collingwood going through. We've got the 74, Jack Haynes, who's a little bit lower than he may have expected to be. And then you can see right at the back we've got Rome Knight. So that must mean we've got Roman Gay up in second place. I think that's him there going through. So Jensen James, a very big lead at the start of this one, and Coley's actually gone through, so it might be him now into second place as he came to the bottom of Mallory Mountain there. And you may see Jensen James a couple of corners ahead. There he is, coming over the whoops. He's got an enormous advantage over Axel Coley, and he's in a battle for 3rd going on there, and that's going to be 1 there. Well, overtaking the 12, but I think that is Jack Haynes. Will get confirmation obviously when they all come across the line. But yeah, Jensen James, this might be his biggest gap so far after a first lap.
It's certainly sizable, isn't it? But we'll wait to see what it's going to be when they make their way, or the rest of the riders, should I say, make their way across the line. Another brilliant start from Jensen James. It must be said, a 1:13.2 opening lap. Axel Coley 19.5 seconds back in second place. Must be said, that's the best start of any race from Axel Coley so far this weekend. He must be feeling delighted with that one, but of course he's now got to hold on to it. And it's got Ronnie Crowhurst, Jack Haynes all very close behind. Some stiff competition, and as I say that, Axel Coley goes down at turn number 2 and watches the field drift on past. He'll get back on it and continue to push, but what a shame. Heartbreak for the young 81 rider. But let's see if he can at least work his way further back up the podium. That'll promote Ronnie Crowhurst up into second place. Jack Hayne will be up into 3rd as well. We'll wait to see where Coley has come out. Looks like he's come out behind the number 13 of Roman Gay, so he'll be in about P6. So still very much on the podium, but of course you'd rather finish P2 than P6, wouldn't you? It's much more exciting to be up on the top step, as there we see Roman Gay making his way pretty easily past the number 12 there, or Rome Knight should I say, making his way past Roman Gay. Getting all my Romes mixed up in that one. But Yeah, nice move there up at Mallory Mountain. It was pretty simple. Just got the drive out of the tabletop. We've seen quite a lot of that, Owen. People, especially in the lesser powered, the smaller, the younger classes, just you hit the tabletop a little bit wrong. You scrub off a bit too much speed, and it takes all of your momentum away. As there we do see another fall. It's the 13 of Rome Knight, who did just make that great move. He does stay ahead of Axel Coley. Jack Hayne is now up in front of Ronnie Crowhurst. A little check back to over the left-hand shoulder on the run into the second turn to make sure he's clear, and he very much is so. It's now 36 seconds to Jensen James. He may well lap the whole damn field at this point.
I don't think we've seen him get under 1 minute 20 so far this weekend, but he's just done it there now, Jensen James. 1 minute 18.513. There you can see him coming through to take the final corner. We're watching the rest of the riders just coming through the first few sections, but this is our race leader coming over the whoops now, and there's been a rider down in the first section of quarters. This might slow down our race leader as he starts the final lap. And it's another fastest lap, an 18.405 this time. So Jensen James absolutely dominant so far. I think even if he has an issue on this last lap, he's just got such an enormous advantage as Axel Coley is put back onto his bike. He's the rider that went down. There's also another one down there as well. That might well be Rome Knight, who's had another down, and Axel Coley down for a third time himself. But none of this is going to affect Jensen James. He had to have a little bit of avoiding action, good awareness to see what was going on around him and come through these hairpins. But I wonder what makes him so much faster than the rest. Do you reckon it's confidence, or is it racing lines? Because from what I can tell, no one else is doing anything particularly wrong, but Jensen James is just so fast.
But when you're 3 years old, there is a degree of natural ability in it as well. Some people just have a God-given gift. So no matter what motorsport it is, at this young age, to get in something and just be that good at that age. And a lot of it is experience. Yes, some people, they need to put a bit more work in. They may have a higher ceiling, but their natural talent isn't quite as good. They need to work a bit harder in order to reach those heights. Sometimes you get people where maybe their potential isn't quite as strong, but they are just immediately quick out of the gates from such a young age. And then you've got Jensen James, who is unbelievably quick and has tons of potential out of the gates as well. It's another dominant moto victory for the 10 of Jensen James, and he could well have finished more than a minute ahead of everybody else. There is the 74 of Jacques Haynes, and he's still at the top of Mallory Mountain. He's got a solid gap back to Ronnie Crowhurst. I don't think he's under any pressure really at the moment. Still needs to not fall off the bike and make it to the end though. Rome Knight and Axel Coley in front. They're a lap down. They'll be finishing in P6 and 7 respectively. Heartbreaking result that for Axel Coley after such a great start, but a couple of falls and a few issues when he drops off the podium at the end of it. But Jacques Haynes will round the final corner in a moment's time and will be taking that second place spot. Surely, indeed he will. It'll be Ronnie Crowhurst finishing in P3 just behind him at the checkered flag. And then finishing off our podium places, it'll be Ronnie Collins and then Roman Gay P5. Of course, we have already seen Rome Knight and Axel Coley finishing the race a lap down in P6 and 7 at the end of that one. Well, domination from Jensen James and well on his way to sweep the weekend. They'll be back out for one final race a little bit later on today. We'll move quickly onwards though and move up a size. It's the 16-inch 3 to 4 year old class. In this one, we've got the 29 of Maddox Jackson, the 17 of Louis Gosney, the 75 of Alfie Lovett, the 282 of Brody Poucher, the 13 of Lawrence Gackle, the 21 of Leo Dugmore, Albie Campbell on the 35, who is not going to be classified as a points finisher, but of course his results will still be classified as he is a wild card rider for today. And then the 113 of Theo Shears, who's on the far left-hand side of the gate, with the number 13 on the plate, but as we do have number 2 number 13s out there, the other being Lawrence Gackle. He is considered to be the 113, just to make things simpler. It's not quite like they do it over in America, where if you have a triple digit number you're a rookie or whatever. These guys are 3 and 4 years old. That doesn't really matter. Most of them are rookies. It's more just a case of we've got a number clash, we'll just stick a 1 or a 0 somewhere and it looks fine. You can get away with it, and you don't have to change your plate and spend a couple of extra quid on getting new numbers fitted and all of the like. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome. You've missed a fantastic day of racing so far here at Mallory Park, the second round of the 2026 season, live for you, of course, either on the Mallor-E Park YouTube channel or on Motorsport Radio as well, and also on Facebook. If you are joining us on Motorsport Radio, make sure you join us over the remainder of the month of May as we gear up to bring you Radio IndyCar coverage on the 24th of the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. But we're getting running for the 5th moto in the 16-inch 3 to 4 year class here at Mallory Park. It's another fantastic start from Theo Shears, who will surely get the whole shot, only just squeezes in front of Maddox Jackson there. We do have a faller there who looks to get straight back up onto two wheels. Lawrence Gackel nearly goes down in sympathy. Was that Louis Gosney on the 17? No, it was the 75, in fact, of Alfie Lovett, who has been one of our front runners, a couple of top threes already this weekend, but he's now got a bit of a mountain to climb, both figuratively and literally, as the riders do now approach Mallory Mountain. Another fantastic start, though, Owen, from Theo Shears, and once again looking to bridge and build a huge gap behind.
Yeah, so it looks like Lawrence Gackel's had a couple of issues at the back there as well. So he and the third place finisher from the first moto today, Alfie Lovett, are a bit detached from the pack. But here's a battle for second place going on at the minute between Gosney and Maddox Jackson. We're expecting once again to see Theo Shears, very similarly to Jensen James, take the lead and promptly take off and go for the win. But as we see, taking a bourbon there, potential move for second place for Gosney. We'll see how that all pans out. He has made that move stick, so up to second place goes Louis Gosney ahead of Maddox Jackson. We're watching the 35 now of Albie Campbell. Remember, he's not going to score points this weekend, but he can still absolutely take part, and he's ahead of Brodie Poucher at the moment as they complete the top 5. Leo Dugmore in 6th place as they all come through. So it is going to be Theo Shears who leads at the end of this first lap, and it looks to me like he's going to be okay. Louis Gosney in 2nd place, and then in 3rd place we have, I believe anyway, in 3rd place we should have Maddox Jackson there. He is Poucher's catching, and then we've got the rest of them coming out. Dugmore in 5th place at the moment, trying to catch up and make the gap, and Campbell looks to have fallen back a little bit, but he's obviously new today, may still be acclimatising to what's going on. But yeah, Theo Shears, I obviously say, similar to Jensen James, you'd expect him to sort of disappear into the distance now, but it's interesting that Louis Gosney is now the rider in 2nd trying to chase him down.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what Gosney's got in his locker over the remainder of this one, but just given the performances that we've seen from Theo Shears, you can see him already coming to the whoop section there. He's got a huge gap already. I don't think Gosney, unless he finds some 10 seconds a lap or whatever, I don't think he's going to really be able to negotiate his way round. But we'll wait and see. Shears with a really, really solid pace at the moment out there on the number 13/113, as there now is the 29, still trying to hold off the 282. Poucher still looking for his way past Maddox Jackson. That's going to allow Gosney to draw further and further away out in front of them as the two behind continue to scrap. Bit of advice being given by some of the parents. You are allowed to get away with that to a degree. Of course, you can't give them exact instructions, but you are allowed to provide motivation to youngsters. Of course, a lot of the marshals will be parents of the riders out there in each and every race. Some, of course, are also Mallor-E Park staff and marshals themselves as they climb up Mallory Mountain. It is still a pretty decent gap in this battle for Jackson ahead of Poucher, but it's a little bit slow through the top of the mountain. Poucher has to get out of it to avoid crashing into the back of Maddox Jackson, so maybe the opportunity will arise where he can slide up into 3rd place.
So, as we see Theo Shears there off in the distance, starting the final lap of this race. He leads the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old class, brought to you by Rary and Moto 25. Of course, he leads it with the fastest lap of a 1 minute 12.3, way faster than anyone else. Behind him, we'll have Louis Gosney and Maddox Jackson in 2nd and 3rd. Brodie Poucher, as you saw, closing in on the back, and in fact, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all relatively close as they go over the whips there. Leo Dugmore a little bit detached in 5th. And then Lawrence Gackel and Alfie Lovett, the riders who had those issues at the start, running in 6th place and 7th, only the 7 in this race at the moment. But looks, although we are, I think, missing a name on there. Albie Campbell's out there somewhere. He should be on our leaderboard, but our timing's a little bit delayed on that. He can't score points anyway, but he is, of course, entitled to race. As we see, Theo Shears, the gap 17.8 seconds. He's set his fastest lap, which is 4.5 faster than Maddox Jackson. He's the closest to him. in terms of lap time, so he's got a more than comfortable advantage out front. And for the rider who won the first 4 motors of this weekend, he is just growing in confidence more and more and more. The checkered flag is in the air, and here comes Theo Shears over the whoops one last time in Moto 5. It's 5 in a row for Theo Shears. He'll surely be looking to make it 6 later on today, but what a dominant performance that was as we tick over past midday here at Mallory Park. Now, the battle for second place looks like it's become a 4-bike battle, but there's been no movement in there so far as Louis Gosney comes over the whoops. He's going to take the checkered flag in second place. Had a little moment there over the whoops, but did get it across the line. There's Alex Jackson third, Brody Poucher fourth, and Leo Dugmore in fifth. Lawrence Gackhal and Alfie Lovett will complete the top 7 here as we prepare to move on to the next race. It'll be the 16-inch 5 to 7-year-old class. And in this, we've got a stacked grid of riders. We've got Miles Powell in the 14, Oscar Jordan in the 8, Luke Lucas in the 119, Jace Tragos in the 5, Finley Gibbons in 19, Albert Rees in the 27, Ferry Beswick in the 151, Joey Plass in the 22, Henry Bedford in the 21, Ava Poucher in the 172, Jensen James in the 40, and our winners so far in this class this weekend, Blake Coates and Ethan Rudd. Blake Coates is in the 719, Ethan Rudd in the 25. He won the first race this morning, as it looks like Jack Ford there just having a chat with one of the riders behind the fence. So while he does that, the riders here prepare to get this underway. It was Ethan Rudd ahead of Blake Coates and Joey Plass, the top 3 earlier on this morning. Let's see how close it'll be this time. It was just 6/10 between Rudd and Coates on the line last time as we get ready to start this race. Ford just looking across and making sure everyone is happy, and the number 5, they're trying to inch forward a little bit, and he may be struggling to stay on his marks and just getting a little bit of help to stay steady. He looks happy there now, and as we look around, can it be another win for Ethan Rudd? Will Blake Coates get him this time as the gate prepares to be dropped? And we are away here at Mallory Park for the 5th moto here in the 16-inch class. 5 to 7-year-old. We have a rider who didn't quite get off the line. He's come down. He should be okay to get back up again. Ethan Rudd leads, and he will get the whole shot. Looks to me like it's Joey Plass got shuffled down a bit. He was looking to be running in second place. He has now gone down as well, which is not going to help his case whatsoever as they all fly over the double there and head towards the tabletop. So it is Ethan Rudd who won that first race this morning. Remember, you've seen his confidence growing throughout the day, and it'll be growing even more now. He finds himself at the front of this. There is Joey Plass back up onto the bike, which is good to see. We've got a little bit of side-by-side as well over the tabletop, but it looks like a very big lead there for Ethan Rudd, doesn't it? He's looking very, very good indeed. We've got a few riders battling away. There is Blake Coates in third place. He'll be looking to go straight up into second place, and he does so. We know he's got pace. He's faster than Ethan Rudd over the course of one lap, but he's going to have a massive gap to bridge. This is your race leader coming across the line. Like I say, he won this morning. He could well be on to make it 2 in a row, and of course he races in the next class as well, so look out for more of Ethan Rudd today as we see Blake Coates coming across the line in second place. The order so far, Ethan Rudd does lead it from Blake Coates, then Albert Rees in the 27 there in third place, Miles Powell in fourth in the 14, and Henry Bedford completes the top 5 as nearly down, and finally does go down. I think that might have been the 14 of Miles Powell. He should be okay to get back up. He nearly saved it, and the rider straight behind him then goes down as well. Must be a tricky bend, of course. With the way the conditions are changing, that could affect things as Luke Lucas gets himself back up onto the bike, because we've seen 3 or 4 of them go down there. We saw the one go down off the start as well. You may see there's a bike on the inside that looks to have been withdrawn from the race, so hopefully the rider is all okay. As we see Ethan Rudd coming around to complete his second lap, this is looking very good for him.
I wonder if we've got a rut that's formed down at that second turn. Of course, it's dusty anyway, so the conditions not particularly grippy, but if there's dust down, it's hiding up a divot or a rut, something that the riders are unsighted of. If you catch it and you're not expecting it, it is going to send you straight down. So I wonder if that's the case. We'll get a better look at it here when we come through. Yeah, we're starting to see some ruts and divots slowly begin to form. So it just shows to show that at least the racing surface does evolve. It's not just rock solid. It is pretty hard packed, though, it must be said. Rudd, though, absolutely flying once again out there on that 25 machine, just pushing it to the max. That Revy bike, no one even near it. Even though Coates is typically quicker over one lap, I just don't think the race is going to be long enough for him to catch up to the back of Ethan Rudd. pending, of course, a disaster. We'll touch on what does have to get onto the anchors a little bit to not smash into the back of one of the back markers there. Does well to avoid that one, of course. You do have to negotiate your own way around any traffic. There's no blue flags in motocross. You just got to make your own way through. They've got no obligation to get out of the way of you either. They're out there running their own race. In motocross, it's like a war out there. You're at war with yourself, at war with the track, at war with your opponents as well. As it looks to be the 27, they're having a little bit of a problem. Albert Reeves nearly going down on the way into the final section. He could very well get overtaken to the inside here, looking another rider that takes it to the berm. That's the 22 of Joey Plass, currently running 4th place, making his way through that traffic. That is another rider a little bit further back. Plass a little bit further back than we thought he would be in this race. It was a great start from Albert Reeves. One more tour, though, of the Mallor-E Park circuit in this 5th moto of the 16-inch 5 to 7 year class, brought to you by Revy and Moto 25. And Ethan Rudd, well, he's got a huge lead now, doesn't he? And he can just cruise on through these final few corners. Don't need to take any risks, don't need to push it too hard, just need to bring it home in one piece, and I'm sure he'll all be fine. As you can see there, he's back right off through the penultimate corner. One more turn to go, then the whoops, and as long as he's not on the dirt, he's got the checkered flag, and he isn't on the dirt, and he has got the checkered flag. Ethan Rudd, yet another race win in the 16-inch 5 to 7 year old class. Another brilliant performance. Yes, he was helped. There was no pressure on him after some disappointing starts from some of the other riders, but it is Ethan Rudd that takes a fantastic win ahead of Blake Coates in P2, who has now come across the line some 6.5 seconds back. Albert Reeves is set to finish in P3, but we still wait for him, and then it should be Joey Plass in 4th, Henry Bedford in 5th, and Mars Powell in P6. Rounding out the podium places, then it'll be Jace Tregus, Luke Lucas, Finley Gibbons, Freddie Bessick rounding out the top 10, and Oscar Jordan and Ava Poucher rounding out our 12-rider grid as they all just make their way towards the end of the lap. Another really exciting race there, as they always are, not just here at Mallory, or not just in the 16-inch classes, should I say, but here at Mallory Park. But we'll move onwards, as there we see the number 3, Blake Ford, being wheeled in place because he needs to take part in this 18-inch 5 to 8 year old category. And in this one, as just mentioned, the number 3 of Blake Ford, the number 8 of Olivia Colquitt, the 25 of Ethan Rudd, the 28 of Louis Gilbert, the 9 of Franklin Cherniak, the 27 of Ben Ferries, the 148 of Tommy Cotter, the 251 of Judd Stringer, the 86 of Joseph Stewart, the 24 of Mason Pilgrim, the 164 of Dorothy Perchin, the 555 of Joey Clapson, the 18 of Isla Ray Rowland, who did get the whole shot earlier and did get a couple yesterday as well. She's always quick from the gate. Keep an eye out for her. Then we've got the 7 of Carter Cook, the 6-7 of Kanan Wright, and the 536 of Cooper Mathers out there to have some fun for what should be a really exciting race. Once again, keep your eye peeled on Isla Ray Rowland. She hasn't been able to take a moto victory yet this weekend, but she's always been fighting out the front. Whole shot in race number 4 earlier on today. Whole shot in race number 2 and 3 yesterday as well, I want to say. She's really, really good when the gate goes down. She just needs to find that little bit extra in order to stay in front, but of course got to get that whole shot first as well. So we'll wait to see what that 18, which you can see just off to the right hand side of your picture, can do once again when the gate drops. Few words of encouragement there to Blake Ford from series director and dad Jack, just encouraging his son. Few last words and tips and tricks of advice before he gets going, and of course all of the marshals slash mechanics slash parents. It's a multifaceted job, is it, being a parent at a motocross championship for juniors. And then Jack just going off to check something, and then hopefully we'll be getting underway. And yep, just been given the all clear, I believe. Or is there an issue somewhere else? I just needed need a toolkit, in fact, for somebody. So something going on with the 25 machine of Ethan Rudd, perhaps. Yeah, just doing some adjustments. That's on the throttle side of things. Is that on a brake, or is that maybe the throttle was just loose? No, it looked like the throttle was loose to me. So that's been tightened up quickly. Quick little fix from Jack Ford. and Judd Stringer, that is in fact, on the 251, not the 25, missed the little one there off to the right hand side. And of course Ethan Rudd, the 25, with the and all the black and green and all of that. Too many numbers to keep you or wrap your head around, but we are now ready to get going. Moto number 5 begins now. The gate goes down, and it's another decent getaway for Isla Ray Rowland on the 18. She is being challenged though, as almost straight off the road goes that 251. We saw having issues. Isla Ray Rowland is going to get done up the inside by Ronnie Clapson, a little bit wide, so Clapson gets the whole shot, the 251. So big problems there for Judd Stringer. Hopefully he'll be able to rejoin the race as the rest of the riders scramble for every inch of road as they make their way round. Isla Ray Rowland now under pressure from Cooper Mathers on the way over the tabletop, as it looks like Clapson trying to extend a little bit of a gap. Is this Clapson's opportunity to try and break away at the start of this race now that he's got himself the whole shot? Isla Ray Rowland still there. Around the outside goes Cooper Mathers. Lovely move there from the 536 rider, and he will take that second place and now see if he can hunt down the race leader. But Isla Ray Rowland holding on to that third place at the moment as they make their way down Surin Summit. This should be a fascinating race here, Owen Wyatt.
Got to say, that was brilliant riding there from the 251 of Judd Stringer not to fall off the bike there, because he was really struggling to get that under control. Brilliant save. But look at this across the line. This is side by side Clapson and the 536 Cooper Mathers, who won the race this morning. That was his second win of the weekend. We have had 3 different winners. Tommy Carter, one of the other winners, and Ethan Rudd as well. So we have got a variety of winners out there. Clapson was second earlier on today, so we know he's got the credentials, and he's battling Cooper Mathers at the minute. Behind that, Isla Ray Rowland, Blake Ford, Ethan Rudd, Louis Gilbert, Tommy Carter, Mason Pilgrim, Carter Cook, Kanan Wright, Dorothy Perchin, Judd Stringer, Olivia Colcott, Joseph Stewart, Franklin Ciernak and Ben Thayers. As you can see, the battle for the lead getting very close indeed, and it's Cooper Mathers having a look at the back of Joey Clapson, who's been growing in confidence throughout this weekend. We've seen this with a lot of the riders, which is very nice to see. Of course, you would expect that, as opposed to them being young riders. You're going to see a lot of rapid development, but it's been great to see Clapson getting faster and faster as this has gone on. And for Cooper Mathers, he would love to make this 3 wins out of 3. It would pretty much guarantee him the points win as well. He'd get that first place on the podium when this is all over after Moto 6 if he can win this race. But even then, where he is at the moment, he's doing pretty well as far as his overall weekend points are concerned. Looks pretty quick over the whips as well. He's always looking to the inside. He was doing this earlier as well. He's always looking to the inside of that first corner when he gets over the whips, just to see if he can pressure his rival into a mistake. And then he puts his head down as well when he comes down the straight. So he's got all the techniques there. As we see a move here from Tommy Carter, who did win another one of the races in this tier yesterday on Saturday, and he's just made a move there on Louis Gilbert to move up into 6th place, the last of the podium spots, as Gilbert nearly goes down there. It turns out he had to have a quick correction, but all is good there. Towards the front, doesn't look like anything's changed there. We do have a yellow flag from one of the riders. Had a small moment again at that first hairpin. As you say, Ross, it's proven a very difficult place for these riders to get around. Blake Ford putting his head down, trying to defend from Tommy Carter, who's on his outside. This will be for the bottom of Mallory Mountain. We've seen moves around here already in this race, and expect the cutback to come from Tommy. Well executed. Let's see if he can make it around the outside. He won't go near the berm, I don't think. He'll just have to cut back inside and see if he can make the move somewhere else. Joey Clapson, as things stand, was 2/10 ahead of Cooper Mathers at the end of the last lap, but Mathers was 2/10 faster on that lap, and you'd expect they're still right next to each other, as you can see there, crossing the line once again. This is Isla Ray Rowland, and it is Ethan Rudd as well, battling away. There's 2 laps to go here, we believe, and Rudd just following the back of Rowland, who was 5th in that first race before, and a big moment there for Joey Clapson, who just about keeps it on the bike and is just about able to keep his rival behind. The pressure may well be starting to show here for Clapson, as Cooper Mathers is just not going anywhere.
Yeah, Mathers just can't find a way through at the moment, as you can see him trying to get that weight over the rear wheel of the bike, trying to get any traction he can, any extra speed up Mallory Mountain. Just can't quite find it at the moment. It looks to the outside at the bottom of the hill before they head back up Surin Summit. You can hear the fans loving it with the air horn, taking it back to early 2000 style here at Mallory Park. And a little bit of a mistake at the top of Surin Summit there from Cooper Mathers, so it will be a bit more of a gap building up between Clapson. Of course, these two will continue to fight. Then if there's a coming together, then it's the door's wide open for the 18th of Isla Ray Rowland and the 25 of Ethan Rudd. Final lap of the race, and to the outside goes Cooper Mathers. This one could be as close as you like. Let's see what's going to happen. Defending to the inside, the 555 of Clapson nearly unseats himself from the bike as they head through turn number 2. Into turn 3 we go, the double awaiting next. No air, of course, but a little bit of pickup from the front wheel. And once again, it is Clapson holding that inside line, keeping the bike parked in the middle of the corner to try and keep Mallers behind. Once again, cutting across as well. He's taking all of the tricks straight out of the defensive book. And the 536 can do nothing about it as it stands. He's going to have to find something special. Looks to the outside again, down the bottom of the hill, but that does just cost him time and puts him back as they climb to the top of Surin Summit for the final time in this race. Then back down the hill. Time running out for the 536. Can he find anything late in the day as they head into the penultimate corner? Maybe he'll think about the berm. No, decides to stay put. It's going to be whoops or bust for Cooper Mathers, but he's not going to be close enough. He won't be close enough. He isn't close enough. It is the 555 of Joey Clapson who takes it with a fantastic defensive ride, keeping his opponent behind the whole way round despite huge pressure. Elsewhere, looks like Isla Ray Rowland has managed to pull a little bit clear of Ethan Rudd, perhaps, and yes, has done so by a second. She'll finish in P3. Here's a battle going on a little bit further back in the pack. That was the 251, I believe, to the inside there of, no, it's the 251 getting overtaken, should I say. So Louis Gilbert was that. No, not Louis Gilbert. It's a bit further back in the pack, should I say. So Judd Stringer getting done by the 67 of Kanan Wright at the death. Further away, just outside of the top 10 as those guys all take the checkered flag. We'll run through the results to you as the rest of the riders bring it home. It's Joey Clapson who takes the win on the 555 from Cooper Mathers. Isla Ray Rowland P3. Just under a second ahead of Ethan Rudd, extending that gap late in the day. Then it's Tom O'Cotter and Louis Gilbert rounding out the podium places. Blake Ford 7th, then Mason Pilgrim, Carter Cook, Dorothy Perchin rounds out the top 10. Olivia Colquitt is 11th, and it's Kanan Wright, Judd Stringer, Joseph Stewart, Franklin Cherniak, and Ben Fair is at the end of that one. A really tight race out at the front and sets up big things for race number 6 later on today.
And so we move on. You can see all the riders on the field, on the grid for the 18 to 20 inch race, 9 to 4-year-old range, one of the biggest age ranges we have here at Mallory Park. On this grid, we've got Peyton Lascelles in the 20. We've got Caden Warlock in the 29. Seth Johnson in the 07. Easier to spot. There's a 7 out there as well. We look out for him. He had a very slow start to his race last time. It was about 15th and moved all the way up to 7. So look out for Seth Johnson. Charlie Hubble in the 87. Lamaya Murphy in the 8. Jack Fairs, who won this morning, in the 89. Larry Stewart in the 7. Freddie Jacqueline in the 15. Darcy Shears in the 08. Zach Jordan in the 11. Reagan Pearson in the 94. Olivia Mason in the 536. Dennis Perchin in the 243. And then we've got Charlie Cargill in the 317. Jimmy Briggs, who won yesterday, in the 75. Jasper Davis in the 28. And then Lenny Mitchell in the 224. It is the 17 rider grid. A massive sign of the growth we see here at Mallory Park, as we're already, running out of grid space for these guys. And these are the future of motocross. Absolutely, and the talent on show for everyone here to see. And I hope you're all enjoying it at home as well. Watching on YouTube, watching, maybe listening on the radio. Hope you're all enjoying, and hope you'll be here for the rest of the day. We're about halfway through today's schedule as we look to complete our day. We're past midday as well. We're about 20 past 12 here at Mallory Park in Leicestershire as we wait for... There's a bit of work being done to one or two of the bikes following the completion of the last 18-inch race, so there may be a small delay. All the riders just making sure they're on the... They're all just making sure they're okay on the grid, and we will see hopefully the start of a race soon. So yeah, just a little bit of work being done to one of the bikes following the finish of the previous race. And you can see Jack Ford there in the top right of your screen, just looking down and seeing what's going on. And it might be to do with his with Blake Ford's bike. Actually, he was on his knees there. He just got off his bike. So whatever's going on down there has just caused a little bit of a delay to this race coming up. Brought to you by Revy and Moto 25, of course, our sponsors here at Mallory Park. You can see Lee there in the middle of your screen. We spoke to him this morning about all the work Moto 25 doing. We were looking at all of Ethan Rudd's bikes. Fascinating feature that was in the morning. And very nice person Lee is. We all like Lee. And he's just having a chat with Jack Ford there. So small delay, but hopefully looks like some riders are moving inside now, and in a few moments we will be able to get the biggest race here at Mallory Park underway in terms of the amount of riders. So whatever the issue was there, it looks to be resolved, and fingers crossed we'll get the race started soon, Ross.
You hope so, anyway. I mean, we've got plenty of time if we do just want to sit around and, do nothing. But that's not why we're here. We're here to go racing, for goodness sake, in the 18 to 20 inch, 9 to 14-year-old category. Our final Moto 5 in the balance bike area of things before we get on to the motocross bikes proper, and it looks like we are ready and happy to get going. Jack Ford has completed all checks and balances. He's gotten everybody else out of the way. Someone's really excited in the crowd, as you can hear, and now we're really excited because the gate goes down now and we're going. 17 riders bomb their way towards the opening turn. Who's going to get that whole shot? Looks to be the 89 that's going to get through there. Lovely start from them. So it will be Jack Ferries that gets the whole shot. Off the bike is the 20 of Peyton Lacellas, able to stay on 2 feet though, so hops back on pretty quickly. As I say, that now does come back down, but quickly tries to get back on 2 wheels to continue to push onwards. But it will be Jack Ferries that should have the lead early doors in this one, as the rest of the riders making their way through the rest of the opening section and then towards the tabletop of Mallory Mountain. There is Jack Ferries and the 75 of Jimmy Briggs in P2. Caden Waldock just behind there in P3, so good start from Waldock once again. Then it'll be Olivia Mason, the 536 machine, that's in P4 as it stands, so another solid start from Mason as well. P3 at the end of the race earlier on. Jack Ferries looking to repeat Moto number 4 and do it again in Moto number 5. But can Jimmy Briggs, Caden Waldock, Olivia Mason, all of those guys, can they get involved? Can they change that from happening? We'll wait and see. It's pretty tight at the end of the opening lap. Bit of a mistake into the opening corner there from Jimmy Briggs. He'll be held up a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. Still very much within touching distance of those in front, but may need to think about going defensive behind. At the end of the opening lap, it is Jack Ferries from Jimmy Briggs, Caden Waldock, Olivia Mason, Leo Stewart and Regan Pearson, your top 6. They're followed by Charlie Hubble, Seth Johnson, Freddie Jacklin, Jasper Davis rounding out the top 10. Then Lenny Mitchell, Dennis Perchin, Lamaya Murphy, Darcy Shears, Peyton Lacellas, Zachary Gordon and Charlie Cargill. That's the order as it stands. Top 3 now starting to break away from Olivia Mason. Caden Waldock looks like he really wants to get through Jimmy Briggs, who once again utilising that skateboard, that scooter technique, using his right foot to try and push himself up Surin Summit.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of attempts already from Caden Waldock to make a move stick. We saw it right here on the last lap. He had to fully back off, and no surprise, he's going to go for the berm this time to avoid that happening again. I think he's faster than Jimmy Briggs, but it's just about whether he can make a move stick. Behind this, it looks like there's a lot going on. Seth Johnson was in 8th place at the end of that first lap. The reason I keep mentioning him is that he's very good at making the overtakes work when he's coming through the field. There's Olivia Mason, Leo Stewart following him along. Or following her along, I should say. Regan Pearson in 6th place and Charlie Hubble and Seth Johnson. So they're all heading round okay-ish at the moment. Not many overtakes going on. I think they're just trying to work their way around the track. Jack Ferries was 0.4 of a second quicker than Jimmy Briggs on that last lap. Not a big surprise when you consider that you've got Jimmy Briggs more focused on Caden Waldock behind, who's been very aggressive when it comes to where he's going to make his moves. As we see up towards the top of Mallory Mountain, looks like we've got Seth Johnson just looking around him as he chases Regan Pearson there for what would be the last of the podium places at the moment. Leo Stewart just ahead and Olivia Mason as well. And there's Waldock again having a look at the bottom of the hill. Again, he has to back off. He's really struggling to make this move stick, and you can see that getting caught up in all the tape as he went into the penultimate corner there. Just no way through. This is great news if your name is Jack Ferris, because surely he used to be able to disappear. I say that, he's lost the lead. So, or is that him? Yeah, he has lost the lead. So they've both got past him while battling. So I'd say that's probably actually more a Jack Ferris error than these two making the overtake stick, because they're fighting too hard, I think, to both be able to get through and stay that close. But what that means is that Jack Ferris, who still has the fastest lap out there, is going to be chasing these two who are fighting very hard for the race lead. So it's Jimmy Briggs now ahead of Caden Waldock. Jack Ferris just trying to have a look as once again on the berm there goes Caden Waldock. This has worked a little bit better this time towards the bottom of Mallory Mountain, but well defended from Jimmy Briggs. We've seen so much of this from him. His defensive riding is some of the best we've seen from anyone on this grid, in any grid in fact, from any class. And we've got almost 200 riders here this weekend, a massive turnout here at Mallory Park. And what a race we're being treated to here. One of the highlight races of yesterday as well was, I believe, the second race here, the second moto in this class, where the top 4 were separated by just 1.5 seconds. But here's Jimmy Briggs coming through, ahead of Caden Waldock and ahead of Jack Fairs as well. They've dropped everyone else completely here, Ross. So this is a freeway scrap to the end. And look at that again, Caden Waldock having to back out. Where's this move going to come from?
Well, he needs to start thinking of an alternative game plan, because Jimmy Briggs' defence is so aggressive. It's legal. Aggressive, yes, but legal. Was there a problem for somebody else coming through there? We'll wait to see as we follow the likes of Olivia Mason, Leo Stewart, etc. et al. as they make their way towards the tabletop. Now just tailing them as well, Regan Pearson just behind them. And a few other riders making their way through as well. We wait to see what's someone at the front of the pack has had an issue, and that is Caden Waldock, who's gone down at the bottom of the hill. He'll make his way up Mallory Mountain, or Surrey Summit, should I say. But it's now looking like a 2-horse race between Jimmy Briggs and Jack Fairies. And yeah, that's a real shame for the 291 of Caden Waldock, who was riding superbly. Wonder if there was maybe contact between Briggs and Waldock. We have seen how aggressive both the defensive manoeuvring has been from Jimmy Briggs and the attacking manoeuvres from Waldock. As we go on to the last lap, to the inside goes Jack Fairs, parks it on the apex and gets it done from first to third, back to first, back to the lead, and back to potentially a race win as well for the 89. What has the 75 got in his locker to respond over this final lap?
And after all the defensive riding we've seen there from Jimmy Briggs, all it took was one chance for Jack Fairs to go dancing down the inside and into the lead. So very well played there from Jimmy to defend for so long, but sadly Jack Fairs has gotten through. It would still be a good result, second place. Obviously we don't know what happened with Caden Waldock, but we know he was making a lot of moves to the inside in previous laps, so there may well have been an incident there. But he's still running in third place, about 5 seconds behind these guys at the moment, as Olivia Mason comes through in fourth place, still a long way detached from this. But here is our leader. Jimmy Briggs is going to be nowhere near it despite the lap traffic. Jack Fairs is going to win once again here at Mallory Park. It's 3 in a row now in the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 14 year old class, brought to you of course by Revy and Moto 25. It's a great win from Jack Fairs ahead of Jimmy Briggs and Caden Waldock, you've just seen come across the line there. And I think interestingly, I think Jack Fairs was trying to acknowledge Caden Waldock, and Waldock just rode straight past him, so I wonder there's a little bit of tension there, as Olivia Mason did come through in fourth place in the end. Leo Stewart in fifth, with Regan Pearson, Seth Johnson, Charlie Hubble, Jasper Davies, Lenny Mitchell, Freddie Jacqueline, Janice Pershin, Lamaya Murphy, Peyton Lascelles, Zach Jordan and Charlie Cargill, followed by our 17th runner of Darcy Shears. And you can see we've got the small bikes out again. It's the E2 class coming up next, and we've obviously already had a race from here today, and it was won by Riley Hickenbottom, which is a big result for him, as he led from the start and had no issues, a bit like we saw yesterday when he got his first win in Moto 2. He is being the king of the starts here at Mallory Park, and you can see where he's placed this time, right to the left of the cone, as you see it on screen, as we see Peyton Lascelles and the rest of the riders coming across the line. But this should be a fascinating race for these E2 runners. In this field we have got, let me just get that up for you, we've got Olivia Greener, we've got Eli Rood, we've got Ronnie Collingwood, we've got Mason Booth, Alfie Lovett, Maddox Jackson, Brody Poucher, Theo Shears, Sonny Boffin, Hudson Gillett, AJ Harwood, Ralph Sager, Dylan Wood, Grayson Knight. So they are our riders, and of course our winners, Albie Clark and Riley Hickenbottom. They have been swapping victories all weekend long, Albie Clark and Riley Hickenbottom. But in the first race this morning we did also see Theo Shears getting involved. He was in between Hickenbottom and Clark, so it should be a fascinating race ahead of us here. And with Hickenbottom's position right next to the cone, puts him right sort of in the middle of the track. He's next to Dylan Wood as well. He's a relatively fast starter, and he's only got that one bite between himself and Albie Clark, so it should be a really close start to this race. I wonder where Theo Shears is. Can't quite see him at the moment, but he must mean, if we can't see him here, he's on one of the extremes, which means that he's going to be in a good position to make some positions on this start. As we get underway, Riley Hickenbottom, once again, decent off the start, but maybe not as good as he's been before. It's still enough to get into the lead at the first turn. There is Theo Shears. He was on the extreme inside, and Albie Clark's been caught up there with Dylan Wood, and they were third and fourth place in that first moto of the day. That is a big deal for those two to go down. Oh, boom. And another big down there as they headed through the double. We don't often see riders going down there, but hopefully that rider who has gone down will be okay. I think they are back onto their bike now. That's good to see. But it's Riley Hickenbottom, the king of the starts here at Mallory Park, who's gotten away into the lead. As you see the rider there, that's the 91 of Mason Booth. That's third, fourth and fifth place finishers from the first moto today have gone down already, and that means we're going to be in for a very mixed up result. And look at that, Albie Clark already trying to make places as he comes by the 75 of Alfie Lovett. Will he be able to come around the outside of him and make ground up? You'd expect him to be faster, but you don't often see him in this sort of position where he's lower down in the field. It'd be a good chance to see what his overtaking capabilities are like. But let's see if Riley Hickenbottom is still in the lead. There he is, you can see him in the background. He leads at the end of this first lap. There is Theo Shears in second place. A very good gap for him there behind. And as the rest of the runners come through, you can see it's enormous gaps all the way through the field, really, isn't it? As they all come through. Obviously, the incidents haven't helped. Brody Poucher in third place, so Eli Rudd in fourth. We've got Albie Clark has already come back up into fifth place, with Sonny Botham, Alfie Lovett, AJ Harwood and Hudson Gillett coming through. Then Olivia Greener, Maddox Jackson and Dylan Wood. So a very sort of separated field so far, as Ronnie Collingwood is the last runner there in 13th place. This is the E2 3 to 4 year old class, and it's Riley Hickenbottom at the head of the field.
And it was chaos at the start as well, wasn't it? So many of our top riders in this field well out of position. This is very much turning into a recovery ride for most of those guys. Albie Clark, though, fifth place, still looking for a very, very solid podium, it must be said, as we see some of our other riders out there at the moment just negotiating their way around the bottom of the hill. Sonny Botham putting chase on those around as well. Just behind him, Alfie Lovett, AJ Garwood. Eli Rudd is just in front of Sonny Botham. Let's see if he can look to the outside. The number 3 rider, the defensive line to the inside there, coming into the final section. Just can't find anything at the moment, as you can hear the crowd still willing on the riders, roaring and cheering on, be they children of theirs, be they colleagues, be they family or friends. But of course they want to see a good race as well, and that seems to be what we're getting at the moment. At the front, Hickenbottom's advantage now up to 4 seconds. The 158 is breaking away. We'll continue with this battle, though, as it's getting very, very tight for the final 2 podium places. Rudd in P5, Botham in P6 as it stands. Making their way over the double nice and cleanly, no messing about after that incident there. You don't want any issues. There's the 113 up into nearly third place. Albie Clark again got collected at the opening corner after the gate drops and was right at the back of the pack, and now he's putting pressure on the 282 of Brody Poucher. Poucher is some 10 seconds away from Theo Shears in P2. That may be a little bit too much of a gap for Albie Clark to bridge if he's able to get through, as the leaders are heading on to the last lap now. Round the outside of the berm goes Albie Clark, and the confidence from that young man, even with a tumble earlier on. He is just so fast, isn't he? Takes the yellow flag with the black cross. One more tour of this Mallory Park circuit in the 5th moto of the weekend. And who else would it be? But it's Riley Hickenbottom that leads the way comfortably now by 6.5 out there. Another great start from that young man. He's so strong when the gate goes down. And more often than not, when he gets the whole shot, he's able to ride away. When he doesn't quite get the whole shot, he's very much able to fight. But it's more of a, I don't know if it's a mental thing. He can't quite break away like he does this time when he gets into that P1 on the run out of turn number 1 of the race. And as he comes to the final corner, it's another wonderful performance. It's another dominant performance. The 158 of Riley Hickenbottom wins here once again at Mallor-E Park. And what a ride it was once again, just with the whole shot and bolted away at the front of the pack. Theo Shears is set to come home in second with Albie Clark in third and Brodie Poucher in P4. Let's follow around this battle for fifth place though between Eli Rudd and Sonny Botham. Botham, is that going to go to the outside? I believe he will on the run down into the penultimate section. A few corners left to go, and he is going to be looking at a very, very sweet P5 as they come on through. And it is the 12 of Sonny Botham who left it late, but does get up into P5. Eli Rudd will still finish on the podium in P6, followed by Alfie Lovett, AJ Garwood, and Hudson Gillett as well. Elsewhere, we're expecting actually Dylan Wood actually moved up in front of Hudson Gillett there. May have been problems for the 16, so it was the 101 that finished in P9. Hudson Gillett just behind in P10. And then elsewhere, it should be Olivia Greener 11th, Maddox Jackson 12th, Ronnie Collingwood in 13th, and Mason Booth after that fall early doors. He will finish in P14, but is still set to finish the race, which is by far the most important thing, of course. We want all of our riders to be able to see the checkered flag and say that even with issues, we went out there and we did it. We'll move on to the older riders from the E2 class, the 4 to 6 year old category. And in this one, we're expecting the 19 of Michael Rosen, the 275 of Eddie Hempstock, the 4 of Orlando Love, the 11 of Tommy Lavin, the 121 of Tommy Brown, who's been dominant so far in this class this weekend, the 100 of Theo Palmer, the 171 of Frankie Stewart, the 20 of Rico Potter, the 02 of Rue Potter, and the 12 of Hudson Lidsey. You can see there Rico Potter on the right hand side, the 4 there of Lando Love. Then we see the 11 of Tommy Lavin, and then another rider, can't quite identify who that is because they're hidden by a slight bank of grass there, unfortunately for us. Looks like a lot of the riders are fairly central in comparison to the gate, which is interesting to see. As always, no qualify here at Mallory Park. Your gate position is literally pulled from a hat. It is totally random to make it as fair as possible so that you can't just dominate qualifying and then select the best grid start for every single time. The parents are told to step back. The hand will go up from Jack Ford, and then the gate will drop and we can go racing. Okay, we're going to wait. There seems to be a little bit of an issue that's maybe just off to the right hand side of our picture. That's now been resolved. The gate can go down and we can get going for the 5th moto in the 4 to 6 year old E2 class. Who's going to get the run down into turn number 1? Really strong start there from the 171, the 20 also, as Tommy Brown held up. Rico Potter will just about get the whole shot as we do have a rider down, but it was a great start as well from Frankie Stewart on the 171 machine. I believe he settles into second place as that rider who went down is able to get going. Tommy Brown is holding on in 4th place at the moment, just behind the 11 of Tommy Lavin. So a disappointing start there for a rider who's pretty much dominated everything so far in this class this weekend. The 121 of Tommy Brown, bit of work to do for him, but right now it's Rico Potter, his best start of the weekend so far. Tommy Brown, great run at the bottom of the hill. Can he find anything into Surin Summit? No, not quite. Solid defensive efforts there from Tommy Lavin on the 11, but let's see if Brown can maybe try and change up the tactics as Rico Potter starts to try and break away from this pack. Not sure if he's going to be able to quite get the gap that he maybe quite want at the end of the opening lap, but it's still a solid gap nonetheless. As we come to complete the opening tour of this race, it will be Rico Potter from the gate and from the whole shot who has the lead of this one. It's Frankie Stewart in second, the 11 of Tommy Lavin in P3, Tommy Brown in P4, Theo Palmer is 5th, Eddie Hempstick P6, Michael Rosen 7th, Rue Potter is in P8 as it stands. Then we've got Lando Love P9, a couple of other riders still yet to come across the line as well. That's the order of things as it stands. Looks like Lavin up into second place as well. He's managed to work his way around Frankie Stewart. Can he now try and catch up to Rico Potter, try and go on the attack? As up on the berm though, look at that from Stewart. Wonderful line, can't quite find it though.
Yeah, so this is the top 4 from the first race this morning, just in a completely different order. So it's interesting to see how they're all going to react to this. It's got to be said, I think Tommy Brown was really squeezed to the inside of that first hairpin on the start, which made it really difficult for him to get through. I was impressed he's able to get through as high as 4th, really, because he could easily have come off the bike in that situation. As we see Frankie Stewart hitting the edge of the berm there as he came through the penultimate corner. That could easily have gone down as well. But for Rico Potter, we saw him go down from the lead yesterday, and I think the 3rd moto, and so it'll be really good to see if he can make it 3 different winners in this class. But look at this, Tommy Lavin, he got himself into second place on the last lap, and he is chasing after our race leader, and he looks very confident so far. He has the fastest lap of this race by over a second. which means he's absolutely going to be the rider to put the pressure on to Rico Potter as he comes through and goes a little bit wide as we head towards the kink. This is going to be a good setup for Tommy Lavin. He has to check up a little bit. They get a little bit of air off the jump, but that check-up has just protected Rico Potter from a potential attack up the hill. As you see, Rico Potter and down there goes Frankie Stewart, who was up the inside and hit the back of Tommy Lavin as they were all sort of checking up on each other. That sort of thing is accidental. There's nothing you can really do about that. He gets back onto the bike and back into the race. He's still in a podium position. He's ahead there to 2.75 of Eddie Hempstock, which must mean that Theo Palmer has got ahead up into 4th place. That'll have helped Rico Potter as well, with all the drama going on behind him. That's one less rider to worry about as we see him coming through the final bend now. And there's another down for Freddie, so it's looking, or for Frankie I should say, so whatever's gone wrong there with his bike, he must be lacking a little bit of confidence as we start the final lap now. So it is Rico Potter. Can he stay on the bike this time and get himself to the checkered flag in first place? We've only had 2 different winners in this class so far, and it's the 2 riders directly behind Rico. It is Tommy Lavin and it is Tommy Brown. Tommy Brown's won 3 and Tommy Lavin has won just the 1. We have a yellow flag around this section, nothing that will affect these top 3, but as they come up over the tabletop, once again Lavin looked good through the kink, and this time he didn't have to back off at any point. So let's see if he can follow closely this time and try and make a move happen. At the bottom of Mallory Mountain, he may well take a wide entry to just try and cut back in. Instead though, he sort of stays more sort of acute in there, and I think that's cost him a lot of time. Possibly the wrong tactical move there from Tommy Lavin. And for Rico Potter, he's almost there. He can see the whoops ahead of him. He's got a couple of bends to get through, to meander around before he gets to those whoops. But once he gets there, he may well be home free to win for the first time this weekend. And for the number 20, it's been a brilliant performance right from the start. He led from the front and he takes the checkered flag in Moto 5 for the first time this weekend. It is Rico Potter who wins ahead of Tommy Lavin and Tommy Brown.
Listen to the reaction from the crowd as well. Huge congratulations to Rico Potter, but of course they know they've just seen a fantastic race as well. Brilliant action from start to finish, and Rico Potter takes his first moto victory of the weekend after fighting his way through, getting a great run from the gate, getting the whole shot, and then withstanding huge pressure. It's Rico Potter from Tommy Lavin, from Tommy Brown, your top 3. Theo Palmer, Eddie Hempstock, and Rue Potter rounding out the podium places. So it's a double Potter victory, or a double Potter podium, should I say. And then it's Michael Rosen in 7th, Frankie Stewart wound up in P8, be finishing the race, I want to say. Then Lando Love in P9, Hudson Lidsey in P10 there at the end of that one, as that will be moto number 5 in the E2 classes. They'll be back out for one more moto later on this afternoon as we get ready for the E3 classes coming your way first, the 4 to 5 year old category, with a huge rider list starting behind the gate, a full 16 getting ready to do battle out there once again. We'll have the 10 of Robbie Smart, the 31 of Freddie Hamilton, the 4 of Freddie Fennell, the 28 of Archie Leacock, the 14 of Reggie Doyle, 41 of Miles Powell, the 22 of Joey Plass, the 903 of Noah Webble, the 36 of Owen Everall, the 1 of Monroe Wills, the 44 of William LeConte, the 19 of Michael Rosen, the 227 of Jensen Summers, the 20 of Oakley Price, the 27 of Arlo Kowalski, and the 421 of George Milligan. Of course, we did have some riders from other races in this one as well, so they may just be sorting out bikes last minute, all of the above, after having come in from a race that was, just happened, or maybe not too long ago. I hope you're enjoying the action from wherever around the world you are watching. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, all of the above, to help get the best electric junior motocross available in the UK out there, and to show the world what these young riders can do, whether you are watching on the Mallor-E Park YouTube or Facebook channels, or the Motorsport Radio YouTube or Facebook channels as well. And if you are watching on Motorsport Radio, make sure you continue to join us at motorsport.radio for the remainder of the month of May as we gear up for the 24th and the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Motorsport Radio, the only place outside the United States with radio IndyCar broadcast coverage. Looks like we're all ready to go then for this E3 class 4 to 5 year old category here at Mallor-E Park for their 5th moto, their penultimate moto of the weekend. Wind is still picking up, especially at the top of the hills here. But the sun has come out, the temperature is rising, and the spirits are high here in Leicestershire. We're all ready to get going. I don't think Jack Ford is quite ready to get going yet. A couple more adjustments being made behind the gate. But are we happy? I think we're happy. He looks happy. Everyone looks happy. Let's go racing, shall we? The foot goes onto the pedal, the hand will go up, and then the gate will get dropped. And we will be go here for the 5th moto of the E3 4 to 5-year-old class. Some big kickouts from some of the riders. Looks like it's going to be Robbie Smart getting the whole shot with a block pass down into turn number 1. Lovely riding from that young man as the rest of the riders negotiate their way through. Dust being kicked up big time now, but it's all clean through and A-OK for the time being. The 27 there making their way through. That'll be Arlo Kowalski up into 2nd place. I want to say that is the rest of the riders still tripping over one another, trying to find some space out on the racetrack. Robbie Smart, though, already building up a pretty decent lead as it stands as he comes to the top of Surin Summit. And look at that, under no real pressure immediately. But let's see if anybody can try and follow him. The likes of Joey Plass, of course, will be looking very, very quick in this race, as well as the likes of Arlo Kowalski, as already mentioned. Michael Rose has had a couple of good runs as well. At the moment, though, the 14, who else would it be? Reggie Doyle, right on his tail in 2nd place. And the 2 leaders are very much breaking away from the pack here, Owen.
Yeah, for the first time in a while, Reggie Doyle actually looks relatively close, because I think Joey Plass has gone a little bit missing on that start. He's only down in 5th place as Spain stand. The 19 of Michael Rosen, obviously back from the other race, which was just before in the E2s, straight onto the bike, straight up into 3rd place. So impressive stuff from him so far as he watched the whole field come through. This is the E3 4 to 5-year-old class. It's Robbie Smart leading from Reggie Doyle, Michael Rosen and Jensen Summers, Joey Plass and Freddie Hamilton. That's the top 6. Noah Waywall, Arlo Kowalski, Archie Leacock and George Milligan complete the top 10 with Oakley Price, Monroe Wills and William LeConte as we watch Jensen Summers coming over the berm there at Mallory Mountain. But yes, it is impressive to see Michael Wilson get straight into the bike from the last race and be instantly competitive here. He was one of the last riders to get onto the grid list as well. We saw him in that pre-race before Jack Ford let them down, so he's just straight on and straight at it. We are used to seeing Joey Plass being a little bit hard in this, though, so it should be interesting to see if he's able to make some overtakes work as he runs 5th at the moment. Robbie Smart's just crossed the line to start his next lap. Looks to me like he's extended that gap a little bit, not by much, has to be said. In fact, it's not at all. Our app's slowly updating, but there you go. Reggie Doyle has just set the fastest lap of the race by 0.2 of a second, 1 minute 1.176. compared to Robbie Smart's 1 minute 1.3. So he is holding close to our leader. He's of course attempting to do a clean sweep this weekend. He's already won the first 4 races in this E3 4 to 5-year-old class. So it's been very impressive work from Robbie Smart in these early stages so far. But the pressure may well tell. That may well have actually been a move going on up there at the bottom of Mallory Mountain. That's around where the leaders are, I think. But we'll catch up with him at some point. As we see Jensen Summers again sitting in the berm. He seems happy enough for that. Joey Plass not quite able to make progress, but this might give him a chance. There's a little bit of defending now happening from Michael Rosen as he has Jensen Summers all over the back of him. But Joey still just not quite there as Reggie Doyle follows home behind Robbie Smart in 2nd place. So there has been no change for the lead up at the front. They've literally a little bit close, but I think from that point onwards, Robbie Smart has actually pulled away. 2.2 seconds clear at the front.
Nice stuff from Robbie Smart. Then let's see if Doyle can respond, as Plass still can't really find a way through Summers or Rosen in front. And as he's blocked there, it looks like Hamilton and Werwell behind actually starting to catch up a little bit. So a bit of a cork in a bottle potentially is Michael Rosen at the moment as he starts to get a bit of a train forming. As you can see, the levels of the dust now is getting pretty torrid out there at the moment. As looking to the outside now goes Jensen Summers. Can't find anything, just trying to experiment maybe with some different lines, see if anything is possible to try something new out there. But for the time being, a little just have to settle for that 4th place. A little bit tighter there from Freddie Hamilton. Again, seeing if he can find some drive as all this group comes up to a lot of traffic. And they're all going to have to negotiate this one. Could get a little bit messy here. Again, no blue flags. You've got to work your way through on your own in motocross. And looks like they have just about got away with it. But it was certainly a bit sketchy at the bottom of the hill. But it's still the 19 of Michael Rosen ahead of Jensen Summers. Joey Plass has been held up a little bit there. And then Freddie Hamilton. And, oh, look at that. Really tight fight between Hamilton and another rider there who sounds like they're having an issue potentially, as that is the 28 off the road. And what has happened there? Hopefully everything's okay for Archie Leacock. He was running down in 12th place. We'll continue up at the front though. Robbie Smart hasn't got this one in the bag just yet. Reggie Doyle 1.9 away, so he's there or thereabouts, but it's certainly pressure off the 10 shoulders.
And as he comes through the last couple of bends, like I say, he was under pressure early on in this race, but as we've seen so much this weekend, Robbie Smart has been able to handle whatever pressure he had behind him. He's not been quite able to better Reggie Doyle's ultimate pace, but in terms of consistency, there is no one better than Robbie Smart, who comes over the whoops one more time, and look at that, he loves it. He celebrates across the line, a 5th victory in a row here at Mallory Park, and he looks behind him to see his second place runner. They are going to acknowledge each other as they come back into the pits. Reggie Doyle 2.7 behind in the end, but he did have the fastest lap in that race, so we'll see what he can manage in Moto 6 later on. So it's Robbie Smart from Reggie Doyle. Michael Rosen, by the looks of it, will be in 3rd place, but we will confirm that when our timing updates. Behind that will be Jensen Summers, Joey Plass and Freddie Hamilton, and they will be the podium finishers here. Noah Waywell behind that in 7th with George Milligan, Arlo Kowalski and Oakley Price. That's the top 10. And I believe we're watching the 27th, so that is Arlo Kowalski running in 9th place. Behind that, let us say, Oakley Price, Monroe Wills, Archie Leacock, Owen Everall, Miles Powell and William LeConte. 12th down to 15th were lapped in that one. And so these are the last finishers coming across the line now. As we get ready to move on to the next of our E3 classes. This was the 4 to 5 year old class. We move on ever so slightly up to 5 to 7 year old class. And on this grid, as you can see, we've got Isaac Colcutt there on the left-hand side, the 44 of Kate Needham on the right. In this field, it's the 20 of Carter Anderson, the 3 of Isaac Colcutt, the 4 of Billy Carroll, and we will go through the rest of the riders when Jack Ford has started this race, because it looks like to me he wants to get this one underway as soon as possible. George Needham is the rider in the right-hand side of your screen there, in that number 20. He has been the rider who has been dominant in this class so far. He has 4 wins out of 4, and the last race he won only by 1.9 seconds ahead of Carter Anderson, so it will be interesting to see how he gets on this time. He's been very good at the starts as well. He tends to lead these into the first bend. Trying to see where Carter Anderson is. He is 3 bikes to the left on the screen. You can see from Carter Anderson right at the left hand side of your screen. 3 across from that is George Needham, and the foot is going to go down. The pedal will be released, and that gate will allow these riders to get on the way. This is the E3 5 to 7 year old class. As we head down to the first turn, let's say Billy Richardson's got his GoPro back on. He hasn't got the lead though. He looked like he might have done, but he was very early on the brakes. And it looks like the 220s, as we've seen so often so far this weekend, are in the lead. And of course, it's George Needham. Who else would it be? He leads ahead of Carter Anderson. He's just so clinical on these starts. Is the number 201 officially, although it does look like a 20 on the screen. As the rest of the riders come through, you can see the speed is visually increased across these bikes, and the height that they're going to be able to get on this tabletop is always very impressive to see. Now, who's that in 3rd place as they all come round? Looks like it is Billy Richardson. So he was a little bit lower in that first race. Remember, he had the accident yesterday when he came over the whoops quite badly, and he may well have taken that first race to get his confidence back, and he has done. He's got the GoPro back on his head. He's back in the top 3, which is where he was when that crash happened yesterday. So he's pretty much recovered right back to where he was before, which is always great to see. Here is the race leader and the dominant force in this class. It is George Needham, who has a massive gap already over Carter Anderson in 2nd place. He's actually lost out a bit of ground. Actually, Carter Anderson's gone to 4th, and look at that, he's really struggling on the bike. He was completely all over the place, so there may have been issues over the whoops and even before that, so the order isn't quite what it would look like it might have been. It's now Joel Wallace into 2nd place as a result of that incident. Billy Richardson 3rd, Carter Anderson's now 4th, Billy Carroll in 5th with Frankie Stewart in 6th, Jack Goodwin in 7th, Isaac Colcutt 8th, Harty Johnson 9th, Ava Poucher 10th, with Reggie Herring and Cade Needham closing out the 12.
It's not the biggest gap for George Needham at the moment at the front of the pack, but it's comfortable as it stands, and he'll be looking to try and extend that one throughout the course of the remainder of this moto. As there we see, that's the 139 as Carter Anderson gets very, very squirrely on the throttle. Billy Richardson holding on to that third place at the moment. Anderson goes to the berm around the outside, should sweep it through if there's a gap in the middle, but Richardson intelligently covers that's one off. Nice racing from the 139 there, as they're now making across the line. The gap in front between Needham and Wallace now up to 5.6. Anderson just no way through at the moment, seemingly struggling as the weekend has gone on. Maybe fatigue setting in, something like that could also be a problem with the bike, or everybody else has just improved a little bit and he's kind of still riding at around about a similar level. It's anybody's guess, but he's just unable to find his way through Billy Richardson at the moment. The 139 sitting pretty comfortably in that third place. He himself is about some 4 seconds off of it'll be Joel Wallace in P2. Anderson once again is cut off on the run out of the hairpin at the top of Mallory Mountain. Now up Surin Summit. Is there anything here? Doubt it. No, isn't. Yellow flag is being waved by the marshal. Have we seen one of our leaders go down potentially? We'll wait to find out as we come through the final section. If they did go down, it was over very, very quickly. That's a really solid run through there from Carter Anderson. Looks like he just got the move as we cut back to our race leader, George Needham, in a bit of no man's land at the moment. And he's now got 5.8 seconds to the good ahead of Joel Wallace there. Looks like Carter Anderson did get Billy Richardson there right at the end of that lap. So he's finally got up into third place. But as you can see, George Needham, the 201, flying ahead, dominating once again.
Yeah, it's important now for Carter Anderson to get that move done, because you can see him trying it in various places, particularly at the top of Mallory Mountain, where he really had to get on the brakes because Billy Richardson had him completely covered off. But it was so weird seeing the first couple of laps. It looked like he was struggling massively with the rear. I thought there might have been a problem with the bike for a moment, but he's got it all back under control and is back into third place. The gap at the front was 5.7 seconds when George Needham last crossed the line with 1 minute 177. He'd love to get that under 60 seconds, wouldn't he? As he comes over the whoops again, and he should be taking 2 to go here. So he's got plenty of time to make this happen, and the gap looks to be increasing all the time. Joel Wallace is still in second place, and Carter Anderson, for what we can tell, is still running in third. Billy Richardson on his own in fourth, and this is the battle a little bit further down with the 19 of Jax Goodwin being followed by the 127 of Harty Johnson. Now this is for P8 on the road as things stand. And up at the front, just confirming the top 6 again, that is George Needham, Joel Wallace. Carter Anderson is well under 59 seconds in that lap. He's flying along. Look out, Joel Wallace. Then you got Billy Richardson, Billy Cowell, Isaac Colcott, Frankie Stewart, and then these two. This is a battle, like I would say, for 8th place, Jax Goodwin and Harty Johnson. Behind that, Reggie Herring, Ava Poucher and Cade Needham. And we're watching the 32 there of Reggie Herring just catching up onto this battle, as it looks like you can see in the background our race leader. And there's a rider down over the whoops there. Hard to tell who that was. There's around where the leader would be, but I don't think it is Lee. We'll find out in a moment. George Needham, it does say he's crossed the line. We'll work out if that was him or not, because he's not got any lap times updating on our standings. We think it is him. Good news, it's not our leader. Hopefully whoever has gone down is okay. By process of elimination, I'd have to say it may have been Cade Needham, but we'll find out shortly. This is your leader, though, George Needham, who wants to he's getting slower and slower every lap, actually. Carter Anderson has the best pace out there at the moment, so he's found his confidence after those issues at the start, but he's still only in third place. He's got to catch 3 seconds from Joel Wallace in this lap. That'll be a tough task, but if he can replicate a lap like he had 2 laps ago, he may well be able to make it happen. But here is George Needham. This is at the bottom of Mallory Mountain. He'll come straight back up towards the Surin Summit. And I mean, he's looking so comfortable here. I'd be very surprised if anything can get in the way of him taking this victory here. He's got a couple of bends to go. He'll take the berms for these, and then the whoops coming up. There may well be yellow flags waving there as well, so he may be able to take this easily as he comes through the final bend. Now here come the whoops, and here comes George Needham. Should be the checkered flag. It is the checkered flag, and George Needham, right arm up in the air, celebrating another victory. It is 5 out of 5, we believe, for George Needham in the E3 5 to 7 year old class. You saw behind Joel Wallace caught up on that last lap a little bit, but not enough to make anything happen. He was 3.8 seconds behind. Carter Anderson, another lap in the 59s this time to be in third place, so he's got some really strong pace. Let's see if he can get a win and stop that 5 race winning streak from George Needham. Billy Richardson has finished in 4th ahead of Billy Cowell and Isaac Colcott. That is our podium finishes. We're watching the battle again further down the field. There's the 32 following Reggie Herring, following Harty Johnson and Jax Jack's Goodwin. Frankie Stewart just ahead of us has finished in 7th place. So this is the battle for 8th at the moment. Doesn't look like anything's going to change. So it will be Jack's Goodwin, Harry Johnson and Reggie Herring. Ava Poucher and Kate Needham are the last 2 riders out there, and whoever went down at the whoops has gotten back up and will be able to finish the race, which is good to see.
Of course, a big thank you to the marshals who were quick to respond to that incident. Hopefully the riders are all right and are able to finish the race, or we're able just to get out of the way very, very quickly. We will swiftly move on, however, to our next race, and it will be the E4 4 to 7-year-old class. In this one, we've got the 10 of Hudson Holloway, the 25 of Grayson Knight, Ronnie Clapson on the 555, Ruben Scrivens on the 110, Archie Comstock on the 196. Now, in the last race, we were joined by William Campbell on the 35. I can't immediately see him here. See, according to our... Oh, no, there he is, yeah. So we've gained a William Campbell, but we lost somebody else, potentially? We may have lost... no, Grayson Knight's there. Ronnie Clapson's there. I think we may have lost the one... No, he's there as well. Okay, we've got 6 then. Okay, that's fine. I was going to say, somebody wasn't there, and I was a bit concerned that we were back down to 5. But no, we do have 6. Comstock did have a pretty big off in the previous race, of course, but good to see that he's back up and okay. And good to see that the riders are ready and raring to go for Moto number 5. We get going in the E4 4 to 7 class. Making his way down to turn number 1. Who else would it be but Ruben Scrivens, who's going to get the whole shot. Ronnie Clapson will follow him in P2. They'll then be followed by Hudson Holloway on the number 10 machine, as the rest of the riders are making their way through nice and cautiously. For some of them, just want to make their way around the opening lap without having any issues. Up the front, though, Ruben Scrivens wants to absolutely vanish. And is this a potential opportunity as well for Hudson Holloway to have a look there on Ronnie Clapson, who was a little bit slow on the run into the tabletop, but I don't think he was close enough to really give it a go. There is Scrivens, already a huge lead back for the 110 rider. Not entirely surprising given his form this weekend and just how quick he has been over everybody else. But of course, it's a long race here. Anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does, as the saying goes. So we'll see what's going to happen over the remainder of this one. One thing is absolutely certain, though. Ruben Scrivens already has a very healthy lead at the end of lap number 1. Looks like Hudson Holloway has gone in front of George Needham there. Not George Needham, Ronnie Clapson, should I say. Still got my mind on that last race, apparently. But it is a massive lead already for Ruben Scrivens. Looks like Holloway in second. Then it'll be Ronnie Clapson in P3, and then we wait to see where everybody else is coming home and coming along. That looks like William Campbell in P4 at the moment, and indeed it is on the 35 machine. Then in 5th place will be that'll be Grayson Knight on the 25, and then Archie Comstock rounding up the field on the 196 as it stands. Unfortunately, once again, we aren't able to provide you with any live timing on your picture, as we don't have any ourselves. We're just having to follow along in our international broadcast centre from the Speed Hive app, which of course you yourself at home can just download and have a look at if you want to follow the live timing, or as close as you can get to it from the app. Just simply find out where the Mallory Park page is on there, and you're good to go. But up the front, it is still Ruben Scrivens. Hudson Holloway, though, running pretty well, up into 2nd place, got past Ronnie Clapson after a bit of a disappointing start, and potentially could be reeling in Ruben Scrivens. I'd say that very tentatively, because the gap looks like it's visually come down a bit. We'll wait for the splits to confirm that one as he comes to the line now. And has that gap come down? It was around about 5 seconds last time. Still waiting for it to come through. Yeah, that's 3.4. Actually, fastest lap on the previous tour from Hudson Holloway. 1:11.756. That was 1.5 seconds quicker. So Hudson Holloway's found some pace here.
Yeah, give it 2 laps. He may well be on the back if he can keep that sort of pace up. As it always helps, I think, in this situation when you can see your rival getting closer as well. There's no better motivation than that when you are the chasing rider. So let's see what Hudson Holloway can do. Those top 2, very much the class of the field. They're both in 1:11s and 1:13s. The rest are above 1:20s. So it should only really be those 2 in the battle at the moment. Ronnie Clapson, we're watching at the minute. He's running in 3rd place ahead of William Campbell, who, like we said, we haven't got the timing for, but we assure you he is out there in the 35. He had a Grayson Knight he'll be in 5th place, and Archie Comstock, who runs at the back at the moment. Right now, let's see what the times are going to be as Ruben Scrivens crosses the line again to start yet another lap here in the E4 class. He should be leading by about the same distance, but it looks... I don't know, actually. Maybe he's closed in a bit again. I can never really judge it with my own eyes, but it looks like it's actually gone a little bit closer. I don't think as much as the last lap, though, and I think there may have been... I think he's gone down, Hudson Holloway. He has.
Oh, what a shame.
You could hear it happening in the background, and Hudson Holloway, who was closing down, has gone down. He may well keep second place, we'll see. But that's Hudson Holloway, who had just set the fastest lap of the race, only 1/10 faster than Ruben Scrivens. He may well be able to catch back up to Ronnie Clapson. I think those two are right next to each other on the road, who I think's actually gone down himself. Ronnie Clapson may have gone down himself. That might have saved Hudson Holloway his second place. But anyway, we'll worry about that when they get to the finish line. Up at the front, it's Ruben Scrivens, who keeps looking behind him. He's thinking, where has my rival gone? He mustn't have seen the incident happen. I suppose it's hard to see it when you're busy focusing on yourself. But with 2 corners to go, this is Ruben Scrivens. He's getting well used to this now. It's going to be 5 out of 5 here at Mallory Park in the E4 class. It is Ruben Scrivens in the 1:10. Domination, absolutely no pressure on him whatsoever, and he's made it work again. At 1 minute 10.3, a new fastest lap. Well done to him. Now, who are we watching here? We're watching the 25. This is Grayson Knight. As we wait to find out who's going to come home in second place. I believe it was going to be Hudson Holloway, because you could see it in the background when we were watching the leader. I believe Ronnie Clapson went down at the same hairpin as Hudson Holloway, but it was hard to tell. We'll see when they cross the line. Hudson Holloway has finished in second. He did lose obviously a lot of time with that fall. He lost 20 seconds, but as we say, Ronnie Clapson did go down as well. Just about caught it at the back of the picture. We will probably not get any information on where William Campbell is, but you can see him on your picture. He will finish in 4th place, so well done to him. Grayson Knight is going to come home in 5th. Archie Comstock will complete the field in 6th place. Obviously all the riders in this class are guaranteed a podium board, and so well done to all of them. We'll see them again later on, but we move on to the E5 class coming up now. This is the E5 5 to 6-year-old class, and we've been dominated by Frankie Botham in this one so far in the number 25. He's won all 4 races so far in the E5 5 to 6-year-old class. Joining him on the grid, we've got Dexter Miller-Holworth from the 22, Jackson Gillett in the 16, Ralphie Matthews in the 67, Daisy Grubb in the 101, Arthur Brailsford in the 33, George Breeze, you can see on your screen, alongside Arthur Brailsford in the 46, Olivia Templeman in the 10, Barnaby Bryan in the 422, Oscar Walker in the 29, and as we say, Frankie Botham as we get underway here. And look at Frankie Botham in the middle of your screen. He's not going to hold the lead. He's had to back off well early. He's been caught right up in the middle of a pack here, and this is what we've not seen very often from him so far this weekend. He has lost the lead, I believe, to George Breeze. We will follow them as they come over the tabletop for the first time. But we've seen so many good starts from Frankie. He runs about 4th place. He's behind Olivia Templeman. He's crucially behind George Breeze as well, who I believe is leading this race. We'll get confirmation on that in a moment, as we see already the move from Frankie Botham to move up to 3rd place. I believe we're on the outside of Mallory Mountain. We're watching the 67 at the minute, who's ahead of the 22 of Dexter Miller-Holworth. The 67 there is Ralphie Matthews, as we're seeing all the riders coming round. We believe Frankie Botham did get that move to 3rd. You can see the rider with the yellow helmet there leading away. Let's see the number on that. That is indeed George Breeze, who leads here in the E5 5 to 6-year-old class. There's Frankie Botham moving up to 2nd place. No, not quite. In a very close battle there with Jackson Gillett, who holds on to that 2nd place. So your top 4 at the end of this lap. Oh wow, hold on a minute. Let's let Frankie Botham make the move. That was completely sideways into the first hairpin. He was turning left into left hand, and then all of a sudden had to go right. Very difficult to control that, especially at a young age. What brilliant bike control that was from Frankie Botham, and he's straight onto the back of the leader.
George Breeze could be in trouble here. The 25 is on a mission right now in Moto number 5, and you can see how hard he's pushing. Oh, well, that was out then. Frankie Botham to the lead. Unbelievable 2 positions in 1 lap, and he's gone from 3rd to 1st. He is hungry for another win here at Mallory Park. And George Breeze couldn't really do anything about it. Frankie Botham just nailed it through there. And George Breeze, who now drops to 2nd, well, what can he do about that one? Frankie Botham, well, he's got clean track in front of him and clear air as well, and can probably just absolutely bolt away at the front of this pack. It's Breeze from, or Botham from Breeze from Gillett, should I say. Olivia Templeman 4th, Ralphie Matthews 5th, Dexter Miller-Holworth rounding out our podium places at the moment. And we got Arthur Brailsford, Jensen Wood, Barnaby Brown, Daisy Rudd.
What a save,
Oscar
Arthur
Walker.
Brailsford. Wow. That was incredible. Did you see that? He was completely sideways and practically off the bike because Olivia Temple had a problem in front. That one's not been saved, though. That looks like it might be Dexter Mallor-E who's gone down from what was 6th place. Sorry to interrupt you there, Ross. So I'll let you have it back now.
Anytime. It's never a problem, Owen. Must have been something special, but shame for Dexter Mallor-E to drop it there. Again, it's very, very dusty here now at Mallory Park, and it's just not a lot of grip out there at all, is there? So very, very easy to get greedy on the throttle, grab the brake a bit too hard when you're tipping into a corner, any of those things which will just send you straight down onto the dirt. As we continue to follow Arthur Brailsford, following Olivia Templeman as it stands. Templeman holding on to that position at the moment. Back to the front of the pack though, and George Breeze has got back through Frankie Botham for the lead of the race. So is there a mistake for Botham, or has Breeze found something special? His last lap was quicker than Botham's by 3 seconds, but Botham, it was a very, very poor lap from himself, so there must have been a mistake, or he got held up somehow, some way. So Botham drops back into 2nd place. The 25 will go back on the attack. The 46 will look to try and defend. Botham, we saw him previously using that inside line at the top of Mallory Mountain to get through the 46 when he took the lead originally. Decides to follow him on the berms this time. Wonder if he's just sussing out his opponent, seeing, okay, what do I have to do here? What do I have to do to try and work my way around? Tries to take the berm there at Cotter's Curve. Can't quite find it for the time being. Through the penultimate corner, a bit greedy on the throttle. Although Breeze is going to get massively held up by the 29. He himself then holds up the 25 as he comes out of the way. One more lap to go here in this one, and it's either one of these guys that are going to win this race.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for George Breeze there. Just pure luck there. Absolutely robs him of the lead of this race, but it's not over yet because Frankie Botham has shown he can make mistakes. So let's see how he handles his last lap. You can see there was a bike off, having gone off on the way up to Templeton. He has stood up now, so it looks like he's all okay. The rider went over the tabletop. So as we come round to show the final stage of this race, it looks to me like Frankie Botham has been able to make the gap here. We're watching Olivia Templeman and Arthur Brailsford, who made that incredible save earlier on, as we continue to go over the tabletop there with those two. But where's our race leader as we watch Jackson Gillett coming through? That's Frankie Botham. It looks like he's made a massive advantage. Where's George Breeze gone to, I wonder if he's had an issue on that last lap. We were maybe thinking it would happen to Botham. It's not at all happened to Botham. He's come through to win this race. But where's George Breeze gone? Has he lost 2nd place? We'll have to wait and see where he's ended up there. I think he did just about hold on to it, but he lost a lot of time on that last lap. Jackson Gillett's come through to be 3rd place there, ahead of what should be Olivia Templeman, who will be coming through on Arthur Brailsford, or coming through ahead of Arthur Brailsford, I should say. There she is on the left-hand side of the rider in the fluorescent red. Comes through, and that is 4th and 5th. Arthur Brailsford there. Jensen Wood should complete the top 6. The rest of the field, Dexter Mallor-E, Barnaby Brown, Daisy Rudd, Oscar Walker and Ralphie Matthews, who obviously went off earlier on. We'll move on to the next grid then. You can see them all lined up, and this is the big E5 bikes now, the older riders from the E5 6 to 8 year old class rather than the 5 to 6 year old class. And on this grid we have got, let me get them up for you, we've got Zach Green, Roy Ritzka, AC Totless, Arthur Whitelaw, Noah Comstock, Colby Fletcher, Toby Ogle, Jude Reader, Richard Mason, Blake Coates and Oscar Roberts, who is a new entry just for Sunday. He'll be on that 43. But the main story in this tier is, of course, Colby Fletcher. He has been the dominant force all weekend long, all season long. It was exactly the same story back in April when we came here for the first round and saw him just absolutely blow everybody away. And as we prepare to see this race get underway, there's Jack Ford looking almost ready to go. He's just having a wee chat with the parents around him, and as soon as he's happy we'll be able to go racing. If you look on the right hand side of your screen, you've got the 296, and a couple across from there you should be able to see Colby Fletcher. We've just lost him there. You can see the 43 that we mentioned before. He's new for this one. He's next to Roy Ritzka in the 141. You've got the 101 there on screen as well. All getting ready to go racing, and as soon as Jack Ford is ready we will drop the gear. There's Richard Mason on the right hand side of your screen as well, and Jack just waiting for the confirmation that everything is ready to go. There may be a slight delay after the incident in that last race, but I'm sure everything's alright. We saw the rider standing up after the incident at the tabletop, and Jack, when he gets that confirmation, we'll be able to get this underway. But the big question going into this is anyone able to do anything about Colby Fletcher? He's been ever so slightly reeled in today. Roy Ritzka was close to beating him before. Louis Charlton yesterday had good pace, so he's not invincible, but let's see how he gets on here, as Jack again looked like he was about to get this race started, but something has come up there, and he's just had to delay again. No, I think he is happy finally, and when he drops the gate, we will be underway. Look out for the 29, look out for the 114. We are away here, and Colby Fletcher is already alongside Roy Ritzka as he head down to the first bend. Looks like he's going to have the inside line, Colby. Roy Ritzka knows all about Colby Fletcher on the inside of that hairpin, and Fletcher's got the lead. Can Roy Ritzka do anything? The points in these early stages is the best time to do it, but he's not been able to quite get anything done. He's second place behind Colby Fletcher, and from most races we've seen this weekend, that tends to mean curtains for any sort of challenge. Richard Mason looks like he's got a little bit up the field. We'll see where he ends up. He went down earlier on in the first race today, and so wasn't quite as high as you expect. But we've seen this before, Roy Ritzka. We know he's fast at the top of Surrey Summit, and again, look at that, almost hitting the back wheel of Colby Fletcher. If he's going to make any sort of move work, you would imagine it's going to happen there, as Fletcher over the berm, and Ritzka basically just following his line everywhere he goes. I imagine Ritzka can learn a lot from Fletcher, because we know Colby Fletcher's probably the fastest rider out there. Anyone following behind will be gaining all sorts of invaluable knowledge that you just can't really get from where we are watching him.
No, absolutely. But it's crazy, crazy action nonetheless here at Mallor-E Park, as you come to expect. That gap continuing to grow now between the front pairing and those behind. Coates some 7.5 seconds away from Colby Fletcher up front. Rory Ritzka, though, still very much hot on his tail. They're back to our leaders now. Fletcher comfortable at the moment. Ritzka not looking as close as he did in race number 4 earlier on today. But we know that that's what he possesses. We know that that is what he's able to do. So we'll wait to see as it once again gets very, very close. Front wheel to rear wheel on the run up Surrey Summit. Almost loses the rear as he gets on the throttle out of there. Just a huge kick of dust, getting the wheel spin. Had to massively catch that one. Somehow hasn't lost a whole heap of time, let alone staying on the bike, as they make it very cleanly over the whoops. That was actually slightly better from Ritzka over that section with the triple than it was from Colby Fletcher. And the gap stays at around about 7/10 of a second as you see some of the other riders making their way through. That's the 719 of Blake Coates, holding on to P3 pretty comfortably right now. Arthur Whitelaw isn't particularly close as it stands. Then behind them they've got Oscar Roberts, who of course is a wild card in this race. Richard Mason in P6, so Zach Green in P7 will technically be the last podium finisher, as he'll get bumped up a points paying position. We'll continue to follow this battle round for P2 though. Whitelaw looks to have drawn in a little bit on Coates on the early half of the lap, so maybe Coates is a little bit better in the latter phases in order to increase that gap. Better through the final section, maybe better up and down the hills as well. It's anybody's guess, but the one thing's for certain, he's pretty comfortable right now. There's pressure being put on him as the 259 gets a bit squirrely on throttle. Whitelaw just isn't close enough to make a move yet.
Yeah, top two, by the way, at the front. They're only separated by about 7/10 of a second. So it looks to me like Roy Ritzka's been able to keep this race alive as they all head around. But as you say, this is the battle at the moment for P3 on the road. So let's Blake Coates holding on the minute, because as you say, I think Arthur Whitelaw is struggling a little bit with the rear of that bike, just trying to get it under control. We've still got 2 laps to decide this, and the gap is still 7/10 in front. It looks to me like they're practically identical, Colby Fletcher and Roy Ritzka, on our timing screen. So it'll be fascinating to see if Roy's finally been able to make any moves stick. It's been so difficult for him so far this weekend, but he has been threatening as these two continue to pedal round, and it looks like Fletcher is still in the lead. You can see them there in the background, all looking good. This is a good run for Arthur Whitelaw as they go over the table, top side by side, and they sort of went towards each other when they landed, and that could so easily have been repeated yesterday, where we saw one bike take another bike and leave the rider behind and just drive the other bike down the road. It was such a bizarre incident. That's the sort of situation where that can happen, as we see Colby Fletcher leading here as we start another lap here at Mallory Park, and it looks pretty good so far. That gap has gone out, and now we have a rider down, and that looks like a nasty one indeed. The 43 of Oscar Roberts, a non-scorer today. He looked like he was getting back up there, which is nice to see, as we see the crowd there watching on as Colby Fletcher comes through. And who's this he's behind? He's just behind the 296 Oh, I thought that's no Coulson. I thought that was going to be Arthur Whitelaw. I was going to wonder how on earth he's done that. And there's the wheelie that we're used to seeing from Colby Fletcher. You can tell he's comfortable as he comes to the final couple of corners here. Another rider just to get a ride. And there's Oscar Roberts, like we say, back on the bike, which is nice to see after that accident that he had earlier on. But here comes Colby Fletcher over the whoops, and one more lap to go. Where's Roy Ritzker gone? He's just left him behind. He's going so fast at the moment. Oscar Roberts still struggling to tame that bike after the incident, but like I say, at least he's back on the road. He's lost that P6, which makes things a bit easier for the organisers, considering he's a non-scorer. The top 6 now is, he's finally got it wrong, and Colby Fletcher, who's done the wheelie, has gone down. It was bound to happen at some point. Colby, well, there's a lesson for you. As Colby Fletcher goes down, Roy Ritzker just has to keep it going now as we go to the end of this race. I cannot believe what I've just seen.
No words need to be said. I mean, what sensation we have late in the day. Rory Ritzker, this is going to be the easiest race win of your life, my son. And it will be the first one of the weekend. And it's because Fletcher's made a mistake rather than getting through him on his own accord. But you still take the wins as they come. The 141 will go over the whoops to take the checkered flag. Rory Ritzker is finally on top here at Mallor-E Park in 2026 in the second round. Fletcher is able to remount and finishes in second place, 2.5 seconds long, but you can see devastated with that. He knows he's messed that one up, and he knows he was showboating, flew a little bit too close to the sun and just got it wrong. But sometimes when you're a young rider like that, you need to make those mistakes to learn. That's one he definitely will never ever make again. Is that a problem for Arthur Whitelaw? Yeah, looks like he's gone down. He was running in 4th place in that fight with Blake Coates for 3rd. So Coates, you presume, would come home a pretty comfortable 3rd place at the end of this one, and indeed he has, some 40 seconds away from the leaders, by the way, just to make a point. Yeah, looks like Whitelaw's going to easily bring it home in 4th though, just waiting for Richard Mason, we actually see there, so almost lost out. Zach Green there in P6 as well, so that's Whitelaw, Mason and Green completing 4th, 5th and 6th, our podium places. Then elsewhere, we're expecting Noah Comstock, Jude Reeder and then Oscar Roberts. Looks like he DNF'd from that one, unfortunately, but drama there at the end as Colby Fletcher thought he had that one in the bag. It'll be a very red face under the helmet, but maybe some motivation to go out and to destroy the competition even more in the final motor of the weekend. Still, plenty of time for him. Plenty of time till motor number 6. Up next, it's the Soren Hyperby UK Cup. Moto number 5 for our small-wheeled Hyper-Bs out there. It's been some fantastic racing from these guys so far this weekend. Let's see, or let's not see who we're going to be waiting for in this one. You should know the grid's already at this point because the gate's going to drop straight away and we are going to get going. Good launch there from Blake Ford. Alfie Brown also away well. Look at Ethan Rudd. He's in an unideal position to the outside. Brown sweeps around, gets the whole shot there as they're all tripping over each other into turn number 1. Tommy Cotter got held up big time there, I want to say, on the 148, and Brown's gone down. Brown has gone down from the lead of the race. He got the whole shot, but he's got it wrong coming through turn number 2. That moves Ethan Rudd up to the lead. Blake Ford into second, and then there's that Tommy Cotter up to 3rd already after a really, really disappointing start from the 148. So he's got away with that one big time, but it is Rudd that now leads the way from the front. Ford right there with him, and 148 as well, always quick in the Soren Cup small wheel category. Let's see, he already wants to try and challenge Blake Ford. Let's see if he can try to. Going to go to the berm to the outside, not going to be there on this occasion as we head towards the end of this opening lap, but still making his way through, still looking okay for the time being. It will be Ethan Rudd that leads the way towards the end of lap number 1. Blake Ford has just been done by Tommy Cotter on the run down into the opening turn, so Cotter up to 2nd place. Let's see if he can continue to progress forward, continue to progress on, and maybe try and catch up to those elsewhere. Looks like the 110 of Ruben Scrivens in 4th place to my eyes. Indeed it is, as we just wait for the rest of the riders to filter their way across the timing beams. We've then got Madison Parsons in P5 Alfie Brown is recovered to 6th. Lando Parsons in 7th. George Milligan in P8 at the moment as Cotter looks to the outside on Rod. Can't find anything, but look at that, Owen. Already right on his rear wheel.
Just what we saw in the last race. This is Tommy Cotter, who has swept this event so far. Ethan Rudd, this is the only class he's not been able to win in this weekend so far. He would love to complete his own clean sweep, but for Tommy Cotter, as you say, he had a really slow start. He ended up about 6th place. It looks like Alfie Brown's been down again, by the way, so he's struggling to get himself right. He is up on his feet now, but that fall at the start really has caused him all sorts of problems in this race. We'll see if he can recover. He was sick when he crossed the line on that last lap, but as you saw, he was down again, and he's still down, unfortunately. He is stood up, so he may just be resorting his suit out or whatever, but hopefully we can see him back again soon as the top 2 come past him. And Ethan Rudd holding that inside line, but look at what that means for Tommy Cotter as he gets the switchback and flies over the tabletop side by side with Ethan Rudd. You know where he's going to go, don't you? Straight over to the berms and straight through to the lead. That is a brilliant move, executed perfectly. There you can see Alfie Brown is back on his bike, which is great to see. He was down for quite a while there, but Tommy Cotter, he's already got a decent gap over Ethan Rudd, who may well have expected this to happen. It's been the dominant rider so far, as we say, Tommy Cotter, and Ethan not wanting really to explore the berms a little bit. I wonder if he may experiment with a wee bit of that in the coming laps. Now, we're watching the 92. This is Lando Parsons battling away with George Milligan. This is for 5th place at the moment, and it looks like a very tight battle between them two. They're both struggling for grip at various different places, and in a minute it's Lando that is just holding on as things stand. A very tight turn by George Milligan. I'm surprised he was able to get as much momentum as he did out of there, actually. It's a line we've not seen too often, where you're taking that sharp turn in at Mallory Mountain. As you see the move from Milligan around the outside, can't quite make it stick, almost gets run into by Madison Parsons, who is trying to catch up to Lando and George Milligan. Let's see how they get on. This is for the last places on the road at the moment, barring of course Alfie Brown. And up at the front, the gap's 1.9 seconds now between Tommy Cotter and Ethan Rudd, so it looks like that is well clear. Blake Ford is still running in 3rd place, and he's got about 21 seconds over Ruben Scriven, so he still runs in P4. As we say, this is the battle for 5th place, and we can see George Milligan looking to the outside of Lando Parsons. He has a moment in the middle of the turn. Will he be able to get any momentum out of the exit? No, he won't, and George Milligan up into 5th place. Tidy move there from George, taking advantage of the mistake from Lando. There you can see Blake Ford coming through. He's starting another lap in 3rd place. The number 3 there of Ford behind the number 25 at Ethan Rudd and Tommy Cotter, who still leads this race. And you can see him actually. Is that him catching up to the back of these two? About to lap them in the battle for 5th place. He's going that fast, Tommy Cotter. That's massively impressive. This is Blake Ford. Let's say he has had a 2nd place finish so far this season. That's where this rider now, Ethan Rudd, currently stands. And ahead of all this is Tommy Cotter.
Cotter riding superbly well out there at the moment, and well, Ethan Rudd and Blake Ford just don't have an answer, do they, in this race? Ford running exceptionally well again. We've mentioned it already, how he's been improving race upon race this weekend in all of the classes he's been running him, but especially so here in the Soren Cup Small Wheel. He's been fantastic to watch him come along, and now running in a very, very solid 3rd place. Ethan Rudd, though, up in front, has a healthy gap to him, but then again, it's a big gap to Tommy Cotter up in front of that as well. We'll follow Blake Ford around just for a little bit though. So the number 3 makes his way over the woods. Still needs to gain a little bit of confidence through that section as he does start his final lap of this race. And we go back to our race leader, who isn't showboating like other riders, shall we say, from this weekend, but does have a monstrous lead of 9.3 now ahead of Ethan Rudd in P2. And Cotter just needs to keep it on 2 wheels, needs to bring it on home, and that 148 will be taking a very, very sweet victory. Definitely had to work for it again. Bit of a disappointing start from him. Got a bit shoved out. Yes, he didn't start in an ideal gate position. That's just the luck of the draw. Then got a bit shoved out. Managed to recover to 3rd after being 7th or 8th at the end of the race. But as he comes through in the Soren Hype Small Wheel Cup, and he wins race number 5. What a performance that was from Tommy Cotter. A brilliant ride. As I was saying, A disappointing start, really got hurt from the gate position, but then had to fight his way through Ethan Rudd and Blake Ford, and did so and never looked back. It will be Ethan Rudd that finishes in second place, with Blake Ford in P3, Ruben Scrivens, George Milligan and Lando Parsons set to round out the podium places, as it doesn't look like there's any changes there with Lando Parsons. Actually, no, Madison Parsons has got through Lando Parsons. He may have had an incident on the last lap. So Lando Parsons drops to 7th with Alfie Brown in P8. That is your order for that one. They'll have one more race a little bit later on in the Small Wheel Cup, and now it's time for the Big Wheel Cup. For the older riders out there in this one, expect Evie Booth, Caden Waldock, Hunter Kirk, Louis Charlton, Jimmy Briggs, Colby Fletcher, Jack Ferries, Alfie Durgan Brown, Brax Johnson, Jack Whitehouse, Joey Clapson and Riley Lambert. Now, of course, Owen, Colby Fletcher has very much been the class of the Surrey Big Wheel Cup field. He's won basically everything so far, but of course, is there maybe a little dent to the confidence after that incident we saw in the E5 race a few motos ago, where, if you weren't with us, a little bit of showboating on the final lap with a huge lead, gets it wrong, goes down, ultimately recovers but finishes in second place, and you can tell after the race he knew he'd made that mistake. He knew it was devastated. Again, it's something he will learn so much from. He will never make that error again in his career, I can tell you that now. But again, is there a little knock to the confidence? Is he maybe mentally not quite in the right place for this one?
Well, he'll be embarrassed. That's the main thing he'll be. And I think embarrassment is the best way to learn something. If you do something in front of a load of people, not to be, not to say it's, but it was quite a brutal way for that to happen. He's not done that in private. He's not done that in practice. He's done that with the cameras on him on the final lap. So there's no way you can't learn from that. And I think that's the best way for that sort of thing to be sort of not snuffed out. You'll see him doing it again because he's a very good rider. But yeah, I think that sort of thing just keeps you on the grind a little bit and can focus you, especially when it comes to getting races over the line. So I don't think it'll affect his pace. I don't think it'll actually really affect his confidence. It'll just keep the focus at the end of races as he sits there on the front of the grid. Yeah, he's got confidence. Look at him. He's got a lot of confidence, as Colby Fletcher, as he gets ready to go racing. That rubbishes everything I'm saying, doesn't it? As he gets ready to go, and Jack Ford drops the gate. Colby almost perfected the timing there for that start. He's going to lead into the first bend. He's got Jimmy Briggs alongside him, and he goes down. Does Jimmy? They may struggle to get around him, but luckily, actually, everyone's found a good gap. That was a tricky place to manoeuvre, so good work from everyone to get around Jimmy Briggs. He's straight back onto the bike, and he'll try and catch the rest of the field. Now, what a massive save that was for Jack Whitehouse. That may have cost us a lot of pace as he came to the tabletop, sliding over the tabletop. Never ideal. You can see he still holds second place ahead of Caden Waldock, but it is Colby Fletcher who leads away. There's the number 7, Louis Charlton. He had a massive accident earlier on. Great to see him back on the bike, and we'll see what his aggression levels are like, because he is with Caden Waldock, who he did have that accident while battling, didn't he? So let's see what happens this time as he comes through. And nearly goes down already, actually, into penultimate corner. Just got to keep it all calm and composed and measured. Get 1 or 2 overtakes done, and then you'll start to feel the confidence. And there is a confidence boosting overtake there as you get straight through. And look at the wheelie he does on the exit of the corner. Louis Charlton is absolutely back. Here's the order at the end of that first lap. It's Colby Fletcher, Jack Whitehouse, Caden Waldock now behind Louis Charlton, Riley Lambert, Hunter Kirk, Jimmy Briggs, who's already made 3 places from that accident, Evie Booth, Alfie Durgan Brown, Joey Clapson and Brax Johnson. That is your order at the minute, and you can see Jimmy Brown on your screen made another place already. He's absolutely flying along. We're watching Clapson as well, getting past the 23, I think that was, of Alfie Durgan Brown. So plenty of movement happening throughout the field. Action absolutely everywhere here in this Surrey Hyper-B Big Wheel Cup race, as a lot of riders are taking the berms there as well. These bikes are more than fast enough to be able to take them comfortably, so it's good to see them exploring those limits. Louis Charlton is pulled away from Caden Waldock, who now has Riley Lambert closing in. He was one of the front runners early on in the race this morning as they come through to start the third lap of this one.
Yeah, really good racing going on at the moment as we see the 29, or the 291, should I say, of Caden Waldock struggling to get my English out there with Riley Lambert right on his tail. Riley's been very quietly impressive this weekend until in the previous race when he exploded out of the gate, struggling to fight his way past Waldock, though at the moment, as you can see, the conditions, the track surface is getting really, really rough. So much dust, the grip is just getting less and less with every single race. Not even that, every single lap, quite frankly, as they're trying to get these powered out. Of course, these electric motors, instant torque from these bikes as it gets a bit dicey between the pair of them. Almost contact at the top of Surin Summit. But it's rough. It's rough out there for these guys, and it's just the conditions. It's what we got to play with. It's what we got to deal with here at Mallor-E Park. But motocross should be tough. It's not exactly an easy motorsport. It's known for being difficult. It's known for pushing riders to the absolute limit, both physically and mentally. As we get down into turn number 2, Waldock had to go a bit defensive there to try and hold off Riley Lambert. Couldn't quite do anything. There is Jimmy Briggs, who's up into P6 now, so onto the podium for the 75. Got through Evie Booth pretty convincingly on the previous tour and has pulled a very hefty gap back to her. As a matter of fact, as Lambert gets it a bit wrong, getting on the throttle. He'll have to reset and go again as they get to the bottom of the hill, then climbing back up to Surin Summit. Lambert just can't quite find a way through at the moment, can he? Waldock is doing a very, very solid defensive effort, and it's more than enough to keep the 11 behind.
This is a brilliant battle. I mean, they've been going back and forth all the way here, all trying different lines and all actually really struggling for grip, which makes this incredibly exciting to watch. Look at Riley Lambert. He's trying absolutely anything and everything. We've got 2 laps to go here, and this battle will continue all the way to the checkered flag as we see Caden Waldock defending hard to the inside. Here comes Riley Lambert around the outside. Tried to get the grip on the exit, but ended up losing the rear wheel, so had to just pull back in behind Caden Waldock and then has to pull in again as he tries for the next hairpin. Oh, look at him. He's really going for it here as the number 29 of Colby Fletcher continues to lead by 3.1 seconds from Louis Charlton. This is from Jack Whitehouse, then Louis Charlton in third. This is the battle for fourth between Caden Waldock and Riley Lambert. Behind that, Jimmy Briggs, you saw him briefly in the background of that shot. He runs in 6th place, having been at the back at the start after his fall at the first bend. Really impressive comeback from him. But here is your leader, Colby Fletcher. Right, no pressure, Colby. Let's just get this to the flag this time, shall we? As he comes through the first hairpin, he's got a good gap. He's done everything he needs to do. This is the double where it all went wrong before, and he's got through there absolutely safely this time. He hasn't quite got the fastest lap. Louis Charlton, again, as he was yesterday, ever so slightly faster than Colby, but down in third place, nearly 6 seconds away. There's nothing he can do about the number 29 at the head of this race. Caden Waldock did stay ahead of Riley Lambert. The gap's only 0.4%, and you can see that in the background. They're still fighting hard. We'll see how that goes at the end of this race, but here is the final hill for Colby Fletcher. And there you go, there's the showboating back, and he gives a wee wheelie down the hill. The confidence is absolutely still there, and after making a mistake in the last race, I think he's probably glad to have a race just a few minutes later, because he can get straight back on the bike and straight back into victory lane. He's got 1 more to go. Got a bit ahead of myself there. Let's see if he keeps going for any more on this lap. And the gap continuing to extend to Jack Whitehouse, who may be looking more behind him than in front, because Louis Charlton is very close. You can see it there just at the bottom of your screen. Charlton is pushing on there, and remember, he had an accident as well earlier on today. He'll be looking for that little bit of a confidence booster as the star jump there for Colby Fletcher over the hill. I'm just wondering if he's going to be blocked there by the rider ahead, who's almost defended against him. I'm not sure if he knows he's there, but this is just going to let Colby slow down a little bit, make sure he can get himself to the finish safely. And Hunter Kirk, that is, in front of him, the 10th place rider, who is just holding Colby up a little bit. There's no need to risk a pass here for Colby. He's got a 5-second lead over Jack Whitehouse, and he has got through. Here comes Colby Fletcher over the whoops. He recovers from the mistake and wheelies across the line. Colby Fletcher wins ahead of what should be Jack Whitehouse. There he is, and he celebrates 2nd place duly. And there's 3rd place Louis Charlton parking in front of him. Your top 3 there, as we see. Has he got an ice cream? Where's he got that from? I guess the sun is properly out, isn't it? He's got ice creams for everyone except for us, of course, Ross. But oh well, we'll get one later, won't we? Caden Waldock looks to me like he's been overtaken by Riley Lambert on that last lap. They were so close to each other all race long, and it's Riley Lambert who takes the 4th position right at the end. Caden Waldock 5th and Jimmy Briggs in 6th. The rest of the order: Evie Booth, Joey Clapson, Brax Johnson, Hunter Kirk and Alfie Durgan-Brown, as we watch the number 35 of Evie Booth coming through to finish in 7th place. Next up, we'll be on to the not the E2 class, the 12-inch 3-year-old class. We're going right back to the start of the running order again. Race number 76 out of 90. We've just passed 1:30 on Sunday, the, what date is it? The 10th of May. I went to...
Got there in the end.
And yeah, we're into our last 15 races of the weekend now, Ross.
We are indeed. The moto number 6 is the final motos of the weekend, and of course these ones are a bit special because there's an extra special couple of awards. First of all, for all of our final races, for all of our classes, we do have the Moto Verde Whole Shot Award. Whoever gets the whole shot receives a prize from Moto Verde. You can obviously head down to their awning here at Mallor-E Park if you do want to check out some salt-free bike and cleaning solutions. But a big thank you to Moto Verde for their support this weekend. And also there is a special award. Well, there's also the Moto 25 award, which goes to a rider at random, I want to say. I may just fact check myself on that one a little bit because I can't confirm or deny that off the top of my head. The Moto 25 award is given to somebody at the end of the weekend from one of these final races, and they receive a voucher for Moto 25, get themselves some free spare Revy parts or discounted spare Revy parts as well. Of course, Moto 25 and Revy official partners of us here at Mallory Park, especially for all of these balanced bike races. There's also the Mallory Park award, who receive free entry for one weekend, or presumably the next weekend. That's given out to someone. Somebody gets adult of the weekend, which is just quote unquote a special prize. Don't ask me what that one is. And then, of course, I've already mentioned the Moto Verde Whole Shop. There is also the Witham Grange Glamping Award, which is going to a randomly selected rider from the E3 5 to 7 year old class. So that is, of course, a pretty competitive class, it must be said, but a randomly selected rider on that one gets their family of maximum of 4, so if they're any bigger, you have to decide what child to leave at home, I suppose. But a maximum of 4 get a free weekend of glamping over at Witham Grange Glamping. So a big thank you to them for their support as well. So plenty of prizes on offer here this weekend. A big thank you to all of those people and all of those companies for their support, their sponsorship, etc. A big thank you to all our partners in general as well. Of course, we couldn't be here and be doing our thing without the support from multiple different angles. So a big thank you to ASD Graphics, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects Limited, Witham Grange Glamping, Chamley Accounting Services, JTech Vans, Moto Verde, Spooks, Moto 25 and Revy as well. And of course, Moto 25 and Revy, official partners of us here at Mallor-E Park, and they are the official partners of all of our balanced bike races as well. Revy, many of our riders on their bikes, and Moto 25, our official race support here at Mallor-E Park, and also the official spares and parts supplier for Revy machines as well. Any problems with your Revy bike, go and speak to Lee from Moto 25. He will absolutely be able to help you, and if not, fix it. And he's a very nice bloke as well. So we are still waiting to get this final 12-inch 3-year-old class underway. Just waiting for any final deliberations and discussions to go ahead. Let's have a little run through who we're expecting to see in this one. Of course, some riders may have already made the decision to go home, but hopefully not. Hopefully we have a full grid for this final race of the weekend. For these guys, we've got the 21 of Sadie Jenkins, who has a 2 on the plate. She's in the very, very bright pink overalls with the bright pink bike. We've got the 4 of Tommy Betts, the 9 of Albie Murphy. There is Jack Ford. He better not get us going before I finish this. The 24 of Jesse Ellis, the 89 of Archie Pitt, the 31 of Lamell Goodison, the 469 of Finlay Stobelack, the 2 of Mia Cunningham, the 12 of River Moulton, and the 1 of Colton Wood. River Moulton, also another rider with the 2. I believe that she has a Frozen character from the movie on the plate. Anyway, the 8 drops, we do get going. Good start there from the 89 of Archie Pitt. But look at Tommy Betts on the outside, who's going to be getting that Moto Verde whole shot as they bomb down towards turn 1. Look at Albie Murphy in the background as well. It's a bit deep there from the 89 as Albie Murphy goes down in the middle of the road. It was the 89 of Archie Pitt who gets the Moto Verde whole shot on the run out of the opening turns. Murphy, though, disastrous start for him, a rider who's always been near the front in this class all weekend long, has got off the final race of the weekend in the worst way imaginable. Heartbreak for him, but let's see how he can respond, how he can recover, as the 89 has not shaken that 4 of Tommy Betts just yet, as they make their way up the tabletop. Of course, we're on the slightly shorter layout of Mallor-E Park in this race, so they won't be heading up Surrey Summit. They'll be cutting back down inside on just the one hill for them to negotiate with, just so they can deal with the lack of power. Only 350 watts available in this 3-year-old 12-inch class. The rest of the riders making their way down, though. Already a little bit of field spread starting to appear as Archie Pitt will look to lead us onto lap number 2. Tommy Betts not far away from him at all, though. As they head towards the final corner, you can hear the crowds cheering the riders on, wishing them on, begging them to race to gain positions in some cases. Up the front, though, it's smooth sailing onto lap number 2 for Archie Pitt, and Tommy Betts just behind him in second place as well. So they'll make their way through. We wait to see who is going to be following them through in P3 and P4. There's already quite a big gap there, but there is a few riders making their way through, certainly. As there we see Tommy Betts making his way through turn number 2 and doing very, very decently indeed. It is still Archie Pitt and Tommy Betts out there at the moment, though. The 89 still holding on to that lead. It's not a massive advantage. P3 is Lamel Goodison at the moment on the 31. Better start for him in this race than in race number 5. Carlton Wood is 4th, Mia Cunningham 6th, Finlay Sobolak is P6, and then it's Albie Murphy 7th, Jesse Ellis in P8, River Moulton 9th, Sadie Jenkin on the 21 in P10.
Yeah, there was a yellow flag at the start of that lap, and I think that might have actually been for Archie Pitt. I think he had a moment there through the first hairpin. Not enough, obviously, to cost him the lead, but you saw how quickly Tommy Betts had caught up there. It also looked like, to me, it was Colton Wood who was alongside Albie Murphy when they came together at the first bend. Looked to me like they just sort of locked bikes there. Just an unfortunate way for that to go for Albie, who's had a very quick weekend, but looks like he's going to finish it towards the rear, only in 7th place as things stand. But again, looks to me like slightly starting to close in now is Tommy Betts in the number 4 machine. Yet to win this weekend at Mallory Park, but he has been fast. And closing in onto the back of Archie Pitt. That gap will surely be under a second when they cross the line this time around. We'll get confirmation on that when our timing decides it wants to update first. There you go, 0.3 of a second, in fact. That is absolutely all over the back, in fact, for Tommy Betts. So it'll be interesting to see what's happening. Oh, he's not gone down, is he? Someone's gone down at the first corner, and that might be one of the leaders. Oh, it's Tommy Betts again. Oh, it's been his Achilles heel this weekend, going down when so close to achieving victory. He's got the pace. Obviously, he's a young rider, of course. I'm not going to be harsh to a young rider, but this is the best sort of way to learn, isn't it? When you've got the speed, you can, learn the consistency. And you're going to see him develop a lot in the next 4 months, I think, here at Mallory Park, because he's got the speed. And when he can get the consistency, he will win races. So look out for him as we head forward. Lamel Goodson, we're watching in 3rd place. Wasn't able to get by Tommy Betts, was he? Or was he actually? Sort of forgotten, actually. But he's got a massive gap to Colton Wood behind, so they'll be 2nd and 3rd in one way, shape or form. Albie Murphy, fastest rider out there at the minute, now up to 5th place. He's got past Mia Cunningham and Finlay Sobolak. Jesse Ellis, Sadie Jenkin and River Moulton complete the field. Here we are with Finlay Sobolak, should say, with Jesse Ellis just behind. There is Sadie Jenkin and River Moulton just behind all that, I think. So we'll see how they all get on. I know there's a 145 on there, but we haven't got a 145 in our system, so that could well be River Moulton just not running a variation of a 2, which makes our lives a little bit easier. But this is the battle for 7th place. No podium boards, of course, for this, but they are about 5 seconds away from Mia Cunningham, who has that last podium board. So if they can just keep going, they may well be able to challenge for a podium towards the end of this race. Now, let's see this. Is this a double move happening now for Sadie Jenkin, who's come around the outside of both Jesse Ellis and Finlay Sobolak? Now, I think these two, Mia Cunningham and Sadie Jenkin, were quite close in the last race. So it'll be interesting to see if Sadie can catch up and try and get that last podium board. Now, up towards the front of the race, you can see behind. Looks like it's still quite close at the front, doesn't it? Tommy Betts, has he closed right back up to Archie Pitt? Now, is there an opportunity for him to get this win late on as they head over the tabletop, as they approach the top of Mallory Mountain? Remember, they don't go up Surrey Summit, so we've not got as much lap as you'll have been used to seeing before, so not many opportunities to get this move done. We did see Sadie making the moves around the outside here on the last lap, so we know it can be done, but that time it looked to me like it was a much better run for Archie Pitt. Behind this, Albie Murphy, you can see him there in the background. He's moved up to 4th place now, still the fastest rider out on the track. And he got by Colton Wood on the last lap. He's about 5 seconds of that quicker than Lamel Goodison, so it'll take a lot of effort for him to get past that at the end. But this is Archie Pitt, who's led from the start. He's got the pressure from Tommy Betts, and you can hear the crowd geeing these two on. It's their last opportunity to make anything happen. Can Tommy Betts do anything round the final corner? I don't think he's going to have enough time to make it there, and Archie Pitt will see the checkered flag, and it's his last victory of the weekend. He wins Moto 6 just ahead of Tommy Betts, the same result as we saw in Moto 5. And behind these two, it should be Lamel Goodison. But as I said, Albie Murphy is absolutely flying out there. And I think Lamel Goodison did just about get through in third place. According to our timing screen, expect to see Albie Murphy relatively close to this. And the timing screen is wrong because Albie Murphy's not close to this. But he does have the fastest lap. That bit is true. He'll finish in 4th. Colton Wood will be 5th. Maya Cunningham will be 6th. Sadie Jenkins 7th. Finlay Sobolak in 8th. Jesse Ellis and River Moulton, they'll be fighting over P9 and P10.
Well, what a race that was to end the day for the 12-inch 3-year-old class. We'll quickly move on to the 12-inch 4 to 6-year-old class as the crowd absolutely loving this one, clearly. But what a race that was, of course. That's their weekend done and dusted. They'll be back for round 3, I'm sure. Just a note on round 3, by the way, if you weren't aware. Round 3, we'll be back here, same place, funnily enough, on the June 13th and 14th. Round 4 here, same place, funnily enough, July 11th and 12th. Round 5, we'll be back here again for August 8th and 9th. And round 6, the final round of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season. That's right, you guessed it, we'll be here at Mallory Park on the 12th and 13th of September. But congratulations to all of the riders in the 12-inch 3-year-old class, moving swiftly onwards to the 4 to 5-year-old class. In this one, Jensen James looking to put the cap on a perfect weekend in this Roto number 6. He's on the number 10, you can see in the middle of your picture. He's joined by the 12 of Roman Gay, the 15 of Ronnie Collingwood, the 74 of Jacques Haynes, the 81 of Axel Coley, the 555 of Ronnie Clapson, the 13 of Rome Knight, and the 115 of Ronnie Crowhurst out there. It was a bit of an interesting race, number 5, in this category. It all got a bit chaotic at the start. We saw some riders who we were expected to be up the front running very, very well. Some riders we maybe didn't expect to be up the front, running... Oh, no, hang on, I got that the wrong way around. Riders we expect to be at the front were having a bit of a stinker, quite frankly. And then riders we maybe didn't expect to see up the front were riding really, really well. But it created some tension, it created some drama, even though Jensen James did end up, disappearing and won by, 50 seconds or something. For, second down, it was an absolute belter. So let's see what's going to happen in this one. We're just being held by a small delay by Jack Ford, our series director, before we drop the gate. Is Jensen James going to put the crown on his perfect weekend? As the gate now... Oh, it doesn't drop. Someone rides straight into it. Who was that? Was that the 13 of Rome Knight? I hope he's okay. He just rode straight into the gate. I guess that's a jump start. I don't know if there's a penalty for that one. We'll push on anyway. Jensen James is going to get the Moto Verde hole shot, as that's Axel Coley going down, I want to say, with Ronnie Collingwood at the back there. Hopefully they're all okay. We can see both of them getting back up and trying to get back on the back. And no, in fact, it was Roman Gay. But up the front, who else would it be? Jensen James. Just behind him is the number 13 still of Rome Knight, who again got that gate to the face. Again, hope that he's okay. Oh, wow. He could be losing out that position very, very soon, though, to Ronnie Crowhurst, I believe I saw on the 115. But as they push their way onwards and heading back down Mallory Mountain, again, no Surin Summit for these 12-inch bikes, even though the 4 to 5-year-old category does have a little extra 100 watts of power, up to 450 from 350 in the class before, making their way through and doing an excellent job. Up the front, though, who else would it be? It is Jensen James that continues to lead the way, and Owen White, he is looking to put the crown on what has been an already excellent weekend and make it perfect.
Well, he's won races this weekend by 40, 50 plus seconds, so he's been very impressive so far. I've got to say that start was very entertaining from Rome Knight. I don't know if you saw Jack Ford's face when he saw that. I think he was just absolutely impressed by that. There won't be any penalty for that, I wouldn't have thought. It's not something you do on purpose, although it is very clever when you can manage it. As you see, our leaders coming through, and the order at the moment is Jensen James ahead of Jack Haynes, Rome Knight in third, having led briefly after the start. Ronnie Crowhurst is in 4th with Ronnie Collingwood in 5th, and that appears to be all the riders that have come through so far. You can see Axel Coley coming through there behind, but this is the 2nd place runner of Jack Haynes coming towards the tabletop. These riders will not be going fast enough to get any airtime on that hill, so it should be easy enough to follow as they head up. This is the 12-inch 4 to 5-year-old class, brought to you of course by Revy and Moto25. Thank you as always to these two for all the support they give us and have given us throughout this season so far. I'm sure we'll see plenty more from them in the future. You will have seen the feature that we had earlier on as well with Lee from Moto25. He went through all of Ethan Rudd's bikes, but you can see them in the background if you look sort of middle of your screen at the minute. That's where we were earlier on. So big thank you to all the sponsors as always. As we see Jensen James starting the 3rd lap, he's already looking to start lapping riders by the looks of it. Roman Gay in 12th, in the number 12 he'll be catching, but the number 10 of Jensen James he'll be catching soon enough. The 74 of Jack Haynes behind, then Rome Knight in the 13, Ronnie Crowhurst in the 115, Ronnie Collingwood in the 15, Axel Coley in the 81, and then Roman Gay in the number 12. That is the order at the minute. Fastest lap of the race, you'll never guess who it's gone to. It's Jensen James, 119.2, and he's only the 10 seconds faster this time. It was about 11 or 12 seconds in the previous race. And again, as you said before, Ross, this is all just sort of natural ability. I'd be fascinated to see what happens throughout the season if he's able to build any bigger bikes and see what he's able to do. And obviously, we do see him in other divisions and other classes even today, but he's just been mega impressive so far, hasn't he?
It's like I said in I think it was Moto number 5 we were talking about it, Owen. It's when you're starting as young as 3 years old, as that's Axel Coley having some more issues, avoiding action taken by Jensen James, but the 81 will rejoin the pack and continue on to hopefully make the checker flag at the end of this one. When you're as young as 3-year-olds, and it is the last tour for that number 10 machine, you get different degrees of just ability on a motorbike, no matter what variation of motorbike racing you're competing in. And of course there's the angle of, maybe you're not quite as immediately naturally talented, but if you work hard you've got unlimited potential. Or on the other hand, maybe your potential isn't that high, but you sit on a bike, you get it, you just naturally know what to do. Whether it's just natural instinct or some God-given talent or whatever, Jensen James just has it in buckets. He gets out there. And yes, it's a very, very youthful class, 4 to 5 years old. Some of these riders won't have experience, some of these will. Maybe Jensen James has experience, maybe he doesn't. I don't know, quite frankly. This could well be only his 2nd weekend on the bike. We'll have to ask him one time. But he's just a cut above everybody else in this category. And yes, we see him in other categories. He's very, very young, and maybe doesn't quite stack up to some of the riders in the other categories. But in this one, which is very much an entry point, a gateway into motocross racing, he is absolutely dominant. And once again, nobody's been able to touch him in this one. Nobody's been able to touch him all weekend long. And the number 10, it is perfection defined as he rounds the final corner and comes to take the whoops. 6 out of 6. A clean sweep for the number 10 of Jensen James. He has dominated once again here at Mallory Park. And the perfect weekend, not just in terms of winning everything, but absolutely crushing the competition as well. Forget being one to watch for the future. That boy is one to watch for today. Jensen James, another superb win.
Behind him, a long way behind him, will be Jack Haynes in 2nd place. The fastest lap of the race set by Jensen James was a 1 minute 17.743. The rest of them are 11 seconds behind that. Jack Haynes in 2nd on the 74. Rome Knight in 3rd on the 13 with Ronnie Collingwood. 4th on the 15. Ronnie Crowhurst on the 115 in 5th place. Roman Gay in the number 12 in 6th place, and the 81 of Axel Coley in 7th place. The winning gap was 37 seconds this time for Jensen James, as we see the rest of the riders coming through. And the next grid that we're going to see, as we've got a fly in our commentary box, I think. The next grid that we've got coming up, that's only a guess from me. I'm not going to guess what division we're in. I'm completely lost now. There's all sorts of carnage going on around me. You may be able to hear. Right, this is the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old class, if I can read correctly. And let me find the results from the last race for you. While we do that, on this grid we're going to have Maddox Jackson in the 29, Louis Gosney in the 17, Alfie Lovett in the 75, Brody Poucher in the 282, Lawrence Gackal in the 13, Leo Dugmore in the 21, Albie Campbell in the 35, and of course Theo Shears in the 13. He's won every race so far. He's looking to go for the clean sweep. As we watched the number 21 there, that is Leo Dugmore, who's been in pretty much every position there is to be this weekend. He's been everywhere so far. He was up as high as second and low as down as 7, so he's absolutely seen the full range really, apart from first. Let's see what he can do this time as we wait for Jack Ford to let him go. I'm sure he won't be letting anyone jumpstart this time. Theo Shears almost did and had to push himself back, and he's still got the best launch, straight into the lead already and well ahead of his opponents as he comes into the first bend. It should be Alfie Lovett, who would have been in second place with Maddox Jackson. Great move on the outside to make that 6. So it's going to be I thought that's a flag. I was thinking, not a person. That was Theo Shears leading them ahead of actually, we've got Lawrence Gackle having an accident, is he? Yep, Lawrence Gackle has gone down. I'm trying to see who he's come together with. Yeah,
that's
Lawrence
Gackle, the 282. He's got that one
Brody,
as well.
Yeah, so there's Lawrence Gackle and Brodie Proucher who have come together there, and as they come up through towards Mallory Mountain, a bit of a chaotic start there really, with Theo Shears going backwards, then going forwards, then straight into the lead. He is ahead of Maddox Jackson, and now it's Lovett, and we've got Leo Dugmore in there, and we've got Louis Gosney. A real gaggle of bikes going for second place as things stand, and look at the gap at the lead. That's the leader, just miles away. Theo Shears once again looking like he's going to dominate this race. If he can do, it will be a perfect 6 out of 6. Now here's Leo Dugmore trying to have a look on Louis Gosney, round the outside of the penultimate bend, not able to make that one stick. He can't make a switchback work either. He may well try it over the whoops. Let's see if he pulls alongside. Hasn't quite got the exit that he would have wanted, but there's Maddox Jackson coming for ahead of Alfie Lovett, then Louis Gosney, and then Leo Dugmore. But they're all, as I say, a long way behind Theo Shears, who is at the front by almost 10 seconds already. Now, is Dugmore going to have a go this time? I think he is. He may well get past there on Louis Gosney. Had a good line into the first hairpin, and that would be for 4th place if he's able to make that stick. And there's Brodie Proucher down again towards the rear of the field. He's not completed his first lap yet. And here we see so that's Leo Dugmore is now ahead of Louis Gosney, so he did make that move stick into the first hairpin. Now he's got a chance for 3rd place. Let's say we've seen him as high as 2nd this weekend so far here at Mallory Park, and he's up to 3rd now ahead of Alfie Lovett, who's had a real issue with his power heading up the hill. Has he actually come to a stop? He has come to a stop. Has he hit the kill switch? I think the bike's dead by the looks of it. So that should hopefully just require a restart. Sadly, he's going to have to retire from this race for the time being. He's not a very long race, so he may struggle to get back into this. Lawrence Gackal should be able to overtake him to take 5th spot. At the minute, he's still in 6th place, which is enough for a podium position, and he's just about managed to get back underway. Good work from the marshal there.
Yeah, just needed a bit of a stick the battery back in again. He must have got knocked loose after he came over the tabletop. Must have taken a little bit of a bump and got wiggled out of position to just stick it back in and go again. And it's still Theo Shears leading the way up the front. Of course, did get that Moto Verde whole shot out there, and he's got a 13-second advantage over Maddox Jackson and Leo Dugmore, who's chasing him down, who we are seeing now in this fight for 2nd place. Dugmore did just get past Louis Gosney on the previous lap, so he's on the move at least, and he's actually challenging Maddox Jackson. You can hear the crowd calling along. They're preferred supported rider of choice, shall we say, telling them, keep your eyes open, Maddox. There's Leo Dugmore coming in, and another saying, come on, Leo, you can try and get through him, as they come to the top of Mallory Mountain, and then they'll bomb back down. Is there an opportunity at the bottom of the hill maybe for the 21? We'll wait and see. Don't think so at the moment, but they'll continue to push onwards anyway out here. Jackson a little bit squirrely on the brakes. Of course, only rear brakes on these balance bikes, or the smaller balance bikes anyway, nothing on the front, so it does mean that the braking can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes, especially if you lock up over the rough and tumble surface. These guys will be heading on to the final lap of this race, the 6th moto, the final motor of the weekend for the 16-inch 3 to 4 year old category. And it will still be Maddox Jackson that's just about holding on from Leo Dugmore in this one. Louis Gosney is just a little bit further behind. Lawrence Gackle up to P5. Alfie Lovett rounding out the podium places at the moment. But there is the man of said moment. Theo Shears, once again, is stormed away at the start and is just not looked back.
Yep, he's been absolutely dominant this weekend in the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old tier, of course. Once again, this is brought to you by Revy and Moto 25. It's been a brilliant weekend so far. We've just gone past 2 o'clock here at Mallory Park. It's a lovely day now. You know, it started nice and dull, and I thought it would be quite a cold one. I was wearing my coat when we came in here, but now just t-shirt, all fine. And it's been a great day out, and for these riders it's been a great experience. As round the final turn, here comes Theo Shears to complete the clean sweep this weekend. It's victory by a long way. A fastest lap as well for 1 minute 12.898 here at Mallory Park. What a performance for Theo Shears as we go round to see second place Maddox Jackson coming round the final bend and over the whoops. Leo Dugmore was close. He's almost pulled alongside on the whoops, but had a little moment, so has to back away. That's second and third place. Louis Gosney into fourth, and there's Lawrence Gakal, who's recovered from the fall he had earlier on in the race, to finish in fifth. And then behind that, looks like it's going to be Alfie Lovett ahead of Brodie Poucher. They're relatively close to each other based on our timing screen on the track, but we'll wait and see where they end up. They're 6th and 7th anyway. I think Brodie Poucher is going to lose out, and he'll be the only rider in this race not to end up on a podium position. As we get ready to move on to the next race, we are still sticking with the 16-inch bikes, but instead of the 3 to 4-year-olds, we'll be with the 5 to 7-year-olds. Now, we had a few winners in this race, as we see Alfie Lovett going down. Following the finish, he should be okay. His weekend is finished there in P6, so he still gets a podium board for that. But in the 16-inch 5 to 7-year-old class, we've got the 14 of Miles Powell, the 8 of Oscar Jordan, the 119 of Luke Lucas, the 5 of Jace Tragus, the 19 of Finlay Gibbons, the 27 of Albert Reeves, the 151 of Freddie Beswick, the 22 of Joey Plass, the 21 of Henry Bedford, the 172 of Ava Poucher, and the 40, of course, of Jensen James. And our winners here from the last 5 races have been split across Ethan Rudd and Blake Coates. Ethan Rudd in the 25 and Blake Coates in the 719 machine. So they are the two riders who've won before, but do look out for the likes of Albert Reeves, look out for the likes of Joey Plass. Plenty of fast riders. We did mention Jensen James. He's not been as fast in this tier as he has been in others, but still look out for him. He finished It's not on our timing screen actually for the last race, which helps. But we know the top two last time were Ethan Rudd and Blake Coates, with Albert Reeves and Joey Platt up there as well. Looks like Jack isn't on the scene yet, so these riders do have a little moment before they can go racing. 27 there of Albert Reeves, almost coming off his bike there, just waiting to get started. As I say, these are still 12-inch bikes. This is the 5 to 7-year-old class, brought to you by Revy and Moto 25. And looks like Jack has arrived now, getting ready to drop the gate and get us underway again. I think if you try and jump this start, you will actually end up getting clotheslines. I don't think any riders will be able to get away with that. I think the younger class will be able to get away with it because the bikes were so small. But here, you've got to wait for the gate to go down. And as Jack Ford lets it go down, we'll be underway in the 16-inch 5 to 7-year-old class. Here we go. One rider's gone straight down off the start already, but we won't worry about them for now. They're straight back up into the first bend. Looks like it's going to be Joey Plass this time who leads ahead of Ethan Rudd into second place. They're going to be side by side. Whole shot goes to the 22 of Plass though. Albert Reeves is fighting away for third place and looks like he's got it. But these are the two leaders. At the front, this is Joey Plass and it's Ethan Rudd, who's won the last couple of races in this division. He had a really good run. There's a rider down in the background as well. Looks like he's going to be okay to get back up. Hard to tell who it is. It might be Henry Bedford in 21. It is indeed the Henry Bedford machine that's gone down. He's just been overtaken there by the 19 of Finlay Gibbons. But these are the top two as they head round. Joey Plass and Ethan Rudd. You can see the cloud cover starting to come over. We had a lot of sunny sort of periods, but now the track's starting to cloud over. The dust is also slightly reducing as we get towards the end of this weekend of racing here at Mallory Park as they head over the whoops for the first time in this race. Ethan Rudd looking a little bit more confident than Joey Plass, who's been a regular in the top 6 so far this season. As you can see, the bike of Blake Coates in third place. We've seen Joey Plass being a regular but never take the victory, so it'd be great to see if he can finish his weekend off on the top step. As we see our order so far in this race, we haven't actually got any timing graphics for this race, so we'll have to do it by watching it ourselves. Unfortunately, we haven't got timing. Sometimes it comes a lap late, so we'll keep our eye on it. Luckily, we know this is the battle for the lead, Ross.
We certainly do, and what a battle for the lead it is at the moment. The 22 millimetres ahead of the 25 as it currently stands. Can Joey Plass hold off Ethan Rudd, or will he be able to try and slide on by? We'll wait and see as they come to the final section here. Wind is picking up, the sun is certainly shining now here at Mallor-E Park. And I tell you who else is shining out on the track at the moment. It is the 22 of Joey Plass who's going to lead us on to the next lap. But Ethan still there with him. Joey, of course, got that Moto Verde whole shot on the opening lap. So he does have that advantage of leading the way. He can control the pace as he requires. But Ethan, we know how quick he's been all throughout this weekend as well. Both these riders have been very, very fast, it must be said. The question is which one of them is going to be taking Moto number 6. There we see the number 5 working his way around. That's Trace Chegust, just ahead of the 21 of Henry Bedford as they make their way over the loops. We're still a little bit without any live timing at the moment, unfortunately. Again, we're unable to provide you with any on the broadcast. No timing tower, we would have loved to, but it's out of our hands. So we're having to follow along on the Speed Hive app in the commentary box. And it's being a bit temperamental at the moment, unfortunately. So we'll let you know what's going on as soon as we can tell. But right now, we can't, unfortunately. So we're just going to have to call it as we see it. Looks like there's been an incident there. Is that Joey Plass, potentially, that's gone down? It is right. Joey Plass from the lead of the race. The 22 coming down to the bottom of Mallory Mountain has come down. And now that means that Ethan Rudd will be leading this race, surely. But it's anyone's guess out there who is going to be where. We do know is that Ethan or Joey Plass has gone down. It looks like we have now managed to get some sort of live timing going. It's Ethan Rudd that leads the way, ahead of Blake Coates in second. Albert Reeves is third. That should mean that Joey Plass, going on to the last lap, has dropped back to 4th place. So, all change on the final lap, but with a 6.5 second lead, Ethan Rudd now just has to do what Joey Plass didn't do, which is not crash, and he's got this one in the bag.
It's really unfortunate that for Joey, because he's had such a good weekend that it would have been great to top it off with a victory to finish, as he comes past one of a slower rider around him. That wasn't the 27, was it? It might have been the 27, that. We'll keep an eye on that as they come through. Ethan Rudd leads by approximately sort of 6 seconds. Behind that, there's 20 seconds to Albert Reeves, and there is Ethan Rudd. He's that far ahead, he's already crossed the checkered flag. So that's Ethan Rudd, who's won a fair chunk of races this weekend. He's been so much better this month than he was in April, and that's what you like to see from these riders, the instant development they go for it. Ethan straight over to the next race as well. It's really impressive to see. He's winning races, and he's winning them by a long way. 8 seconds ahead of Blake Coates. Then behind that, looks like it's going to be Albert Reeves, who does have 3rd place. Joey Plass, you can see him there crossing the line to be in P4, with Ava Poucher to follow in 5th, and Henry Bedford in 6th place. They'll be the podium board receivers as they all come round. I say now, that's the 8th. Where's the 8th? Haven't got an 8 on our timing screen, unfortunately. That's really quite annoying. I have no idea who the 8 is, unfortunately. But Henry Bedford, I believe he is still 6th. I think the 8th was a lap down. But the top 6 on our, according to our timing screen anyway: Ethan Rudd, Blake Coates, Albert Reeves, Joey Plass, Ava Poucher, should say, and Henry Bedford, as we prepare for the next race. This will be moving up to the 18-inch wheels now, as you can see them all waiting on the grid. I do apologise for the issues that we're having with our timing, but we're doing our best to keep you as much up to date as we possibly can as we get towards the end of this Sunday here at Mallory Park. All the equipment might be starting to slowly wear itself down, as will I by the time we're done here. But coming up next, a full grid of 16 as we move on to the 18-inch grid for 5 to 8-year-olds. In this we have Blake Ford in the number 3, Olivia Colcott in the 8, Ethan Rudd, who's just won that last race, straight over to be back in his 25 here, Libby Gilbert in the 28, Franklin Cernak in the 9, Ben Fairs in the 27, Tommy Cotter in the 148, Judge Strainer in the 251, Joseph Stewart in the 86, Mason Pilgrim in the 164, Joey Clapson in the 555, who's been very good today, Isla Ray Rowland, who's led a few races from the whole shot, she's in the 18. Carter Cook in the 7, Kanan Wright in the 67, and Cooper Mavers in the 5:36. That is our grid. You can see it's absolutely packed full, and we've got Jack Ford just checking everything's okay before we get underway for this 18-inch 5 to 8-year-old class on this Sunday here at Mallory Park. Of course, brought to you again by Revy and Moto 25. Joey Clapson won the last race by 0.7 seconds in the 5 to 8-year-old class, and Isla Ray Rowland followed home in third in a close battle with Ethan Rudd and Tommy Carter. Should be a fascinating scrap to see who gets these podium positions as Jack Ford gets ready to drop the gate, just giving last instructions to the riders, pointing over to one who's right to the far inside, making sure they're all in line and ready to get underway. As soon as Jack's happy, we will be racing here in the 18-inch 5 to 8-year-old class. Here we go then. Another jump start. They just love to jump these starts, don't they? I mean, I get why they're doing it, because they start a little bit behind where the gate is. And if you can anticipate it perfectly, it gives you such a big advantage. I think they're all ready to go this time, and Jack will keep an eye on them all as we get ready to drop the gate. And we are racing here in the 18-inch 5 to 8-year-old class, live here from Mallory Park. Now look at this down towards turn 1. It's absolutely wheel to wheel with most of them going for it. And it's Isla Ray Rowland who once again gets the whole shot here, almost gets hit by Cooper Mavers, who just has to back off. That looks like Joey Clapson's got into second place. So it's Rowland from Clapson, and then third place is Cooper Mavers. Tommy Cutter behind as well, I believe, in fourth place. So we've got a load of winners around Isla Ray Rowland who would love to join them up on the top step of the podium at some point this weekend. Look at Joey Clapson, great exit as he heads down Mallory Mountain. Has to just stay behind for now, but not anything to worry about if you're Cooper Mavers. Look at that round outside. Not the first time we've seen that from him today, but then he gets blocked by the bike in front of Isla Ray Rowland. If I'm him, I'm just going to block past, and that's exactly what he's just done on Joey Clapson. And he's going to take the lead now, straight around us. He likes these around the outside moves, doesn't he, on Isla Ray Rowland? Not the first time he's done that to her either. Now what can Joey Clapson do? Into the side there of Isla Ray Rowland. Has to properly back off there, and that may allow Tommy Cutter to come through. We've seen from his other races, particularly in the small wheel Southern Houterby Cup, he's good at making his overtakes.
He certainly is. Isla Ray Rowland, third hole shot of the day. Got the Moto Verde hole shot in this Moto number 6. But you can't stop Cooper Mathers, can you? He goes past to take the lead. It's Isla Ray Rowland in second at the line, with Joey Clapson third, Tommy Cotter P4, Ethan Rudd and Louis Gilbert rounding out the podium places. Then it's Mason Pilgrim, Dorothy Perchin, Franklin Cherniak, Olivia Colquitt, Judd Stringer, Joseph Stewart, Ben Ferries, Carter Cook and Kanan Wright. That's the order at the line at the end of lap number 1. Isla Ray Rowland holding on to that second place, still keeping Joey Clapson at bay. Maybe not for much longer though. There is an opening to the inside. Look at Tommy Cotter to the outside as well, as we almost go 3 wide. We almost come together and nearly touching once again. Avoiding action has to be taken there by Joey Clapson, and he still stays behind the 18. Isla Ray Rowland once again putting on some defensive displays here early doors. Cotter a little bit wide there, and down goes the 555 of Clapson. I don't know if there was contact, but he just had to avoid it, tipped it in too much, and down he went. Not a big off though, he stayed on 2 feet, so he should be able to rejoin the race and hopefully not lose too many position. But this battle of 3 for second has become a battle of 2. That promotes Tommy Cotter up into third place. It looks like Clapson has rejoined the field in P6, fighting there with Mason Pilgrim for P5. So at least he's still on the podium as it stands in this 18-inch 5 to 8 years old race. But he's got some work to do now, and I can understand if he's maybe a little bit hot under the helmet after that one. Isla Ray Rowland, she is aggressive in her defence, but it does mean that sometimes you just catch him wrong, or you catch it wrong, you end up on the wrong side of it. It's never intentional, of course, I'm sure, but you do sometimes find yourself getting shoved out a little bit here and there. Here comes Cotter looking for the inside to become the outside. Not enough drive, though, up Mallory Mountain. He'll have to settle to stay in P3 for the time being.
Yes, so what happened there with Joey Clapson, it nearly happened at the bottom of Mallory Mountain on the last lap. He's putting his bike on the inside of Isla Ray Rowland, and she is just not relenting. She is holding her line, and when that happens, Joey has 2 options: have the accident or back off. And I think in the end he just ran out of time to back off. when he had that incident. It's not done too much harm, as you say, as we start the last lap. He's still in 6th place, and you can still see a lot of riders ahead of him that you can try and challenge. The gap is 5 seconds between Cooper Mavers and Isla Ray Rowland. Tommy Cotter following behind these guys, and then Ethan Rudd, Mason Pilgrim and Joey Clapson all together in that battle for what could be a battle for 2nd place. It depends really what Tommy Cotter does here, Isla Ray Rowland. If he goes for any moves, then he'll be possibly dragging the rest of them in. This is the battle for 2nd place. Isla Ray Rowland and Tommy Cotter, who likes to go around those berms, doesn't he? But I don't know if it's been working for him on this occasion. I think Isla Ray Rowland's sort of precise way of riding this bike by holding the inside is really working to your benefit at the moment, as we see our leader coming through. This is Cooper Mavers, who's won 2 races, I believe, already this weekend. We'd love to make it 3, and will almost certainly be at the top of the point standings at the end of this weekend. It's been a brilliant run for Cooper Mavers, who comes over the whoops and takes the checkered flag. He makes it 3 wins out of 6 in the 18-inch 5 to 8-year-old class. Surely top of the point standings. Brilliantly won by him, and their 2nd place. Great result for Isla Ray Rowland, brilliantly defended ahead of Tommy Cotter, Ethan Rudd, Mason Pilgrim and Joey Clapson. Probably the closest battle we've seen so far this weekend in terms of battles for podium positions. 2nd down to 5th, all nose to tail. Behind that, Franklin Cernat's going to come through for 7th place ahead of Dorothy Pershin, Olivia Colcott, Louis Gilbert, Judd Stringer, Carter Cook, Joseph Stewart, Kanan Wright and Ben Ferries. So as they all come through, we will look ahead as we have one down towards the end there. Is that the 86 of Joseph Stewart? There may be a small delay while he gets back up. While we wait for that, he is back on his feet, which is good to see, and he will have his bike wheeled across the line. He'll still be classified. I think he's done enough of the race to be classified at that stage. As we move on, we have got the 18 to 20 inch coming up now, and this will be the 9 to 14 year old age range, the biggest range of ages we've got here at Mallory Park, and we've got obviously different bikes here, 18 and 20 inches. So in this race we're going to have Peyton Lascelles in the 20, Caden Waldock in the 29, Seth Johnson in the 07, Charlie Hubble in the 87, Lamaya Murphy in the 8, Jack Ferries in the 89, Leo Stewart in the 7, Freddie Jacqueline in the 15, Darcy Shears in the 08, Zach Jordan in the 11, Reagan Pearson in the 94, Olivia Mason in the 536, Dennis Pershin in the 243, Charlie Cargill in the 317, Jimmy Briggs in the 75, Jasper Davis in the 28, and then of course this is the race with 17 riders. That 17th rider being Lenny Mitchell in the 224. The last race was won by Jack Ferries. He's had a very good Sunday so far. He would like to take another win. He battled against Jimmy Briggs on that occasion, the 2 riders who have won races in this class so far, and you can just see Dennis Persson there sorting his helmet out, making sure he's happy to go. And as we look across the whole field, there's the 87 in the centre of your shot there next to Seth Johnson in the 07. That's Charlie Hubble and Seth Johnson. They finished next to each other in the last race. They're going to start next to each other in this race as we zoom out to hopefully see Jack Ford approaching the scene. There he is. He's got Peyton Lascelles. I think Peyton Lascelles is in the exact same grid spot as she was before. She's always stood next to Jack Ford, so she must like that spot, or she's just been very lucky with the drop of the hat. She'll get the central view in towards the first bend. And you see Leo Stewart there as well. He's had a few good starts this weekend. Let's see how he gets on as Jack has one last check and will drop the gate to start the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 14 year old class, and looks like a very strong start from Jack Ferries again. He's going to have the inside. He'll be against Leo Stewart, another good starter. Jimmy Briggs may have to back off there. He's gone way too deep into the first bend, but you know what, he's just shoveled all the other bikes out of the way and forced his way into second place. He did so well to stay on the bike. He nearly went off there though. Where's Seth Johnson going to be? He may well have a look at the inside as they head up towards the tabletop for the first time. So it is Jack Ferries ahead of Jimmy Briggs, and then Seth Johnson. That's your top 3 as things stand. A lot of battling going on, and one bike completely sideways. I think that's Caden Waldock. He's had a pretty poor start, but lucky didn't fall off the bike, and that's crucial. Here's Seth Johnson. We've seen a lot of overtaking from him in Moto 4 earlier on this morning. We've not seen enough of him up at the front of the field. He can win races. We've seen it from before, and let's see. This is his best opportunity to get something done now. The 94 is behind. That's Reagan Pearson. He's been on the podium a few times this weekend as well. He tends to be closer to around 5th or 6th place, but at the minute running 4th place, going brilliantly well for him so far. And you hear a lot of the kids are watching along and cheering along as these riders come through to complete the first lap. And that order at the end of lap 1 will be Jack Ferries who leads ahead of Jimmy Briggs, who's under a little bit of pressure there from Seth Johnson still, which is good news for Jack. He'd love to see that continue. Regan Pearson is in 4th behind Seth Johnson. Charlie Hubble into 5th. Olivia Mason in 6th with Leo Stewart 7th. Caden Waldock in 8th. Freddie Jacklin 9th. Peyton Lascelles 10th. Lamaya Murphy 11th. Dennis Pershing in 12th. Lenny Pershing, and we have a rider down. That looks like the 73, is it? Do you have a 73? Can't quite see who it is, but one of the riders has gone down, and we'll work out who that is later on. But you can see we're watching Olivia Mason, I believe, at the moment, heading down the hill with Caden Waldock trying to look around the outside as they head to the top of Surrey Summit.
Caden Waldock almost coming together with Olivia Mason, but he's having one hell of a ride so far in this race. He actually didn't go away from the gate. There was an issue with the bike. He was stationary for about 4 or 5 seconds before it kind of kicked in and started to go underneath him. So not sure what the issue was, but it really held him back at the start. And then, of course, he got involved with all of the chaos. So the fact that he's now up into what I believe is 6th place is absolutely phenomenal riding from the 291. And he'll continue to push his way round and continue to hopefully make up a few more positions for himself anyway, as there's all contact there between the two riders in front wheel to rear wheel, but they both stay on 2 wheels and both continue to push themselves around. So that is Waldock now up to 6th, now chasing Regan Pearson and Charlie Hubble just in front, those themselves fighting. Hubble gets through to the inside. In fact, no, Pearson gets through. They'd actually swap places just beforehand. So Pearson on the 94 back up to 4th, now Hubble on the 87 looking to the outside at the berm, has to back out of it. Aggressive defending there. Now look at Caden Waldock to the outside trying to get involved with this one on the smaller 18-inch wheel bike, and he's going to get past both of them on the run up Surrey Summit. That's going to allow the 87 of Hubble through alongside as well. So that's now Waldock up into 4th place, Hubble up to 5th as well following that one. Nice moves there. Hubble nearly then drops it off the bike. He has to get out of it. That's going to allow the 94 of Pearson back through. This is just chopping and changing like it's going out of fashion here at Mallor-E Park in the final race of the 18 to 20 inch category, the final balance bike race of this weekend, of this second round of 2026. And what a race we are being treated to. Up the front, Jack Ferries has got 2.5 seconds to the good over Jimmy Briggs, who himself is fighting with Seth Johnson. But we are witnessing Caden Waldock currently on the charge. Speak of the devil, there is Jimmy Briggs and Seth Johnson. Johnson can't find a way through at the top of Mallory Mountain at the moment, but certainly putting the pressure on Jimmy Briggs. I think he'll be hoping that the 75 makes a mistake and he can get through nice and easy.
Yeah, as I say, this is the battle for 2nd place. I think this is good news for Jack Ferries that these guys are still going, because he can just continue to pull away. He's going about 7 tenths of a lap quicker than these two behind him, as you can see him coming round the final bend now. We're watching him. This is our leader, Jack Ferries, who will come over the whoops, and there's a rider ahead of him. We think it might have been Freddie Jacklin who went down before, and he's gotten back up, and these guys are going to catch on the last lap, which we are on to now. Now that looked to me like Jimmy Briggs got a pretty good run out of the first bend, was able to get a cut back on Seth Johnson. Was he able to get the move, or was he able to keep his position? I thought he initially lost it, but he has still got 2nd place ahead of Seth Johnson. And you can see them catching that lap runner there. Jack Ferries coming over the hill. He doesn't need to really risk anything. The gap's still 2.6 seconds. And for him, he can just sort of relax, because it'll all be about those two behind and the battle that they're having. Seth Johnson is doing really well to stay close, but Jimmy Briggs, and we've seen it all season long, his defensive abilities is absolute strong suit. He's got the pace and he can defend, but there's nothing that he can do about this rider here. Jack Ferries is coming up to the back of the lap runner as he comes through. He might just need to hold off passing. There's no need to risk this. He can lose a couple of seconds and still be okay. It's been a brilliant Sunday for Jack Ferries, who comes over the whoops and takes the final victory of the weekend here on the balance bikes. This is the end of them for this weekend. We will see them back in June. Brilliant result for Jack Ferries, ahead of Jimmy Briggs. Another great defensive performance from him, and Seth Johnson, who comes home in 3rd, having had a couple of tumultuous races at the start of the morning. He's come through and had a great finish to his day in 3rd. Caden Waldock ahead of Olivia Mason. Leo Stewart complete the podium positions, and then we've got Regan Pearson, Charlie Hubble, Peyton Lascelles, Lamaya Murphy, Dennis Pershing, Lenny Mitchell, Jasper Davies, Darcy Shears, Zach Gordon, Charlie Cargill and Freddie Jacqueline, who did recover from that incident earlier on, to come home in 17th. There you can see the rest of the riders coming through, and you can see in the background as well, preparations are being made for the E2 races to get underway. The first of those, of course, being the 3 to 4 year old class, and the story there, and we'll keep saying it, has been Albie Clark versus Hickenbottom, Riley Hickenbottom, who did win the second moto of the day. He's won 2 races so far this weekend. Albie Clark's been picking up the other victories. Will they be able to make it 3 wins each as they head into this one, Ross?
Well, the stage is set, isn't it? This is the decider in their battle of, well, it's not really a battle of anything. Well, I guess it is a battle for who wins the weekend and who gets to walk away with the first and the second place trophy, but it'll be fun anyway. It'll be fun, I'm sure. What do they do if they both win 3 each? Oh, I guess it goes back to count back. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But again, that has been the story of this class all weekend long between Albie Murphy and Riley Hickenbottom. Of course, the 158 is so quick away from the gates, but Albie Murphy is also very, very quick himself out on the racing surface. Also got the 13 as well of Theo Shears, you can see there. The 14 and the 12 also joining them out on the racing surface. Should be interesting to see how this one is going to unfold. There is the 113 of Albie on the right hand side of your screen. Clark, of course, a fantastic rider in his own right in this E2 category, and it'll be interesting to see what the 113 can do as we are almost ready to get going. Just got a brief delay here as Jack takes has a little look, but hopefully we're not too far away from getting going, and he will walk over to the gate. This, of course, the final moto of the weekend for this class, moto number 6, race number 6. Or alternatively, if I do some quick maths in my head, which is never a good idea.
This will go well.
It'll be race number 37 of the day as well. Wow, look at that. Of course, 90 races across the whole weekend. So times that by... I don't know. I can't do maths. Let's get on with it, shall we? One last time in the E2 3 to 4 year old category, and we're underway. Great start once again by Riley Hickenbottom. Albie Clark also away well, checking to his left, seeing Theo Shears in the way, and who's going to get that Moto Verde hole shot? It will be Riley Hickenbottom, who leads away here early doors. Clark up into second, past Shears. Nice move there. Shears has gone down in the middle of the road, coming through the second corner, and that's held everybody up. The only people not to get held up by that was Hickenbottom and Albie Clark, so they have vanished off into the distance already. I think it's the number 12 of Sonny Botham who's got through best out of that chaos. There are the 2 leaders, and then everybody else, you just kind of need to wait for them to appear. There you go. No, it is in fact the 75 that's got through next, so hopefully everything's okay there, but they'll continue to push onwards and continue to work their way up Surin Summit for the first time. There is the number 91 making their way through. That'll be Mason Booth. He's got a good start out of this one so far. There is Hickenbottom though, coming to the end of this first lap. Got the Moto Verde hole shot and leads once again. Albie Clark though, he's not vanished from him yet. Clark is very much still there with him, still piling that pressure on, and still wants to make it another race victory here as they all come round to the end of this opening lap. So it will be Hickenbottom from Albie Clark, P1 and P2. Alfie Lovett in third place, followed by Theo Shears, Sonny Botham, Mason Booth, Dylan Wood, Brody Poucher, AJ Garwood in P9, then it's Eli Rudd and Hudson Gillett in P11. Just waiting for the rest of the riders to cross the timing beam so we can get updates. We've then got Ronnie Collingwood, Olivia Greener, Maddox Jackson in P14. That looks like all we've got in this one instead of the 15 or 16 schedule, so to say. A couple of riders may have made their way home early. The most important thing, though, is that up the front, Hickenbottom did get that whole shot, did get away, and is now starting to extend that gap from Albie Clark.
Yeah, as you say, the gap is starting to grow there between those two, and Riley had a pretty decent start there to get through. He was lucky with his positioning as well. He was 2 or 3 positions away from being on the full-on inside. As I see a yellow flag getting ready for something, but I don't think there's anything to wave it for. It might have been a potential for an incident, but I think they're all okay there. As you see, our leaders coming through. Riley Hickenbottom has set the fastest lap by over 1.3 seconds over Albie Clark, so that gap is indeed growing. This is the battle for third place, and we've got Alfie Alfie Lovett and Theo Shears, who was second place in the last race of this class earlier on in Moto 5. At the moment, he would like to get back into the top 3 at least, and that's a great move from Theo Shears, nicely composed. And there's the leader down. It's happened at the hairpin again. Riley Hickenbottom. It's happened again at the hairpin, but it's not over yet. Albie Clark's had one or two issues so far this weekend. He'll still hold on to second place, but it gives Albie Clark a major advantage now, and it's Riley Hickenbottom who will fall down to second place. Hopefully we'll be able to keep his speed up. Let's see what he can do for the rest of the race. Will he be able to hold off Theo Shears and Alfie Lovett? Behind all that, Sonny Botham still holds on to P5, and Mason Booth, I don't know if you saw how the turn 1 in the first lap, one of the marshals gave him a right push, and it pushed him way up the field, which I thought was quite
Is
funny.
that illegal?
I don't know, really. I don't know for that, but it really helped him along.
We'll leave that one for Danielle in race control, shall we? As it is the last lap for Albie Clark. We did just see him on his way up Surin Summit, a little check over the right-hand shoulder just to see where Riley Hickenbottom was. Hickenbottom would have been coming down Mallory Mountain at the same time, so he does now, and you see him checking left as well. He's constantly checking, okay, where's Riley? Is he gaining on me? Do I need to push? Am I safe to keep it nice, calm and collected? Which, given the lap, or the gap at the timing beam last time was 8.4, I think he's okay. That being said, though, still gets his weight over that rear wheel, still trying to get that traction, that extra power, extra torque down to the road. He still wants to keep pushing. It looks like Hickenbottom is on full attack. The gap has visually closed up a little bit as he was coming up Mallory Mountain. Now Surin Summit, and then back down the hill, and it's only the final section to go for the 113. Hickenbottom may have awarded him this one as they come through the final couple of corners. Riley Hickenbottom got that Moto Verde hole shot. Looked like he was in control, then made the mistake, and Albie Clark was there to reap the rewards. Moto number 6 in the E2 3 to 4 year old class goes the way of the 113. Albie Clark's on top once again here at round 2 of the 2026 Mallor-E Park season with a great ride. Riley Hickenbottom will be kicking himself after that one. It was in the palm of his hands and he threw it away with a little mistake that had huge consequences. He still comes across the line to finish second. Just behind him, a very respectable P3 for Theo Shears. Alfie Lovett comes home in 4th. We're expecting Sonny Botham and Mason Booth to come home P5 and P6, which they do so now. Dylan Wood just misses out on the podium, as does Brody Poucher and AJ Garwood and Eli Rudd, all of them fairly close together with one another. Elsewhere, we're expecting Hudson Gillett to finish 11th, Ronnie Collingwood to finish 12th, Olivia Greener 13th, and Maddox Jackson, who'll be a bit disappointed with 14th to end the weekend, but still valuable time out there on the circuit. Once again, though, we're expecting a titanic battle, Owen, and it maybe didn't quite live up to those expectations, but it was still a very entertaining race. And once again, just going to show how easy it is to throw something away. Tiny, silly little mistakes in this sport can have massive consequences.
Yeah, especially at this age. Remember, they're 3 to 4 years old, so they're all very much in their development phase. But we'll see more of these two throughout the season. Albie Clark and Riley Hickenbottom. Also look up for Theo Shears going forward, because he was gaining more and more pace as that race went on. So we'll see how he gets on for the rest of his season as we move on to the next race, which will be the E2 4 to 6 year old class, where we finally saw Rico Potter pick up a victory earlier on today. He's been threatening it a few times. He's alongside Tommy Lavin and Tommy Brown on the grid. These are all the winners so far in this division. We've also got Michael Rosen, Eddie Hempstock, Lando Love, Theo Palmer, Frankie Stewart, Rue Potter, Rico's brother I believe, and Hudson Lidsey, all on this grid here. 10 riders ready to go for it one more time this weekend, and a few of them having wee conversations there by the looks of it. Looks like Rue Potter was in full conversation with Eddie Hempstock there, discussing their tactics, I wonder, as they head down towards the first bend. And you see the riders chatting quite a lot. You always see them acknowledging each other after a race as well. Seems to be a really good sort of spirit around here with all these riders, as Jack Ford comes out there and just tries to push riders into position, and I think Rue Potter just pointing and actually giving a fist bump to Jack Ford as well. So everyone seems to be enjoying themselves as we get ready to start the final race for the E2 4 to 6 year old class this weekend. Jack looks ready to go. That pedal's going to come down any moment now. There we go. What a start that was from Rico Potter. He was reacting instantly to that, but look out for the inside. It's going to be Tommy Bryan again. We saw how late it was last time, and he's into the side of Rico Potter. That was too late on the brakes this time, but he's only sitting one rider with him. I thought that could have been a lot worse, actually. Rico Potter's come back up, and he'll be put onto his bike again. That's a massive shame for this race, as we see Theo Palmer side by side with Tommy Lavin, and Lavin nearly goes down. This is the battle for the lead now, after all the incidents happening at the start, looking directly at each other, looking into each other's eyes as they head in towards Mallory Mountain. And it's now the race lead for Tommy Lavin. He's won one race so far this weekend. He would love to make it two.
What an opening to this race we've just been witness to. Chaos and brilliant racing as well. Let's not just forget, you got to feel a little bit for the two riders that went down at the opening turn. There's some fantastic battling between Lavin at the front and his competitor. I think it was Lavin that just managed to get in head. Indeed, it was Tommy Lavin on the number 11 that has taken the race lead and will lead us on lap number 1 here in Moto number 6 as well. I believe it was Lavin that just about got the Moto Verde whole shot. It's tough to tell. It was very, very tight given all the chaos, and your attention was drawn elsewhere. So it's Lavin from Palmer in P1 and 2, Frankie Stewart P3, Eddie Hemstock is 4th, Rue Potter is 5th, with Michael Rose in P6. And then it's Lando Love, Tommy Brown already up to P8. Expect him to be making his way forward fairly quickly in this one. And then Rico Potter P9 and Hudson Lidsey on the 12 is our 10th rider out there. So back to the action as we see some of the riders making their way over the tabletop. You can see Rue Potter there being chased down by somebody else. That is the number 19 that's out there at the moment. That is, of course, Michael Rosen, seeing if he can make his way through the pack. He's had a bit of an up and down weekend, some great results, some disappointing results, but I think he can overall be happy with his performances here at round 2. Hand has gone up. Was that a wave, or was that an issuing or signalling for a problem? No, I think he was just waving at somebody, or just maybe getting a bit of relaxation. Of course, you can brake left-handed on these bikes if you so wish. No clutches, of course, on electric motocross bikes. So maybe getting a bit of arm pump in there, perhaps. I don't know. But he's continuing on his merry way anyway. Here is the number 100 in second place, Theo Palmer, trying desperately to hold off Frankie Stewart. It looks like Tommy Lavin has booked his ticket and, well, maybe not quite vanished into the distance, but he's certainly pulling away. And now this is very much turning into a fight for second as Stewart gets very aggressive over the double there. Meanwhile, there's Tommy Brown, and he's just managed to get through the 19 of Michael Rosen, so he is slowly but surely making his way through the pack.
Yeah, we believe that's for P6 on the road at the moment. He must have got by Lando Love as well. Look out for Rico Potter coming through as well. And we know the pace that Tommy Brown has, as we see more side by side. This is Frankie Stewart getting up into second place ahead of Theo Palmer. These guys are about 4 to 5 seconds away from Tommy Lavin, who's at the front of the number 11. Behind this, we've got Eddie Hemstock in 4th, and then Rue Potter. Then should be followed by Tommy Brown, who lost about 2 seconds to the race leader on the last lap. But remember, he's doing that while making overtakes. He should have some good pace and clear air. We see a rider going down, and that looks to me like that's 100 of Theo Palmer. As he gets back up, and he's taken Rue Potter down with him, unfortunately, who tried to get out of the way and ended up going down. This is our leader in Tommy Lavin. So a lot going on in that midfield, as now Rico Potter has followed his brother down, and he's going to fall through the field. This is all good news if you're Tommy Brown. He's now up into 4th place after all of that. He finds himself about 6 seconds away from Eddie Hemstock. That'll be quite the task to catch and pass him, but he's in a podium position anyway, as he watched Tommy Lavin heading up the field, heading up the hill, I should say. Frankie Stewart's just at the fastest lap, 2 tenths faster than Tommy Lavin's last lap. There's a 1 minute 8.2 for Frankie, so all going well for him. I mean, he got by Theo Palmer on that lap. He was nothing to do with the incident. He did that move, cleared off, and is the fastest rider on track as we continue to see Lavin through Surrey Summit and straight back down again. And remember how damp all this road was at the start of this morning. It's just a completely different track. So throughout the day, we've seen it all develop. These riders have had 3 different types of track surface to deal with essentially today. But through it all, Tommy Lavin's had to be patient. And finally, as he comes over the whoops, he made it through turn 1. Listen to the crowd as Tommy Lavin takes victory here in Moto 6 in the E2 4 to 6-year-old class. The crowd seems to love that one as we see Frankie Stewart come across the line, set another fastest lap at 1 minute 7.764. Brilliant end to his day. Eddie Hemstock is going to come through in third place ahead of Tommy Brown in fourth. Theo Palmer and Lando Love should complete the top six. Then Rue Potter, Michael Rosen, Rico Potter and Hudson Lidsey should complete your field. Rue Potter just getting ahead of Lando Love into sixth actually there, right at the finish. And that is the end of the E2 class for this weekend. We have seen 12 races across two different classes of E2s, and we will now move on to the E3 class, which will have, let me see if I can find it, the 3 to 5 year olds going first. And this class is basically being the Robbie Smart show in the number 10. Look over him, he's looking to go and make this a clean sweep this weekend. He'll be on the grid with Freddie Hamilton in the 31, Freddie Fennell and Archie Leacock. Looks like Jack Ford may be getting ready to start this rather soon, so we'll rush through this. Reggie Doyle in the 14, Miles Powell in the 41, Joey Plass in the 22, Noah Waywall in the 903, Owen Everall in the 36, Monroe Wills in the 1, William LeConte in the 44, Michael Rosen back in there in the 19, Jensen Summers in the 227, Oakley Price in the 20, Arlo Kowalski in the 27 and George Milligan in the 421. Like I say, it's all about Robbie Smart. It's all about Robbie Smart in the number 10, and we'll see how he gets on. There he is, right in the centre of your picture at the moment, as Jack actually wasn't getting ready to go quickly. I was worried if he was going to go quickly, but I actually had all the time in the world. As Robbie, like I say, looks to make this a clean sweep. We have seen pace though from Reggie Doyle. He was only 2.7 seconds behind at the end of Moto 5 earlier on today. So where actually is Reggie Doyle? He's 3 bikes to the left on your screen, to the right for Reggie Doyle. So you can see him, second bike on your screen, and he's right basically at the edge of your picture there on the 14. And then right next to the cone is the 10 of Robbie Smart. So they are the 2 riders to look out for. Michael Rosen was good in the last race as well. Joey Plass has also been quick so far this weekend. So this will be interesting to see how we all get on as Jack Ford gets ready to start the final moto for the E3 4 to 5 year old class. His foot is on the pedal, the gate will come down any second now, and when it does we'll see all these riders bursting towards the first bend. And what a start already for Robbie Smart. He'll lead this no problem, assuming no one comes up the inside, which they won't. He's too far ahead as you see Reggie Doyle following in through the second place. It's the easy hole shot for our 5-time winner already this weekend. Reggie Doyle will follow him through, and looks like Joey Plass is in third place. But look at that, Robbie Smart, he's just disappeared as the crowd continue to support all the riders. Of course, a lot of these riders will be sticking around after their final races to cheer on, so you'd imagine the crowd will just get more and more excited as these races continue. As flying over the tabletop, one of the bikes looked like it nearly went over. I think they were okay though, as they all fly through. And this is the top 3 we're looking at. Reggie Doyle behind Robbie Smart, as we've seen a few times this weekend. He has had a little bit of pace, the 14, so let's see what he can do about it. The 31 is there chasing, that's Freddie Hamilton chasing Joey Plass. He's in fourth, chasing after third in the 31. You can see him there, the blue and red bike, as he nearly loses it over the berm there towards the end of the lap at the bottom of Cern Summit. But as they all come round to finish the first lap, look at that, Reggie Doyle is already starting to close the gap. We're looking at Jensen Summers now coming through on the 27 as they all come round. Where's the 27? That's Arlo Kowalski. As we get the order across the line at the end of the first lap, it's Robbie Smart, closely followed by Reggie Doyle, Joey Plass, Freddie Hamilton, Michael Rosen, Oakley Price completes the top 6. And you're seeing side by side, there's Arlo Kowalski there going at it. He's making a position. He's against Noah Waywall. That's the battle for 8th place. Jensen Summers just ahead of this. Noah Waywall in 9th, and Miles Powell 10th. Archie Leacock 11th. Owen Everall 12th. George Milligan 13th, and Monroe Wills 14th. With William LeConte at the back of the field, must have had an issue at the start, in 15th place. But we are watching George Milligan fighting through the field.
Yeah, as you were saying that, William LeConte literally just went straight past Monroe Wills. So a bit of the old commentator's curse there for Monroe, unfortunately, I suppose. Oh, look at, tell you what, William LeConte is flying around the outside here, and he's trying to take everybody on the same lap. Definitely, as you said, must have had an issue on the opening tour or something along those lines. As we go back to our race leaders, who else would it be? The 10 of Robbie Smart and the 14 of Reggie Doyle. Not a huge gap between them, and Doyle has dropped it coming out of turn number 2, and now it is very much Robbie Smart's race to lose. Joey Plass will go through and inherit second place as a result. Can Reggie Doyle at least get back up to second? Can Plas put on the defensive? Either way, that number 10 now has a huge gap back, and if he stays on two wheels and providing something absolutely unbelievable doesn't happen or goes wrong or whatever, the number 10 of Robbie Smart is surely going to be winning yet again in the E3 4 to 5 year old class, making his way into that final section. It's been a fantastic weekend. He's been given a bit of a gift with that one. He was under some pressure from Reggie Doyle behind, but that pressure has completely and utterly disappeared as he heads over the whoops for what should be now the penultimate lap of the race. And as they continue to work their way through, brief yellow flag coming into turn number 1, but nothing to worry about. Doyle has not yet caught up to Plas. Well, he has, but he hasn't yet been able to work out a way to get around him. As I say that, is there a no? Not quite. There's nothing into the turn 2 hairpin. Over the single they go, and actually held up a little bit there has been Reggie Doyle, maybe just taking it cautious through the part of the racetrack. He drops it on as we see some action further back in the pack as well. Is that Freddie Hamilton working his way through? Yes, it is. He's up to 4th now, following all of what's been going on. So it's now Smart from Plas from Doyle, your top 3. Reggie Doyle again, who'll be wanting to at least get back into second. I think it's a little bit too late, Owen, for him to catch Robbie Smart. But again, I think he's clearly taken a bit of a dent to the confidence. He's not quite riding at his maximum right now.
Well, we'll see what happens. We've got a couple of laps left to go. And for Reggie Doyle, he is the fastest rider out there. We've seen that already in this race. As the final lap gets underway, Robbie Smart has an 8 or 9 second lead. So unless there's any issues for him, I think he should be okay to win this race. But he was under massive pressure when Reggie Doyle went down. He went down just here a couple of laps ago, and we've seen it a lot so far today where riders have really struggled at that first hairpin. It's probably the heaviest braking zone you'll have on the circuit, since it's such a long run down there after the kink, really, after the whoops, which takes you down there. And a little wiggle of the handlebars there for Robbie Smart. Seems to be enjoying himself, as he got great air over the tabletop, and down the hill he goes once more. Joey Plas is ahead by almost a second of Reggie Doyle, so that looks okay so far for Joey. We'll see if Reggie Doyle can make anything happen. A little bit of lap traffic to contend with here. That's the 41 of Miles Powell, who's just ahead of Robbie Smart at the minute. The number 1 of Monroe Wills should be ahead of that, as we see the final corner coming up, and taking the berm. He's going to enjoy this, is Robbie Smart, although actually he may not, actually, because he's been blocked up a little bit. He almost loses it over the whips, actually, as he just about manages to take the checkered flag. Robbie Smart a little scared there at the end, but he just about survived to take the last E3 4 to 5 year old class win today. Behind him, Joey Plas did hold on, and you can see he closed by about 3 seconds to Joey Plas in those last couple of corners. Luckily, Robbie Smart had the gap to make that work. Reggie Doyle in 3rd place. It looks like Jensen Summers may have been down. He's been put straight back up again.
Michael Rosen there as well with him, so they're going to try and find their way to the finish. Looks like Rosen will finish in P6, the final podium finisher. Yeah, it must have come together, Owen. Oh, he's just come off the bike again. Look, as he's come into the holding area. He's just slipped straight off the bike. I hope he's okay. Jack Ford's gone over to speak to him to make sure he's all right. But yeah, they must have had a coming together on the final couple of corners.
Yeah, they were pretty close, weren't they, on track? But that sadly cost Jensen Summers the last podium board there in that race. It allowed Noah Waywell to come through to be 5th. And as you say, Michael Rosen was 6th. The full order: Robbie Smart, Joey Plas, Reggie Doyle, Freddie Hamilton, Noah Waywell, Michael Rosen, Jensen Summers, Oakley Price, George Milligan, Owen Everall, Arlo Kowalski, Archie Leacock, Monroe Wills, Miles Powell and William LeConte, who's coming through to finish his race. Now we will see the next race preparing to get underway. We're still with the E3s. Now it's the 5 to 7 year old class. In the last race, we saw another victory for George Needham, but he wasn't the fastest runner out there. Carter Anderson in the other 20. There's 2 20s out there, remember? The sort of purplish one, that's Carter Anderson, and the 201, which basically does it like a 20, that's George Needham. In between those two in the last race was Joel Wallace, and the rest of that grid: Billy Richardson, Billy Carroll, Isaac Colcott. It's out there, and my whole app has crashed. That's good. Let me get a different plane. Right, we'll go through the grid again. I don't think it won't crash. Carter Anderson, Isaac Colcott, Billy Carroll, Harty Johnson, Joel Wallace, Reggie Herring, Billy Richardson, Frankie Stewart, Jax Goodwin, Cade Needham, Jax Cook, Ava Poucher and George Needham. George Needham has not been beaten in a race yet this weekend. But like I say, it got pretty close last time with Carter Anderson. He's got the pace. Let's see how they get on as they head down towards turn 1 for the last time this weekend on the start. It's a bit of a messy start. It looks like to me it's going to be Carter Anderson who takes the lead this time. I think George Needham's only done in about 4th place, so he's going to have a little bit more work to do this time to make things work. So the whole shot easily goes to Carter Anderson, and as they all hit over the doubles, it looks like a pretty comfortable lead as well, about 2 or 3 seconds already. Hard to tell who's running in 2nd place at the moment. We'll obviously get all of our timing when you see them all come through. Billy Richardson finished 3rd in the last race. He's a bit further down in the midfield on this start, so we may see a bit of progress from him. As I look at the 4 of Billy Carroll there up into 2nd place, haven't seen him up there too often this weekend, so nice to see, although he does fall down behind George Needham, who'll have to make a chase now if he wants to win a 6th race this weekend. The 22 now of Joel Wallace has come past Billy Carroll, who falls down to 4th towards the end of this lap. But look at the lead that Carter Anderson's got. This is looking like a fantastic opportunity to win his 1st race of the weekend.
Handed a bit of an opportunity by that poor start from George Needham there. Yes, as it all gets a little bit sideways as we make our way out of turn number 1 for Joel Wallace, the 22. Got a bit greedy on the throttle, and we do have a yellow flag out now as well. Has there been an incident? And it is George Needham, whose day, or race should I say, given he's had a pretty good day overall, does go from bad to worse. At the line, he was in 2nd place. He's now dropped behind the number 4 of Billy Carroll. So he's dropped down to what is effectively 4th now. So as it stands, it's Anderson from Joel Wallace, from Billy Carroll, from George Needham, then Billy Richardson, Frankie Stewart, Isaac Colcott, Jax Goodman, Cade Needham, Reggie Herring, Ava Poucher, and Harty Johnson are your 12 riders out there at the moment. But you can see how much the riders are struggling, because even our race leader in Carter Anderson has dropped behind Joel Wallace. So conditions clearly really tricky here. Again, Carter Anderson got the Moto Verde whole shot, opened up a huge lead just a lap ago. Was benefiting off of George Needham, who has been the quickest rider in class all weekend, having a bit of a rough time. But look at the rear of the bike moving around for Carter Anderson. Just cannot apply the power with all of that torque instantly there from the electric motor. With the dust that's down on the racing surface, there is just no grip. You put the power down and suddenly the thing's trying to throw you off. It is so tough out there for these riders, as Needham now tries to make his way up into 3rd place around the outside of Billy Carroll, but can't quite find it, can't quite find the proper positioning, can't quite find the pace, the confidence to pull it off. He's stuck there in 4th place at the moment, and you can see it with everybody over. No one is able to really extract the maximum because they just don't have the confidence getting that power to the road.
This is something we've seen a lot from Carter Anderson today, but the thing is, once he gets the confidence, he's the fastest rider out there, and you can see he's experimenting with every corner to see what he can manage to do. He's always losing control every time he turns the bike, but once he gets that confidence, he'll be good. This is shaping up to be a very exciting finish, because you've got Joel Wallace only just ahead of Carter Anderson, and then George Needham chasing Carter Anderson, now alongside Carter Anderson, and this is going to be a 3-way scrap for this victory to finish off the E3 class this weekend. What a great way to set this one up, as we see Anderson going a little bit wide, looking for George Needham getting for the switchback, couldn't quite make that stick. Carter Anderson had him covered off. This is good news if you're Joel Wallace and wanting these two to battle away so that you can pull away at the front. We see a couple taking the berms. Carter Anderson didn't fancy it. Up the inside goes George Needham, has to back away from that one, otherwise he would have made contact with the 20 of Carter Anderson. That would have been a terrible way to end his weekend, as he turned in a little bit too early for the Southern Summit and has to lose a little bit more time as Joel Wallace continues to lead. The berm being taken again by George Needham. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far. He's the only rider under 60 seconds at this stage. As we're on the final corner we go. Look at this side by side. Carter Anderson does take the lead as we start the final lap. He did it over the whoops. He had a great run as he came towards it, and now he's got his bike under control. We saw this last time. He was able to sort of acclimatise to it as the race continued on, and by the time he got to the last lap on the last moto, he was comfortably faster than anyone else. Can he get this to the line and win this race? What about the battle for 2nd place? It looks like George Needham has taken it off of Joel Wallace, and what a shame for Joel. He was doing so well to lead the last 3 laps. but it's all started to come away in these closing stages. Can George Needham do anything about Carter Anderson? The gap's about 2 seconds at the moment. A massive gap to try and close at this stage of play. He's had a bit of a messy race. He's done well to get back up to second place. He may well have to just take that and run with it, because at the moment Carter Anderson is heading towards the final corner now, and it should be the victory incoming. He'll be hitting the whoops any moment now. The checkered flag will be out, and Carter Anderson is going to win this race. Brilliantly done from the number 20, ahead of George Needham, and then Joel Wallace comes through to finish in third place. It was a good race from him. He was unlucky to fall away right at the finish. Billy Carroll comes home in fourth, and there is Billy Richardson, who will be in fifth place. Is that Frankie Stewart just behind? That will complete the podium board positions, and behind all of that we will have Isaac Colcutt, Jax Goodwin, Harty Johnson, Reggie Herring, Ava Poucher and Cade Needham. That is our 12 finishers. But Carter Anderson on that final lap, he set the fastest lap by nearly 2 seconds at 57.1, showing that he had this pace all the time. I cannot wait to see him back next month to see what he can do. Can he win more than the one race? I imagine he's got the potential for it.
Well, you'd have to think so, wouldn't you? It took him all weekend long, but in a very tricky race where he lost the lead. His opponent, his primary opponent across the weekend anyway, went down and then was right there on his tail at the end. Carter Anderson found something special in that final lap. He found that confidence. He found that ability to get that power down onto the road, and he found his way onto the top step for the first time in the final race of the E3 5 to 7-year-old class. We're moving on now to the E4 class, our sole E4 class for 4 to 7-year-old riders. Again, we do have 6 in this class, even though we only had 5 entries this weekend for some reason. We've got Hudson Holloway on the 10, Grayson Nerd on the 25, Ronnie Clapson on the 555, Ruben Scrivens on the 110, Archie Comstock on the 196, and William Campbell joining us as a wild card for today's action on the 35. Should be an interesting one. It very much has been Ruben Scrivens the man to beat, but it's all got a bit chaotic. The track conditions have massively degraded over the last half an hour, essentially. And they're massively different to what it was like for Moto number 5 of the weekend earlier on. So this one, it could very much be a war of attrition over anything else. The gate goes down and we get underway. Hudson Holloway tries to throw himself off the rear of the bike as we come down to the opening corner. Ruben Scrivens is going to get that Moto Verde hold shot as we see Will Campbell letting everybody else through. He wants to settle down and run his own race, ride his own rhythm. Looks like it's going to be Ronnie Clapson on the 555 into P2 after the opening section to the tabletop for the first time. How are they negotiating the first real high-speed part of this track? How are they negotiating getting the power down to the road? Not particularly well early doors. You can tell everyone a little bit tentative out of the gate, just waiting. They don't want to have an accident. They just want to wait and slowly get the power down. It may take a couple of laps before we really see these E4 machines that do have a lot of whack from those electric motors really start to unwind, really start to push onwards. The first couple of laps, I think, is just going to be testing the conditions, seeing where you can ride, how you can put that power down as well. As we come to the end of the first lap, it is going to be Ruben Scrivens with that Moto Verde whole shot. Once again, he's going to lead our way onto lap number 2. He will surely be followed by Ronnie Clapson. We'll wait for him to appear as Scrivens has vanished off into the distance, and indeed he is being followed by Ronnie Clapson. Then it is the 10 of Hudson Holloway in P3, who was lucky to stay on the bike given the wheelie he got out of the gate from the start. Then it'll be the 35 of Will Campbell in P4. P5 appears to be Grayson Knight on the 25, and then it'll be Archie Comstock on the 196 as our P6, our final rider out there. Here we see Clapson negotiating his way over the tabletop, and you can see already that confidence slowly starting to come into the riders now. They've had a lap under their belt. They've filled out the conditions a little bit. Obviously very different to Moto number 2, Moto number 1. Practice this morning as well, but it's still going to take them time. It's going to take them a couple laps before they really start to push.
This is it, and I suppose that's the one issue with shorter races, that you get acclimatised to it. Before you know it, the race is over. In this situation, we've not seen too much in this tier, particularly close battles. We're going to get one here because Ronnie Clapson is only just ahead of Hudson Holloway, and this will be a really good test for these two. They're not going to be able to catch Ruben Scrivens, who's way out in front at the moment. I think they're running similar lap times to him, but when he's got a gap as big as 6 seconds, it's just too much to close in at this stage without a mistake. But for Hudson Holloway, he's got a real chance here to close in and make a race of it. We saw Grayson Knight obviously towards the rear, and Archie Comstock was seemed to be really struggling actually. The bike seemed to have no power whatsoever as he came up over the tabletop at the start. Hopefully he'll be able to get to the end, but the bike did look like it was struggling along as we see the battle for second place continue. They've lost about 3 seconds on this lap to Ruben Scrivens, so I don't think they're going to be getting anywhere near. And there is Will Campbell in the background there in the 35. He was scheduled to be racing in the E5s, but he's been moved to the E4s. That's why we've got him here rather than over there. Gives us a few more numbers for this one, which is always nice to see. And the gap slightly closing again. So it was just over a second at the line. Hudson Holloway behind Ronnie Clapson, and you can see Ronnie Clapson looking to his right hand side, and he's just realised, hello, I've got a bike alongside me, I probably should start trying to fight for it. And you can see him put his foot down, and now this is going to be a proper scrap for the last few laps of this race. Is that a big move up the inside? Hudson had to turn away from that one to avoid having contact. We're starting a final lap now as Ruben Scrivens comes to the first bend. You can see he's just lapping there Archie Comstock, who's down in sixth at the moment. Ahead of him is Grayson Knight and then Will Campbell, but the battle for second is between these two. This is Ronnie Clapson, who's just about ahead of Holloway. I thought there may have been a move there. He just had to back out again. Did the number 10 wide. There goes Clapson, nearly contact, and we've got a yellow flag, and there you go. There it goes down Hudson Holloway. He looked like he was sliding a little bit, and finally it's relented. This track is so difficult in the closing stages of today's action, and for Hudson Holloway, if he can get back on the bike soon enough, he may well be able to hold on to that third place. But what a shame for him to fall right at the closing stages. It's good news, of course, here Ronnie Clapson. It gives him a much easier run to the finish, but no one's had it as easy as Ruben Scrivens. He has been fully comfortable right from the very first lap of this weekend when he showed up on Saturday, completely under the radar, not on any of our graphics, and since then he's made it absolutely clear to everyone to see he is the best rider in the E4 class, and he's going to take the checkered flag to dominantly win all 6 races here in the E4 for the 7-year-old class. What a brilliant result for Ruben Scrivens. What a brilliant weekend. 1 minute 10.4 on the last lap, his fastest lap of the race, just to absolutely make it clear he is the fastest out there. Ronnie Clapson was able to just cruise home in second after the fall for Hudson Holloway at the end. A good weekend for him. He's been a lot faster than he was in April. Hopefully we'll see that continue as we move forward to June, July, August and September, the other dates we are here, as we see Grayson Knight will come home in 5th, just behind Will Campbell in the 35, and then Archie Comstock will be in 6th place. As we look to move on to the E5 class, the last E5 class races of the weekend, we've got the 5 to 6-year-old class and the 6 to 8-year-old class. Of course, we will start with the 5 to 6-year-old class, and on that grid we have got Dexter Mellor-Hallworth in the 22, Jackson Gillett in the 16, Ralphie Matthews in the 67. He had a big crash earlier on, but looks like he's on the grid for this one, which is good to see. Daisy Rudd in the 101, Arthur Brailsford in the 33, George Breeze in the 46, Olivia Templeman in the 10, Barnaby Brown in the 422, Oscar Walker in the 29, and Frankie Botham in the 25. Frankie Botham has absolutely been the star rider this weekend here. He won by 4.3 seconds at Frankie, ahead of George Breeze in the last race. We'll see how he gets on this time. Looks like there's a bike being wheeled off the starting grid. I wonder what's going on there. Is that a withdrawal, or is there an issue with the bike? There may well be a delay for this. We'll see what happens. If you're still tuning in, thank you for being here. You've been here for almost the entirety of our weekend. We were on to race 87 out of 90 this weekend. It's been a brilliant weekend so far, and hopefully we'll have a great finish. Thanks of course to all our sponsors, mainly of course Motor25 and Revy, who've been sponsoring so much for us this weekend. You may have seen the feature earlier on where we spoke to Lee from Motor25, showing us all the bikes and all the latest in electric motorbike technology. It's really fascinating stuff. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to everyone for watching. If you want anyone else to be tuning in for the last few races, do feel free to like, share, subscribe. Let everyone know, your friends, your family, everyone, that we're coming to the closing stages here. We are just past 3 o'clock. We've been going since about 9:15. It's been a long old day, and we've just seen the weather getting better and better and better. We've seen probably the best weather of the whole weekend as we prepare for this race. But what we're waiting on now is for this bike that was taken off the grid to come back. So that's why we've got this small delay at the moment, and as soon as we see that bike return to the grid, we should be okay to go. As assuming it does come back, I don't know if that bike's coming back, so one rider may well be withdrawn from this race. We will find out at the end of this opening lap. And looks like Jack Ford just checking one or two of the other bikes. Olivia Templeman in the non-liveried machine, by the way. You may have noticed that before. She is in the number 10, but that is a fully black non-liveried bike. That's not the way it has been all weekend, so I wonder if she had an issue with her bike earlier on.
Broke it.
But you'll see her heading along in number 10. She finished 4th in the last race, so whatever's been going on, she's been doing okay. As we get underway for the final race of the E5 younger class and into the first bend. Looks to me this time it's going to be Frankie Botham. Nearly lost out to George Breeze, but does just about get through to take the whole shot and lead away from the front. One rider's gone down, gotten straight back up. Is that Dexter Hallworth again?
Yes,
it is Dexter Miller Hallworth again who's gone down, so he'll come back on right at the back of the field, but it is Frankie Botham who leads ahead of George Breeze.
Great start there then for Frankie Botham, getting the Moto Verde whole shot. Real shame for Dexter Mallor-Hallworth. That's another fall early doors in a race. He's had a couple of those this weekend as the 2:14 gets a little bit squirrely. Jason Wood clearly struggling a little bit with that power application. Again, we saw that in the previous race and the race before that and the race before that. The track is just so dusty now that it's almost impossible to get the power now, especially now we're onto the E5s. We want some really powerful motorbikes. As up the inside now goes Wood. Nice move there to get through Templeman on the number 10 machine. Up the front though, George Breeze, or should I say, not George Breeze, the other one, Frankie Botham, that's the one, getting a pretty healthy advantage over George Breeze. Got there in the end. 4.5 seconds already is the gap for Botham in this E5 5 to 6 year old category. So it is Frankie Botham from George Breeze, from Jensen Wood in P3, Olivia Templeman apparently in 4th, then Jackson Gillett after Brailsford, Barnaby Brown, Daisy Rudd, Dexter Mallor-Hallworth up to 9th, Oscar Walker in P10 at the moment. That seems to be the order of things as it stands. Of course, could have changed since they last crossed the timing beam. There we see Olivia Templeman, who's just ahead of the 16 of Jackson Gillett. They're in P4 and 5 respectively at the moment, making their way back down Surrey Summit. Pretty tight between the pair of them, and trying to fight, of course, with Jensen Wood on the 2:14 up in front as well. Look at Templeman getting up on the berm. Doesn't quite have enough here, but Templeman really fancies getting on to the top half of the podium here. As I say that though, there goes Jackson Gillett, surely to the inside, and yes, Templeman does indeed relent that position for a moment. But again, all this can change so quickly, Owen, because the track is so difficult in these conditions. All it takes is one little mistake, you get on the throttle too hard, you grab the brakes too hard, and you're down in the dirt.
Yeah, you can see the gap there. I've just noticed between Frankie Botham and George Breeze. That's grown massively since the start of that lap. George Breeze hasn't gone down or anything like that, but Frankie Botham has put in a 57.277. Massively faster than anyone else has been. And of course, he's been the dominant force in this particular class so far. You can see him there at the top of your screen, coming through the final bend. We're watching Jackson Gillett at the moment, trying to chase after Jensen Wood. I don't think he's been as high as 3rd place so far this weekend, so he's really finishing off on a high as they come through to the whoops. Here is George Breeze, and he'll fly over these whoops. He's like so fast at this point, at this sort of class. We've got 2 laps to go, I believe, at this point, so we will follow them all around. The gap 11.2 seconds now between this man, George Breeze, and Frankie Botham, right at the front of the field. Behind that, Jensen Wood is right alongside Jackson Gillett, about a second between those two. Olivia Templeman coming through will be in 5th place, and Arthur Brailsford looks to still be in 6th place as things stand. No one particularly close out there, so it's all about getting themselves to the finish at this point. And George, he's having a good run at it. He nearly had that lead. He nearly had the whole shot out of the first bend as well, but just slipped away from him towards the end. But it's been a very strong weekend for him so far, and it looks like he's going to be coming through to take 2nd place. He did set his fastest lap on the last tour, but he's not quite been able to get under a minute. Frankie Frankie Botham has gone even faster than what he did before. He's now hit a 57.129 rather than a 57.277. So he's fast, but consistently fast as well, as he was the second place rider of George Breeze, coming through to take the final lap flag. The 25 of Frankie Botham, here he is our race leader. Let's say flying along. Wasn't quite as fast as that for him last time around, but still 3 laps in a row in the 57s. He is proving to everyone right now that he is fantastic on the bike, super consistent, and I wouldn't at all be surprised to see him in the next class up. I think the next class was 6 to 8 year olds, so he could easily fit into that as well after this, because he looks to me like a massively impressive prospect as he comes to the bottom of Surrey Summit for the last time. Only a couple of bends to go now, and it's going to be a clean sweep for Frankie Botham, as he's got one more lap runner to get through. He's got the gap to slow down and let himself fly over the whoops. The checkered flag is out. Pure domination from Frankie Botham. What an incredibly impressive performance from him all weekend long. He beats George Breeze. He sets another time in the 57s. Unbelievable consistency. He wins ahead of George Breeze, Jensen Wood, Jackson Gillett, Arthur Brailsford, Olivia Templeman, who may well have just fallen behind Dexter Meadow-Hallworth. We'll keep an eye on that. That's the battle for 6th place, the last podium board. The rest ahead are looking all good. Jensen Wood's finished in 3rd. Jackson Gillett has finished in 4th. We've just seen them come across the line now. We wait for Arthur Brailsford. There he is, coming over the routes as we speak. Well, what about this battle for 6th place? Olivia Templeman and Dexter Meadow-Hallworth look very close on the road, and Meadow-Hallworth's just fallen behind, I think. So Olivia Templeman will hold on and get P6. The rest of positions: Meadow-Hallworth in 7, Barnaby Brown 8, Daisy Rudd 9, and Oscar Walker in 10th.
That brings it in then to the younger of the E5 classes, 5 to 6 years. Of course, they'll be back for round 3 in around about 4 weeks' time. But a really interesting race in that one. Once again, your heart has to go out to Dexter Meadow-Hallworth. I think that's the main takeaway from that one. Once again, a tiny, tiny little error, and it has massive, massive consequences. It's not the first time it's happened to him this weekend either, so your heart does have to go for him. But we'll move on to the 6 to 8 year old category. And this one is where all the excitement has been all weekend long. We're nearly ready to get going. Of course, it's all eyes on Rory Ritzker and Colby Fletcher, with Zach Green out there as well, alongside 80 Topless, Arthur Whitelaw, Noah Comstock, Colby Fletcher, Toby Ogle, Richard Mason, Blake Coates, and Oscar Roberts. And being told that the 141, being told about Rory Ritzker, of course, a race win last time, only 6 years old, so that's one of the youngest that you can be in this class. Of course, it's open to 6-year-old riders. So yeah, special mention to Rory Ritzker for being 6, I suppose. But yeah, he's been impressive, mightily impressive all weekend long, has Ritzker. But I'm sure Colby Fletcher, he got a bit of redemption in the Surin Cup race, but after that incident we saw at the end of the 5th moto, he probably wants redemption in moto number 6 here as well. We're underway for the final time in the E5 class. It will be Colby Fletcher that gets the Moto Verde whole shot with a great launch away at the gate and muscles his way through. Ritzker right on his tail though, as the rest of the field try and make their way through the clouds of dust. But once again, it's those two, Fletcher and Ritzker, who fly away at the front of the pack. But let's see how they're all going to make their way through. Still Fletcher holding on for the time being. Got a red bib on now for some reason. Not entirely sure what the reasoning behind that one is, but fair enough. If it's a fashion statement, it's a fashion statement. He's still leading the way. Is that 29 machine. And Rory Ritzker, though, right there with him. This is very similar to what we saw in moto number 4 this morning, when Ritzker was right there with Fletcher the whole race, just couldn't quite make his way through it. It's only the first lap though. Ritzker gets a better clear of the triple over the whoop section, but it is Colby Fletcher that leads the way on this opening lap. Right behind him, his main rival this weekend, the 141 of Rory Ritzker. Those two have absolutely flown ahead of the rest of the pack already. Richard Mason in P3, Zach Green on the 94 is 4th place. 5th, we've got Blake Coates. Rounding out the podium places in P6 is Noah Comstock. Then we've got Arthur Whitelaw and Jude Reeder. Just wait to see if anybody else is out there going to be joining out there on the timing sheets. Doesn't look like it for the moment, as there we do see Zach Green, the number 94, being chased down by the number 43, that is. So Oscar Roberts, again, he's one of our Sunday riders out here. He's a wild card, should I say, so he may not show up on the live timing until right at the end of the day. If you are following along the live timing on Speed Hide. Of course, we don't have any live timing for us to give to you, unfortunately. We were hoping we would, and unfortunately, it's just not turned out that way. But doing a good job holding on for the moment. Up the front, though, it is now a 1.5 second gap between Colby Fletcher and Rory Ritzker.
Nice to see Yoda surviving on the front of Zach Green's bike. He's had Yoda on there all weekend. Of course, this being Star Wars Day earlier in the week on the 4th of May. May the 4th be with you, whatever it is. So there's a lot of laser tag as well yesterday. Jack Ford put on for all the riders. It was a good event for them to be at. I think Ross was able to record some of it. You may see some of that in the future, I don't know.
You will at some point, somewhere on social media.
Hopefully you'll see it at some point. But yeah, all the riders were out there yesterday for their all the Star Wars stuff, so they've very much been enjoying in the festivities there, as Fletcher leads by 1.3 seconds ahead of Roy Ritzker. So I think in general Ritzker has been a little bit slower than Fletcher, but we will see how he can do, because obviously we know that Colby Fletcher had that fall at the end of Moto 5. This is still Oscar Roberts in the 43, so we think he's running in 5th on the road, but then since he isn't a scorer, essentially it doesn't exist on our timing screen, but he will still be 5th as it stands and chasing 4th on the road. Colby Fletcher's gained another second on Rory Ritzker, so that's looking all good at the front. Richard Mason still running in 3rd place with Zach Green as we are watching. Oh, and Oscar Roberts has gone down. He looks like he may have hurt himself as well through turn 1. Going to have to collect himself back up as he gets himself onto his bike again. He was just running in 4th place, just ahead of Zach Green, but obviously thanks to the count back it wouldn't have counted anyway. Yellow flags through that first bend, and there goes Oscar Roberts again, back on the bike. It was a big fall at turn 1, but he's done well there to get back on. This is Colby Fletcher. He's on the last lap then, here for the final E5 race of the weekend. Race 88 out of 90 overall. He's gone over the tape there. Could easily have gone down there. Got to be careful on that last lap. He's got a few lap runners ahead of him. He's actually got quite a lot to deal with here, hasn't he? As he goes over the tabletop, not getting any air whatsoever. He needs to just be careful because these two ahead of him are battling away. Where's Roy Ritzker? He may be able to take advantage of this. That looks to me like it's Whitelaw and Comstock who are going at it, and it's going to be Fletcher just getting through it. Ritzker, of course, would have to deal with the same sort of traffic, so it's not as massive a problem as it could be, and Fletcher will be quite pleased actually to look behind him and see those two are still fighting, because it means Ritzker has a wall basically ahead of him with riders to get through. Not that it really matters. It looks to me like Colby Fletcher has this. He's not going to do the clean sweep. He obviously lost out last race, but what a response this has been. The 2 races he's done since that fall have been easy victories. He wheelies across the line, and Colby Fletcher wins once again in the E5 class. Brilliant performance from him. We will see him, of course, again in the Surrey Big Wheel later on. But quickly the top 6: Colby Fletcher, Roy Ritzker, Richard Mason, Blake Coates, Zach Green and Noah Constott, as we move on to the Surrey Hyper B Cup.
Final 2 races of the weekend away us, and they are the biggest of the lot. It is time for the Surrey Cup. The small wheel will be up first, and in this one we'll have Blake Ford, Ethan Rudd, Lando Parsons, Madison Parsons, Alfie Brown, George Milligan, Tommy Coulter and Ruben Scrivens. Should be interesting on this one. It's been very tightly contested all weekend long, has the Surrey Hyper B UK Cup. Both in the small wheel and the big wheel. Of course, we'll leave the big wheel a little bit later on for their final moto. Of course, bigger bikes, a little bit older riders, maybe a little bit more power as well, potentially. But the small wheel equally as prestigious as we wait for the riders to make their way out onto the track. There's just a last-minute couple of adjustments being made by some of the marshals / parents / mechanics, call them what you will, because they're normally all in one. It kind of it combines as the role here at Mallor-E Park, but we can't wait for this one. Only 2 races left to go today. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Owen Wyatt alongside me, going to be bringing you both of them as we have been doing all day long. We hope you've enjoyed the action, whether you've been watching on the Mallor-E Park channels or on YouTube or Facebook or on Motorsport Radio. Of course, if you've been watching on Motorsport Radio, make sure you stick around for our Radio IndyCar coverage on the 24th of May for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. But right now, it all comes down to this. In the small wheel Surin Cup, who's going to get that Moto Verde hole shot? Tommy Cotter certainly thinks about it. Alfie Brown, quick chef to the left. Cotter with that big pickup. Brown sweeps it round the outside, but he's gone too deep. Tommy Cotter will get away with the Moto Verde hole shot after nearly throwing himself off the back of the bike, getting that power down to the ground when the gate went down. It looks like it's Cotter from Brown from Blake Ford, your top three. And indeed, it is just behind them, Ethan Rudd as well on the 25 in fourth place. Only the 8 riders out there in this one at the moment. Looks like it's Lando and Madison Parsons holding up the rear of the field. Tommy Cotter, though, he's not messing around. He's had enough of playing about. He wants to get out of here and wrap up this weekend as quickly as possible and wrap it up with a win as well. It will surely be Tommy Cotter that leads this first lap. The next question, though, Owen, is anybody going to be able to challenge him? He looks like he's flying away here.
Well, based on this weekend so far, he's won all 5 races of the Surin Small Wheel Cup so far. Behind him, he's going to have Alfie Brown. He had a few offs during Moto 5, so it's great to see him get straight back on the bike and straight back into the top 2. He's just ahead of Blake Ford and Ethan Rudd by the looks of it, the 3-4. And Ruben Scrivens is just going to cross the line in P5 behind. So it's Tommy Cotter, Alfie Brown, Blake Ford and Ethan Rudd. And this is the battle for second place, with Brown, Ford and Rudd absolutely going to be going for it. I imagine Tommy Cotter may be too far away to reach. Behind Scrivens, by the way, Madison Parsons, George Milligan and Lando Parsons, a wee bit detached from the rest of the pack. But this is Blake Ford having a look around the outside. Didn't quite get the momentum he would have wanted there, as we see Alfie Brown extending the gap a little bit, but you can see Tommy Cotter has simply disappeared. I mean, he's been so dominant this weekend. He's I thought there was a moment there for Blake Ford. He seemed to crash back down on his bike, but he's still following, and there's Tommy Cotter about 7 or 8 seconds clear of the rest of the field, so he looks good as long as he doesn't make any mistake. This battle for second is absolutely enthralling though, because Blake Ford, he looks aggressive. He's been on the podium for every race so far, I believe, this weekend. He's been as high as second, of course, and the gap behind him is growing to Ethan Rudd, so it's all about if he can make the move on Alfie Brown. He's showing no lack of confidence after his off. He had an off here, I believe, 2 or 3 offs here in Moto 5, and actually Ford goes a little bit wide through turn 2. They're really struggling to get round now. I mean, we've seen this all day, Ross, with the way the conditions are. Obviously, right at the very end of the day, completely different service to what they've had to deal with from the very start of the morning.
You can see as well, anytime somebody uses a bit of the course that isn't really used, maybe isn't on the ideal line, or you landed a bit of an awkward place, the amount of dust that's getting kicked up because it's just been put down there and hasn't been removed by rubber running over it. So that's when you really have no grip. So it's kind of reducing everyone to running similar lines. Then again, there's no ruts, there's no divots that have really formed outside of a couple of places, and even then it's very, very small. We'll continue watching this now 3-way battle for second place. Tommy Cotter is well and truly up the road on the 148. The 19 Alfie Brown holding on to that second place. Here goes Ethan Rudd getting through Blake Ford to move up to third, and there goes Alfie Brown. He got too greedy on the throttle, tried to hold on to it but couldn't quite manage it. He'll try to rejoin the race. Can he rejoin? Still in fourth place, but that could be his hopes of second and third out of the window. There is Tommy Cotter. He's already on the way up Surin Summit. So huge is his advantage. Right now, he just needs to avoid what Alfie Brown's just done. He needs to stay on 2 wheels, and he can easily, quite frankly, take this race.
Yeah, he should be about to come on to the final lap, shouldn't he, as he comes around the penultimate bend. And for Tommy Cotter, who has won all the first 5 races, I believe, in this class so far, he may not have seen the last lap flag actually.
That was up a little bit late,
but it definitely did come up. So let's see if he'll notice the checker flag when it comes up. He's just lapped I think Madison Parsons there. Only the 8 riders, of course, in this race. Lando Parsons and Madison Parsons out there with George Milligan just in front of them. They're battling away for the last podium board, but up at the front, good air for Tommy Cotter. He's looking very under control. The only rider once again to be under 60 seconds, and a lap time 57.3 on his fastest tour, 57.4 on the tour before. So he's absolutely consistent as anything. He leads ahead of Ethan Rudd, Blake Ford and Alfie Brown. He did hold on to 4th place, but here we go then. 3 corners to go, riding the berms. Doesn't need to take any risks here, does Tommy Cotter. He's got the job almost done. And what a weekend this has been for Tommy Cotter. He's going to fly to victory here in the Soren Smallville Cup. Absolute dominance once again. He's going to win by over 20 seconds. He looks behind him. You're going to be looking for a while, mate, because there's no one there. You're that far ahead. What a dominant performance. Ethan Rudd is going to come through, I believe, to get second place ahead of Blake Ford and Alfie Brown, who are our top four. Ruben Strivens and George Milligan will complete the top six as you see riders coming across the line. We can move on though now. We've got race number 90 for the weekend coming up shortly, and it is the Soren Big Wheel Cup, the final race of what has been a fantastic weekend, Ross.
Oh, it has been a fantastic weekend indeed, and it's a shame it's coming to an end so shortly, but we are saving, of course, potentially the best till last, given it's the Soren Hyper-B UK Big Wheel Cup. Let's have a little run through who we're expecting to see in this one. We got the 35 of Evie Booth, the 291 of Caden Waldock, the 26 of Hunter Kirk, the 7 of Louis Charlton, who had a big off at the end of moto number 5. Hopefully he's okay and able to join in this one, or was it moto number 4? Potentially. Anyway, the 75 of Jimmy Briggs, he was the number 4. Thank you very much, Owen. The 75 of Jimmy Briggs, the 29 of Colby Fletcher, the 89 of Jack Fairs, the 23 of Alfie Durgan Brown, the 18 of Brax Johnson, the 17 of Jack Whitehouse, the 555 of Joey Clapson, and the 11 of Riley Lambert, who got a great start in moto number 5 earlier on. That one, I definitely got that one right. So let's see how he feels coming to this one. But again, as we've been saying over the last few races, really different conditions here now, Owen. It's so dusty. Grip is at a minimum. It's nice and warm, to be fair. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day here in Leicestershire. But when you're actually out there on the track, there's just no grip whatsoever, and it's very much who's essentially the bravest when it comes to getting on the throttle, when it comes to braking and tipping it in, because at any moment it could snap and the bike just drops on you and there is nothing you can do.
Yeah, we've seen it so much in the last few races. It's going to be fascinating to see how they attack this. We're looking at Colby Fletcher. He's second from being right at the very edge of the track. He's going to have to make a massive cut in to the first bend, as you see him hyping himself up once again. Looks like we're about to drop the gate here, and the final race of Mallory Park round 2 is about to get underway. Here we go, a few riders wheeling off the line, and it's just all about keeping it under row. And look at this, Colby Fletcher, like I say, he has to cut in. How has he managed to do that? What a start he's made again. And Colby Fletcher leads ahead of Louis Charlton and Jimmy Briggs under a little bit of pressure fit by Caden Waldo. There may have been contact there. We'll see who came out in third place. It's definitely the whole shot though for Colby Fletcher, and it looked to me like it was Jimmy Briggs who came out on top against Caden Waldock as they all fly up the hill. Brilliant start from Colby. I mean, he has to cut in from so far to the right hand side. It's such a difficult thing to do, but he's got Louis Charlton right up behind him. He has been fast on Saturday and today on Sunday. I'd say he had that crash earlier on. It has not knocked his confidence whatsoever. Look out for Jack Whitehouse as well in the Red Bull colours. He could well be a factor too. He was only 2.4 seconds behind Colby Fletcher at the end of the last race, so he's got pace. He may be coming around the outside of Caden Waldock actually. There's a good battle for 6th place going on as we watch the top 2 crossing the line. It is Colby Fletcher who leads ahead of Louis Charlton. Here comes Jimmy Briggs at a bit of a slow first bend there. That's going to hold everyone up. There's Jack Whitehouse coming through, Caden Waldock, and then the number 11 of Riley Lambert all coming through. That's your top 6. Evie Booth and Joey Clapson coming through your screen now in 7th and 8th, and then Hunter Kirk, Alfie Durgan Brown and Brax Johnson your top 11 as we look at the battle at the moment for 3rd place.
Looked like, almost a big moment there for Caden Waldock in the background of the picture. Looks like Jimmy Briggs is still just about holding on from Jack Whitehouse at the moment, though. Waldock, after that moment, under big pressure from Riley Lambert, who'll be a bit disappointed with his style in comparison to moto number 5. Does draw alongside Waldock, though, but it's covered off on the run up Soren Summit, and then they head back down the hill towards the final section. Look to the inside there from Whitehouse. Can't find anything as they continue to lose time to the leaders as they do battle out here on a very dusty Mallory Park. Look at the switchback. Oh, wow. Riley Lambert, that is special through the final corner. And then they're getting sideways like it's Speedway through turn number 1. Wow, what a move from the number 11 as he cut it back inside right at the last minute to get that move done on Caden Waldock. Awesome from him. But that has held him up as a little bit of result. That does mean that Jimmy Briggs and Jack Whitehouse have just broken away ever so slightly up in front. But still, man, what a move.
I've got to say, Jack Whitehouse also nearly went down as that move was going on. A lot of drama happening in that midfield. That's why I say midfield. The battle for third place is not really midfield, is it? As we see Jack Whitehouse still continuing to close on Jimmy Briggs. We said it so many times this weekend, but Jimmy Briggs can defend very well indeed. The gap at the front, I'd be curious to see what that is, because only 1.6 seconds at the end of the last lap. Colby Fletcher is still leading this race ahead of Louis Charlton. And Louis Charlton's lost about 3 seconds on the lap as here comes up the inside Jack Whitehouse. That's a very tidy move indeed, and it's one of the only riders that Jimmy Briggs hasn't been able to defend from so far this weekend. It's a rare sight to see him getting overtaken, but he has been for third place, and Whitehouse is going to get away. He's 7 seconds behind Louis Charlton. He won't be able to catch him unless there's any mistakes, but now it's about whether Riley Lambert can find his way past Jimmy Briggs as they head up towards the top of Mallory Mountain. He may have a look onto the inside. In fact, they're both going to go for the berm, and if they keep following each other around, no moves are going to get made.
No, that's the problem, isn't it, in conditions like these? You can't just follow. You actually need to try and get out there and fight. Let's see if Lambert can do something similar to Jimmy Briggs, what he did to Caden Waldock, as Whitehouse continues to streak away. We are coming into that final section where he does seem to be very, very strong. Cuts it outside as he kind of backs inside. Doesn't need to. He's already got it done before the final corner. Nice stuff from Riley Lambert. That moves him up to P4 as they head on to the penultimate lap of the race. A little check back over the left-hand shoulder before he can get down and push onwards, see if he can maybe catch up to the back of Whitehouse, try and challenge for the top half of the podium. Colby Fletcher, the 29, 6 seconds to the good as it currently stands. He is miles clear of Louis Charlton, who himself is 6 seconds clear of Jack Whitehouse, so a big split at the front. But right now, Riley Lambert is a man on a charge and a man on a mission. Let's see if he can get to the back of Whitehouse, as now Waldock looks to the inside of Jimmy Briggs. That's quickly covered off by the 75 at the bottom of the hill before they head back up Surin Summit. No opportunity there either for the 1-2-9-1. But he'll continue to push on as nearly thrown off the bike there as he catches the berm a little bit awkwardly, but still on it, still pushing and still trying to look for a way up into P5 past Jimmy Briggs.
Yeah, it looked like a slow lap for Colby Fletcher in the lead of this race. He's only got one lap though to survive, and the gap is still 4.5 seconds. Is Caden Waldock going to be able to do anything about Jimmy Briggs, who is still holding on in 5th place? The 29 of Colby Fletcher ahead of the 7 of Louis Charlton on this last lap, the 17 of Jack Whitehouse in 3rd with the 11 of Riley Lambert in 4th. This is the battle with Jimmy Briggs in the 11th. Nearly down there because Caden Waldock, how's he saved that in the 291, chasing after the 75 of Jimmy Briggs. That may well be battle over as we see Colby Fletcher coming towards the finish line now. He should be coming through to confirm an incredible weekend. He had that one slip in the E5 race, but that'll be forgotten because what a performance in the Surin Big Wheel Cup. Domination again from Colby Fletcher to win ahead of Louis Charlton as he sees him cross the line there in 2nd place. Great riding from the pair of them, and just into the 53s as well went Colby Fletcher. Very impressive indeed. 4 seconds he beat Louis Charlton by. Jack Whitehouse came through in 3rd, and he was rapid for the last couple of laps, way faster than those guys at the front. 4th was Riley Lambert, as we saw there coming through your picture. Caden Waldock behind Jimmy Briggs after that mistake, but lucky he didn't fall the bike. He was all over the place. Really impressive riding. Evie Booth will be in 7th place with Joey Clatson 8th. Hunter Kirk will cross the line in 9th with Brax Johnson in 10th, and Alfie Durgan Brown will be the last finisher of the weekend, Ross.
Wow, what a way to finish up the weekend here at Mallory Park with a fantastic Surin Cup Big Wheel event. As you can see, the crowd, they've had an amazing day. They've absolutely loved it here in Leicestershire, and we have too. Thank you very much for joining us for the second round of 2026. Owen White, it's been a fantastic 2 days, a fantastic and unbelievably short and sharp 90 races. Can't believe we've got through that many in only a couple of days, but just shows to go how short, sharp and aggressive it is here. We can't wait for round 3.
Well, this is it, 174 races in the bank across this course of the season. We've been going forever, it feels like, but what an incredible set of races it's been, and the crowd have all stuck around right till the end. They all look like they've enjoyed themselves, as you see a few of the kids in there, one wearing a wee Pokemon jumper, which is looking quite nice. But well done to all the riders for all the great performances this weekend, and I'm sure we'll see even more of the same as we come back for round 3 in June. Let me get the exact date for you. June 13th and 14th. That's when we'll be back here for round 3 of the Mallor-E Park Championship.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us, whether it's been on Facebook, YouTube, on the Mallory Park channel, or on Motorsport Radio. Don't forget to join us on the 24th of May on Motorsport Radio for coverage of the Indianapolis 500. But from us here at Mallory Park, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you at round 3.